Good morning, boy. It's just us right now, YouTube. It's just us. I know. Don't worry. The other man in my life will be here soon. So we got to enjoy this time that we have separately for just a little bit, because eventually he'll come. Yo, Twitch, good morning, boys. Good morning. Fuck. It is hot as a motherfucker here in Texas today. I ain't gonna lie. It is hot as fuck. Okay, this is good. Why did you click live on YouTube first? You cucking us? I always do that. I literally always go live on YouTube first. I stream to YouTube for 1 hour before I press go live to Twitch. I do that every time. You must not be subscribed to my YouTube to know about that. Okay, let's do all this. What do I need to do? The Discord post needs to go out. Jay, how do you do this so fast? Oh my God, he's insane. All right, great. Well, Jay already got the fucking plug. Great. The post on Twitter. Turn that shit off. Man, what a great sponsor that was yesterday. It was so good. So good. Great, and let me see if I can find the thingy. I need that fucking camellia. Where she's sitting there. Where she's sitting there and she's like, she's looking at you. This is so insane. God, I love that photo, bro. It's so funny. How do I pin this shit? Why the fuck can I not pin that? When Limbus? Soon. So soon. So soon it's crazy. Man. That is insane. That is fucking insane. Alright, so Twitter is fucked, huh? Wow, Twitter is super fucked. I can't even. Here, anyways. We won't pin it. You guys will like it enough, we'll just go to the top normally. Sane is right. Should I react to Sane Tontas' reaction of the live stream and call it the biggest buzzkill in gacha gaming? Should I do that? Yes. Why not? He's right. It's insane. Maybe if I see him in chat today, I'll talk to him about it, bro. The biggest buzzkill in gacha gaming. Yet react. He has really bad takes. I don't think so. I actually think Sane is actually quite smart. I do. I would go as far to say that he's easily in the top 5 of gacha creators. I do genuinely think that. Yeah, top 5 gotcha creators, top 5 best spoken creators. I think he's actually very intelligent. I just think he lets his hatred consume him sometimes and makes him see things that aren't actually there sometimes. But I think other than that, I think Sane is a very smart individual. He's had my back in a lot of situations. I think sometimes he just, when he feels a certain type of way, he will sometimes attack things that don't need attacking. But I do like the guy quite a lot. And once again, a lot of people told me that he was going to go after me. That still hasn't happened. Not this time, Tech. He crashed out and was speaking out his ass this time around. Well, yeah, sure. I mean, obviously, I'm just saying on average, right? I don't think one bad day dictates someone's entire life. His reaction was a buzzkill, but he was right, but also a buzzkill. Okay, I'm excited to see that. He seems logical, but can get a bit tunnel vision. Yeah, no, 100%. Like, guys, we all know that Genozad's not a fucking pedophile. We all know that Genozad's not a wife beater, right? Come on. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, let's be real here. Yeah, fuck. Cool. All right, I don't hate him, just think he's going a little bit overboard. Oh, well, it is what it is. Check your super chats on YouTube. Okay. And you know that we're out there. Holy fuck, there's a lot of people here today. Yo, good morning, YouTube chat. Good morning. Check my super chats. Hey, Techie, your traps looking massive today, champ. You know what's crazy? I don't work them out. I don't work out traps at all. I don't. I work them out zero. I work them out zero. Yeah, they just happen naturally, which is really nice. I actually don't think traps are worthwhile to work out at all where I'm at in my fitness journey, right? Like I'm just, every workout I do is bench press, incline press, decline press, flies, shoulder press, military press, lateral raises, reverse flies, triceps pull down, triceps pull over, bicep, cable curls, hammer curls, forearm curls, lat pull down, pull up, chin up, low rows. I think they're called good mornings. I'm pretty sure they're called good mornings. It's where you like lay on your back and you pull yourself up to a bar. And then I do these thingies, which are like, I think these are lateral. I don't know what these are called. They're the ones where they're like tricep pull downs, but they're for your lats. And then I do hip thrust, hip abductors, leg raise, leg curls, calf raises, leg press. And I think that's it. He's still molding on Asmund. Oh, is this Hassan? Let's find out together. Oh, it doesn't exist. Man, Twitter is cooked. Hassan says Asmongold is okay, here we go.
You interview actions of a terrorist organization, and you interview them on your stream, and then you play their propaganda.
Yep.
You end up getting detained for extra questioning, re-entering the country. Nice! And I think that Hassan and everybody else, including myself, let's all sit together and say a collective thank you to the government for keeping us safe.
Abso-fucking-lutely. 1,000,000% abso-fucking-lutely.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking cockroach. Oh my god. What a disgusting little creature this is, okay? What a disgusting little creature. Thank you for defending our nation state to the Trump administration for detaining a...
I know that I'm unlikable, but I pray to God I'm not this unlikable. Like, I pray to God I am not as bad as this guy. Like, genuinely. And you know what the really pathetic thing is? Is seeing the Austin space become divided due to what side you're on. Asmongold or Hassan's. And you know what's really fucking gay? How many creators who have said, man, Techie, I don't know how you go live and talk about this shit. Like, it seems like you just get fucking harpooned in the Austin area for saying anything against Hassan. And it's like, what the fuck is this? It's like these people are so fucking horrified. I don't even get it. It's like, bro, this guy isn't going to collab with you. Why are you this worried about it? It's so fucking embarrassing. Like, you're not, I mean, you would have to start fake laughing at everything that bothers you while being a massive snowflake. God, this shit is so fucking dumb. Like, it genuinely is. And dude, I mean, like, fuck me, man. It shows how just fucking miserable this town is. It's so, I mean, thank God I've carved out my own subsection where I feel like I'm not going fucking crazy. And I'll be real, once Genocide comes down here, it's fucking GG's, right? Because that's my fucking boy. Like, thank God. Thank fucking God that shit's gonna be nice. But holy shit, bro, there's so many fucking miserable fucking people down here who will literally think that if you aren't the most far left, that you're the most far right, and they think that you're a radicalized Nazi, and they think they have to publicly cast you out. Otherwise, what if somebody thinks I'm not progressive? Jesus, these people are so sad. These people are so fucking sad. Genuinely, just so you know, people are afraid of Hassan's chat to the point his friends don't even want to go on a stream. I can probably believe that. But, like, why be afraid of a chat? You know what I'm saying? I guess that's not true. I mean, I guess there are some chats where I'm like, yeah, I'd rather just not go on that person's stream. But it's only like one. But, I mean, other than that one, it's not even really that bad. And I can't wait to see who everybody thinks that chat is. It's the moment I imply anything bad, it's crazy how everybody always assumes the same person in 100% assurance. It is insane. Or maybe others who just don't want to involve in politics at all, so that's why they don't comment. Well, who's to say, man? Who's really to say? Well, I mean, according to the news, Hassan's not a political streamer. He's a gamer. Did you see this? Hold on, let me keep going here. You watch the new Pegasus video? No, but I will. What is this? Yeah, we'll watch this. We'll watch this. I pre-liked it, by the way, because I'm a good guy.
Twitch streamer. Like, Asmongold is such a fucking liar on this issue, okay? He knows that I am not a fucking dangerous entity. He has to present it as such because he has to, like, consistently up the ante. Okay?
Hassan, you're supporting terrorists. People got shot the other day by being radicalized and their Twitch viewers. Where do you think they got radicalized from?
He has to consistently up the ante because he is captured by the interests of the broad right-wing movement that is formed in his...
Asmongold isn't even right-wing. What are we even on about? This is like, can we just tell the truth for 5 seconds? Can we please just tell the truth? Hassan had every right to be pulled over at airport security. He goes live and he promotes terrorist propaganda, and he talks about how people should be bathed, or the streets should be bathed in capitalist blood, and talks about how we should kill Rick Scott, a senator of our fucking nation, and talks about radicalizing fucking viewers to be fucking terrorists. Yes, the airport should have 100% pulled him aside. Now, I think it's kind of crazy how Hassan is saying it's 2 hours, and now all of a sudden he doesn't remember how long it was, because he knows it wasn't fucking 2 hours, and he knows the questions were reasonable. But the problem is Hassan doesn't want to admit that it's reasonable to be concerned about the things that he's saying on stream. And yes, it is negatively affecting everyone in Twitch, as well as the viewers, as well as the advertisers. It's bad as fuck.
In his chat, as he consistently farms right-wing dumbasses.
He just simply does not do that, right? The thing with Asmongold is he's a centralist. You're hyper-focusing on the right-leaning things he says, but to pretend that Asmongold is far right is insane. Right? And also, even if he was, there's also absolutely nothing fucking wrong with that. People can have their own belief systems. It's completely fine. It's like religions. Some people have different beliefs according to what religion they're on, and all religions are completely fine because it is what it is, right? So let's stop this whole villainizing the right, glorifying the left. It's pathetic, and we don't need to do this whole dick measuring contest, this whole purity test of who can be the most far left. It leads to so much infighting, and it just makes everyone look very small.
Okay, that's it. Would you debate him? Yes, but he runs away from that sort of thing because he knows he would be humiliated because all he can do is just like chirp from his hug box, and that's it. And it is what it is.
Hassan, nobody wants to debate a fucking liar, dude. That's it. Because what you're going to do is you're going to go live and you're going to do this fucking debate and you're going to reference things with like 18 layers of fucking context and nuance that don't really have anything to do with what you're actually talking about, but you're going to act like it does. And if Asmongold ever disagrees, you're going to start yelling and calling him a fucking racist. And I'll be real, nobody wants to deal with that. It's not over politics. It's not over who's right, who's wrong. It's because you're a massive fucking bitch, Hassan. It is. You are a whiny little bitch. And nobody wants to deal with that. You're like the kid on the airplane that everybody wants to shut up because you keep fucking crying. And that's the only thing it is. Asmongold is not afraid of you. He has no reason to be afraid of you. You're just pathetic. I hope this helps. Anyways, Genshin Impact. Let me pause all these videos. Guys, did I hit the nail on the head there? Did I nail that? Was that the truly based, correct truth meter take? Hopefully that just went ahead and nailed it. Let me pause that. Let me pause this. Oh, I did? Oh, then that's when you guys are supposed to go easy base, truth meter, truth meter, truth meter, base, 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 easy clap, true, real and true, 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 true. True, 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 real and true. Omega lol, so true. Fuck us on, fuck us on. Hostility. Fuck us on, fuck us on.
Another year.
True base, real, true base, 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 true base. Base, 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 base and true, base and true, base and true. True base, easy clap, based. I don't know what he just said, but I agree. Easy, I agree. Almost done. Easy clap, I agree. Easy clap, I agree. Easy clap, base, true, real. So true.
That's it.
I wanted to say it, but I was too afraid to say it. Thank you for saying it out loud for me, Tectone. All right, cool. Now, I need to make a video right now that is long overdue. I meant to make this 3 days ago when I actually hit 850,000 subscribers. But as of right now, my thank you for 850,000 subscribers video, I guess, is now my thank you for 860,000 subscribers videos. If this made it into your algorithm, if you watch this, if you click this, thank you so much. The growth on my channel has been absolutely fucking insane, and it feels very good to be making the content that I currently want to make and it be doing overwhelmingly good. I want to show you guys some cool metrics in case you guys care and kind of talk about why I think that why I think my channel is growing so much lately. And I guess this is just my thank you to you guys. My channel is blowing the fuck up right now, and I don't know how long this will last, but it sure is pretty nice. I'm just going to go ahead and show you guys how much money I'm making, too, because it's kind of cool, and I also don't know how to censor it. But this has been a really good month on YouTube. It's been a very, 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 very good month on YouTube. We've gotten nearly 18 million views, 3 million watch hours, 42.6 thousand subscribers, as well as $60,000 this month, which has been fucking insane. Yeah, dude, 42,000 subs over the course of 1 month is the best month I've ever had in my content creation career ever. And I'm hoping to continue to deliver content that you guys can enjoy and content that you guys can consume and help you get past your day-to-day life. I've currently started posting 5 videos a day on YouTube, as well as I've started streaming daily on YouTube at 9 a.m. CST, as well as Twitch multi-streaming. We'll see how long that keeps going for, and it's going really well. The amount of people who have, and I saw this metric, I don't know how to pull it up on stream, but the amount of people who have changed their subscription to subscribed with the bell on for all notifications has made the world of a difference on my channel. And I just want to thank every single person who has ever pressed the bell for all notifications, because it's insane that somebody would be so content with my content that they'd be willing to support me that way. Now, I kind of want to talk about why I think this happened. Can I sustain this amount of work that I'm doing on a day-to-day work? Streaming truly is the hardest job on earth. And kind of how this is going to change things for the future. Well, a lot of people are worried with my success outside the gacha space that I'm going to give up on gacha games. I can go ahead and tell you guys right now that's not going to happen. I really enjoy gacha games. I like talking about them when there's things happening, and I don't like forcing content when there's not anything happening. The only thing that I'm going to change about my channel is I'm going to start adding in more videos that are varied, so we can talk about what's going on in the world, what's hot right now, and what's exciting to talk about. I kind of want my channel to be like, if you don't know what's going on in the world, you'll be able to know what's going on in the world based on what's going on my channel, what's hot on Twitch, what's hot on YouTube, what's hot on Twitter. All that stuff. That's pretty much the only goal for my channel. And whenever there's a really good video game, I'm going to play the fuck out of it. I'm looking forward to games like Chrono Odyssey, which is a new MMO. Obviously, Silver Palace, Ananta, NTE, Arknights Enfield, Ethereal Restart. And I'm just going to be brutally honest with the reviews of all the games that I play, because I think you guys are understanding that games are getting progressively worse. I think I really do think games are getting way worse. And I don't ever really want to force any game on my channel at all, unless I'm absolutely enjoying it to its 100% fullest degree. Obviously, the thing that really sucks is that I'm enjoying the games a lot that I'm not really having time to play, due to the fact that I have so much content to do every day as far as reacts and keeping on what's hot. I really do want to beat Expedition 33 because it truly is the game of the decade, if not the game of the century. I think it is that good. I'm getting to the point where I might just start playing it offline because I'm becoming so impatient because I'm not going to have any time to play it today. I'm not going to have any time to play it tomorrow. Monday, I'm out of town. Tuesday, I got my buddy Genizad moving in. Sunday, I have my buddy Genizad moving in. So Tuesday and Wednesday, I'm taking Genizad to a water park and a theme park, and then I'm taking him to the spa. And it's just like, oh God, do I really want to wait another week to play the game? Not really. And like, people will say, well, then just stream more. But the problem is I really can't, because every day I wake up and I do the same thing, which is I wake up, within 10 minutes, I get out of bed, I go shower, I eat breakfast, I go for a 10 to 20 minute walk, I stream for 5 hours, then I go to the gym for 3.5 to 4.5 hours, and then I do my business meetings, I talk to anybody who needs my assistance, and then I go for another walk late at night to make sure that I can lose weight, because obviously you guys know I've had a couple of health scares in my life. The reason why I've kind of had this physical transformation, I used to be 333 pounds, now I'm 232 pounds, is because I've had some very scary health issues in my life. And that's why I take every day as a blessing, and I thank God every day that I'm still alive on this planet. But I've had a lot of health scares in my life. I've had a lot of heart issues. I've had a lot of lung issues. And I really can't just sit down and stream all fucking day, because it makes my body hurt. It makes me feel not well. It makes my heart hurt. It makes my brain go foggy, because I can't really live a sedentary lifestyle anymore. And that's why me being able to post 5 YouTube videos makes me feel really good, because I really enjoy seeing the comments. I really enjoy seeing my community. I really enjoy doing this for you guys. And I'm trying very hard to limit the amount of stress in my life, but I'm not gonna lie. The amount of stress in my life is very high at all times due to a lot of people who just simply won't leave me alone. And it sucks. And one day vindication will come, and these people will get what they deserve. And hopefully people will actually be able to understand how truly horrible it is for the things that I've had to endure over the past several years. But I'm still keeping my head down and just getting the work done and trying to do the best I can, because stress does very much negatively affect me. And I try very hard to deal with all of my issues, because I realize if I don't cut the head off the snake, it's going to continue bothering me. That's why when content creators fuck me, I make sure to go in on them with swift and unrelenting force to ensure that these people who are causing me stress no longer cause me stress, because I don't feel like dealing with that shit. I have a beautiful girlfriend who I love very much, who I love spending time with whenever I can. I have an amazing friend group that I enjoy spending my time with. And what's great to say in big 2025, my community is now better than it's ever been. The comments have been incredible. The streams have been incredible. The support has been incredible, whether you're on Twitch, whether you're on YouTube, whether you're on Twitter, whether you're on Discord. I appreciate every single fucking one of y'all. It's insane. it's insane. The fact that we actually might hit 1 million subs, which is a dream that I kind of gave up on because once I transitioned out of Genshin Impact, I was bleeding subs for 2 years. I was fluctuating between 810 and 780 subs for 2 straight years. Sometimes losing 600 subs over a month, sometimes losing 10,000 subs in a month, sometimes only gaining 500 subs an entire month. And all those subs have recycled, but I think we've gotten past the Genshin era and it feels very good. And I'm looking forward to being able to entertain you guys the best that I possibly can. I think you guys have also noticed that I yell a lot less now. That's by doctor's orders, by the way. I know I used to be very hype and very intense, and I don't want to say any part of that was fraudulent of me, but I have been told that that's really not good for my blood pressure, so I am just trying a lot harder. Until I get my health completely under control, I am trying to make sustainable content for me where it doesn't feel like I'm going to pass out because I'm yelling at my computer screen for 40, 50 minutes, an hour, 2 hours at a fucking time. And I'm sure you guys seen my old streams where I would quite literally go live and scream for 6.5 hours. I got a new microphone that's a little bit more sensitive to my voice to where I can hear other people around me. And I just want to let you guys know how good things are going. Future plans, Genizad is moving in. I will have a new roommate to make great content with, which I'm very excited about. I know a lot of you guys like Genizad, and if you don't know Genizad, I'm excited for you guys to meet Genizad. He's a great guy, great friend, got a great head on his shoulders. I think it'll be very good for my mental health to have another good dude who's in the content creation space in my house. I'm very excited about that. Now, that being said, in about a year and a half, I do plan on moving again. I don't plan on leaving Texas. I'm planning on staying in Austin, Texas. However, I do plan on downsizing my house because I do feel like I'm getting to the point where I can be sustainable off of the income I currently have for here until the end of time. And I think I would just like to go into relax mode and stop worrying about money. I'm going to downsize my house from this 5,000 square foot fucking mansion I live in to something a little bit more reasonable that, you know, something a normal human being lives in because I don't need all this space. Obviously, I plan on having a kid. That hasn't started at all yet, but that is a future plan that I have. That'll probably happen in the next 3 to 4 years. And I also plan on getting a dog. I think 3 cats or 4 cats, a dog and a baby is pretty fucking sustainable. I think that's pretty easy. But I do feel like starting getting into the end game. I'm also going to most likely be getting into making a video game very soon, as well as starting more businesses to help creators and also maybe even help viewers become involved in the content creation space. I have a lot of future plans. I have a lot of future podcasts. And I'm very excited. We have a podcast where I'm going on Donut Operators Unsubscribed Podcast on Monday. I don't know when that'll be posted. I'm doing a podcast with most likely some creators who have been told me they're open to content creation with me is Nux, Mutahar, More Pegasus, Sense of Society, Low Tier God, just to name a few. Hopefully we'll have a podcast with Asmon pretty soon. I haven't asked him, but I'm sure he'll say yeah if I ever ask. I'm just stupid. I never fucking ask. But I would love to talk to Asmon again for all you guys to see and talk about some serious issues I think that are happening in the content creation space. But yes, somehow we made it in here to 850,000 subs, and it really looks like we are smashing past that. And we're currently gaining 1.5 thousand subs a day. I don't know how this is possible, but it feels very good, and I just really hope that's because you guys are enjoying my content more. I hope I never let you guys down. I hope I continue to deliver this content that you guys can enjoy and consume, and I just wanted to say thank you because I really appreciate you guys. And I know I've changed a little bit from how I was, but I really appreciate you guys sticking with me for all this time. And to all you guys who are here as old Steak and Eggs viewers, trust me, I miss the podcast too. We don't want to cause any more issues for Emmy, guys. We just don't. We don't. You guys know how the internet feels about me and Asmon. You know how much shit Emmy was getting because of us. It probably won't ever come back, but I would like eventually, maybe in 4 years, we make a how's it been video. I don't know. We'll see. But I really appreciate you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the content, and thank you so much for supporting my channel. And I hope to see you guys in the next video. Thank you for liking, commenting, subscribing, and hitting the bell for all notifications. Bye-bye, guys. Great. That makes me happy. I've been meaning to make a thank you video for quite a while, and I'm glad to get that out. Yeah, it can easily come back to stop giving a fuck about the clowns. I don't give a fuck about the clowns. It's not me, right? It's not me. And I think that people should be more understanding of people who don't want to deal with the clowns. I feel like that's perfectly okay. I genuinely do. I think it's perfectly okay to not be built mentally this way. I think that's absolutely fine. Dude, Mujin's 2-hour video got 643,000 fucking views. That is insane. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, this is fucking psychotic. Writing a thankful letter is one of the most beneficial things for mental health proven by science. Oh yeah, I mean, I hope so. Maybe you should give yourself a vacation after you hit a mill. Maybe give us a vlog. Yeah, we'll see. Also, thank you for the 10 gifted, Shadow Not Real. I missed you. I'm glad you're back. Thank you so much. Let's go to the Daily Scramble. Let's see what's going on. I do have to end stream today at 1:45. Today is Machop Community Day on Pokemon Go, and I got a lot of Machops to farm. And then tomorrow is Gigantamax Machoke Day, and I got a lot of Gigantamax Machokes to farm. Monday, I'm going to San Antonio, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, we should be back to normal. Yep, so probably around 4 hours, 45 minutes stream time for the foreseeable future. I think 4 hours is more than enough, me personally. I think 4 hours is an insane amount to stream. I think it's good, but I understand there are a lot of people who stream for a very unhealthy amount on this platform. However, I think 4.5 hours is a great stream time. Me personally. Still need friends. Oh, yeah, I always am down to have more friends on Pokemon Go. Free 5-star. Devs respond to massive Nikkei drama. RIP Global and Korea servers. Yeah. I heard this is bad. Hoyoverse is done playing around. VA drama video about Hoyoverse firing major English voice actors. Yeah, I'm down. We should watch this. We should really watch this. I'm glad that Hero Hey helps us get informed of what's going on. Seen this. Bro rage baiting for 2 hours. Anniversary unit guide Astrite giveaway. Is this his whole live link?
Or I'd hope we wouldn't.
Yeah, linking me someone's entire VOD doesn't really do much for me. Peep died during alt animation. Brax about Power Command Chart. We're gonna watch this. Gustav IRL. Cute. You need to treat us better. I believe we've already seen this. Yep. Most hated Genshin VA returned and instantly found out.
Thank you to everybody who has tagged me too.
It is.
Kaylee Mills here.
She's not important enough for me to care about. NYNJ become a gacha game. Find some answers. Yep, I want to watch this. YouTubers try to warn their audience.
Markiplier.
True. Great videos linked to the Scramble today, guys. Is it that bad? Absolutely overrated.
Oh.
I am kind of down to watch Saint Tontas' reaction because this got disliked bombed. Dark Truth behind Love in Deep Space. New Faust ID. Hollywood Show tries to rage bait in Wuthering Waves community. I've seen this. This is so funny. This shit is so funny.
Oh my god, dog.
Is Woolwa Anniversary the worst in the history of gacha games? I feel like even if we compare Woolwa 2.0 to ZZZ 2.0, ZZZ is still gonna win.
Hold it! みんな、ありがとう。俺はもう何も恐れない。ついに開き直って絶望に手を伸ばしたか。それは違うな。俺は希望を手にしたんだ。
My deck has no weak cards, said Okaiba. Exodia! It really does embody every single argument. One image, man. It's so good. I'd love your opinion on this. Skill issue, the definition of skill issue.
Because in-game content isn't built for everyone. Because in-game content isn't built for everyone. It's built for the people who have invested their time.
I'll be real. I think this is for Saint to fight, not for me to fight. And also, ZZZ drama is kind of boring. He got destroyed. I saw this. We're going to watch the more Pegasus video. Fob M reaction, 8-star story review. I'm down to watch this. Absolutely down to watch this. Who did it better? Technically, you can do this trick when going out with somebody. No more queens. I wanted to watch this as well. We have a lot of things we need to get through today. A fun little thing to watch. Strongest revealed. Could Akron defeat the Herda? Don't care. Discord mod. Season 4. It's happening. Is this porn? Yeah, it's porn. Yeah, real goals are over. True. The devs listen, must watch. Wuthering Waves open world detail. True. This is too long of a video. And peace. And I believe that is the entire Daily Scramble, and we fucking crush it. If you want to participate in the next Daily Scramble, all you have to do is go join the Discord at discord.gg/Tectone. We got a couple more videos today. Very excited to see that. Let me pull up one Twitter link from Mr. Pokey, and let's pull this up. Oh, it's Mr. Pokey. I just typed in FobMaster. Oh, we have a little Carmeli emote. Can we make that wide instead? Yo, mods, can you make that emote wide? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. So this was a little bit of funny drama that I found out the other day on Twitter, and also my Discord chat at discord.gg/Tectone linked me Fob's reaction to Mr. Pokey's reaction to the story quest. And in case you guys aren't familiar with the game, HSR just released its newest patch, version 3.3. The story about Hyacine and the fuckable cat. I forget her fucking name. Cypher, I'm pretty sure. And he rated it 9.79 out of 10. The best story in Honkai Star Rail to date. The problem with that rating is, obviously, we all know, and I'm just going to be completely honest, with Honkai Star Rail's storytelling medium, there's not really any way for it to ever break an 8. Because the storytelling aspect is so bad. This rating is so vague, unless he means this is how good it was in Honkai Star Rail. The other problem that Mr. Pokey has with his ratings is the fact that he pulls these numbers out of his ass. They don't really mean anything. He doesn't really have a rating scale. If you were to challenge him to actually rate this based on the elements of what he's actually drawing this conclusion for, he wouldn't be able to do it. And I would actually encourage Mr. Pokey to actually put into words what scale he's actually rating this on, what factors he's actually considering before doing a review, because I think that's why that makes people so angry, is because he gives these quests that are, they're mediocre gacha quests. There's no addendums, there's no nuance to this. He just says it is a 9.79 out of 10 fucking quest. And I think it's just, it's just a feels craft. You know what I mean? It's a feels craft. Like, I feel it's this way. And obviously, when you bring feelings into a logic-based argument or a more journalistic-based argument, people are gonna fucking nitpick and they're gonna say that you're a fucking idiot, right? So if he were to say, here are the factors that I'm weighing: storytelling, cutscenes, plot, emotional moments, rate all those from a scale of 0 to 2, and then lump them all together from 1 to 10 or 0 to 10, it would make people be a lot less inclined to get upset at this. This is kind of just like a pandering post, the Honkai Star Rail community. We all know this, and Mr. Pokey's always done this, and it is what it is. But once again, Mr. Pokey crashes the fuck out because Mr. Pokey really just can't handle negativity so much. He gets really angry about this, and the post he makes on Twitter is just a little bit, it's like, come on. He says, be for real. Some of y'all behave like you're forced to hate games instead of playing them. It's embarrassing. And he starts to link some commenters that got 2 likes, 3 likes, 0 likes. This post had 0 likes when it was screenshotted. This post has 2 likes. And the last one has 3 likes. And the last one has 0 likes. And I think that when you try to set a narrative by taking the extremist behaviors as the status quo, it's always going to make people discredit your opinion a lot more. I had this issue a long time ago, about 3.5 years ago, and I've since grown from this. However, Mr. Pokey's now 2 years into his content creation career, and this is the path that leads you to destruction, 100%. But crashing out over a couple of 2 like comments, 3 like comments, 0 like comments. There was another content creator that ruined his career over 2 people with 2 likes. And I'll be real, I think we need to not head down that direction, in which case I said, that's because in the same vein that they think that, or in the same vein that you think that they're forced to hate games, that they think that you're forced to pretend that you enjoy them, it's hilarious. It really is 2 sides of the same coin. People who think that people are forced to hate, people who think that they're forced to like, and you gotta understand, it's just extremist behaviors, it's just an extremist mentality, and unless you're doing it for content, it's just nonsensical. So I'm hoping Mr. Pokey's just farming, but Fob made a comment on stream calling him out, and I thought this shit was fucking hilarious. I'll be real, man. Mr. Pokey is always the gift that keeps giving. Somehow he always just knows what to say to piss so many people off. And I really enjoy watching him get in drama. I'm not going to lie. I think it is funny as fuck. Because somehow, no matter how many times I tell him to just simply stop posting on Twitter, and he will be the most beloved figure in the content creation space, he just doesn't know how to take his hands off the keyboard. And so Fob called him out here, and let's hear what Fob had to say.
So Mr. Poke gave it a 9.
Hold up. Editor, cut this out. I'm going to turn up the volume real quick. Let me see if I can figure this out. I believe I can. Let me boost.
Time for your score soon. What is this? So Mr. Poke gave it a 9.79. So my usual consensus is remove 2 points from Mr. Poke's score, and that's the real score.
Now, I think when other content creators have conditioned themselves to instantly devalue your opinion and minus points because of your shill-like behavior, I think that's a very unhealthy precedent to have set for yourself that I do believe is universally, in totality, of the entire gotcha space. Yeah, I mean, obviously, Fob says -2. I say -3. But yeah, I don't think that that's good for people, especially Fob, who's a very neutral party, or myself, who I consider myself now a very neutral party, to have the mindset of, oh, this person, I need to instantly devalue this person's opinion. You know what I mean? It's not really a good thing to have out here.
7.79? That seems pretty decent. 7.79? That's like about an 8. Okay. Yeah, sounds about right. That sounds pretty good. 7 at best. 7 is more accurate. It's pretty good. Well, either way, I think generally for the best accuracy for Mr. Poke's scores, you always subtract 2. And you get the real ballpark score.
Yeah, I think the best thing for Mr. Poke going forward here is to just say, I liked the new story, it was good. Rather than giving it this arbitrary ratings that he's pulled completely out of his ass. This has consistently got him heat on Twitter, and he has been ignited from this heat every single fucking time. But it's legit just remove the rating from your post, and you'll be good to go.
You do. Because I will say this, from the history of me reading Mr. Poke's story review scores, and like then playing it myself, I think Mr. Poke gets very sucked up into emotional, like, heartstring pulling moments, and then that causes him to rate it much higher. Right?
I think Mr. Poke is just heavily affected by recency bias, and anything that's new, he gets heavily addicted to, and he claps like a monkey for. Yeah, hence, case in point, Epic 7, he finds a new game, he loses his fucking life to it, right? That's just how it goes.
Right? 100%. Second comment, I will wait for Smack or Fob or Tectone opinion on the story because they aren't shills for any company. Okay.
And I think when other CCs like Fob, who's very neutral, he's pretty fair about a lot of things. Fob has made a lot of bad takes in his career, but he's always been called out for them, and he usually owns up to them as well. But I think it's not a good direction where when other CCs are pre-invalidating your opinion because it seems like you're a shill, and then it upsets you that people are calling you a shill, and then you call these people haters, and it's like, okay, well, obviously that's gonna, and once again, I don't care, but for a guy who says he doesn't want to cause tribalism, a lot of tribalism happens. I know Mr. Poke has a very big ego, and he doesn't like when people invalidate his opinion, and I just wanted to provide some clarity and hopefully distinguish the flames that happen between Fob and Mr. Poke in case he ever sees that clip, and provide a little bit of context on how to be a little bit healthier in the space for people who want to do that. Now, me personally, I'm going to go ahead and rate this story a 2 out of 10 because it sucked ass, and I don't even have to play it to know it. And yeah, hope you enjoy the video. Like, comment, subscribe. Great. Might make a corn dog and plate it up like sushi rolls. Yeah, sure, man. Do whatever you want. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. So I heard about this girl, and this chick had 300 subs around 3 days ago. Asmongold reacted to her video, and she got 60,000 subs in a day, and now she's at 90,000 subs in a day. I'm unfamiliar with this person. I do love when women can put their own bias and their lifestyle aside and speak fairly and objectively over an issue that we have in games, including the party that might be involved. So I am curious to hear what this video is about, and hopefully if I react, I can help her get to 100K. That is at least the goal. I've heard this video is quite good, so I would like to hear it out.
I think I'm starting to spiral here. In every other kind of media, shows, books, movies, we expect characters to be these complex, emotionally layered, and oftentimes attractive people. CD Projekt Red gave us Geralt in a bathtub, and the entire internet said, absolute cinema. But
then the moment you sexualize a woman, the internet loses their fucking mind. I guarantee you that's the next words out of her mouth. And if so, I'm pre-liking the video.
when a female game character is hotter, suddenly it's like the studio committed some kind of war crime. And
I love her. I love her. I love her. She's the best. She's the greatest. And finally, someone who makes me feel like I'm not going fucking crazy. It's the same thing in the gacha community. A dude comes out with fucking 12-pack abs, foot-long dick, jacked as shit, eating out the woman's pussy the whole game. This is so empowering. This is so empowering. The moment a girl has any amount of cleavage, what the fuck is this gooner game? Like, what the fuck am I even playing? Like, I'm a lesbian and this makes me angry. Jesus.
And somewhere between 2014 and now, these types of women just started disappearing more and more from our Western games. You know, women who had beauty and charm and mystery, lip gloss, and the ability to just ruin your life with a single dialogue option.
Absolutely. And the reason why this happens is because beautiful women no longer exist in the gaming sphere anymore. They don't. They don't play fucking video games. They're too busy taking their fucking clothes off and being whores and selling their body on the internet to their fucking OnlyFans. Now all we got is a bunch of ugly ass motherfuckers occupying the fucking space who gets angry whenever they see a relatively attractive fucking woman. So we gotta pander to these fucking hogs all day. It's ridiculous.
So let's talk about the modern female protagonist. How did you feel when I said that? Yeah, that's what I thought. Typically, they're more emotionally walled off. They're vaguely angry, honestly, me too. They have tactical everything, tragic backstories, but a lot of times won't talk about it with you. Muted color palettes, and no cute hairstyles or makeup or joy.
Okay,
and they normally
I will defend, hold up.
Their palettes and no cute hair.
I will defend this character as a guy with an immense amount of bias towards Fable. The main character for Fable is a jackass. A complete fucking jackass. I'm gonna give the benefit of the doubt and say that they literally had to make this character fucking ugly because they're a fucking jackass. And there's also a meter where the more good things you do, the better you look, the better you smell. You get a golden aura around you. And the worse things you do, you get like flies and you get uglier and you smell like shit. So I'm going to assume that this is the neutral base point. I could be totally wrong about this. I could be totally fucking wrong about this. I'm going to assume this is the neutral starting point. And if you do more good things, you become more beautiful. If you do more horrific things, you become uglier. But that is my opinion. I am a massive Fable fan. I have a lot of emotional connection to this game. When my house burnt down, I played Skylanders and Fable 3 hundreds of times. I love this fucking franchise. And I am horrified that this game might become a fucking train wreck, and it looks like it might be a fucking train wreck, but I'm going to fingers crossed and hope that it's good, and I also haven't heard news in forever.
Hairstyles or makeup or joy, and they normally display more masculine traits. And
Yes.
I'm not saying that these characters can never work.
Sure.
But if they're not done extremely well,
Yes.
the issue isn't just that so many of them fall flat, it's that they don't resonate at all. They're not.
Absolutely. I think a character that was a great character that was more progressive would be probably Jax from Mass Effect 2 and 3. This fucking butch, bald-headed lesbian who was masculine as fuck. She was awesome, right? Really good character. I think a poorly done progressive character is that fucking non-binary dragon from Dragon Age, and it just felt so fucking forced. It was embarrassing.
Not iconic, they're not aspirational, and they're just not the kind of character you want to think about after the credits roll.
Sorry,
and just
Jack,
like
not
the women
Jax.
that I obsess over in all my books and TV shows, the smart, complex, stunning characters, I just want to aspire to the character that I'm playing in a game. She should feel powerful and gorgeous and emotionally relatable in a way that makes sense. But
When we play a game, the point of the game, for a lot of cases, is to make you feel like you're a god of that world. Like you have control and everyone looks at you with affection and admiration. Because in real life, this is a very cold, bitter world where so many people, so many men who get a single compliment remember it for the rest of their lives because it's never gonna happen again. It's never gonna happen again. And people just wanna feel like they're important. They want to feel like they're special. They want to feel like they matter. So yes, they want to be a beautiful man. They want to see beautiful women, or they want to be a beautiful woman and they want to see beautiful men because that's the slice of reality that they're never going to get because the world isn't like that. And they're using this to escape their world, which might be much more cold and much more bitter than the average Joe. So people use video games as an escape. So let's stop making video games feel like a worse version of this already horrific hell that so many people have to endure every single fucking day.
most of the leads that we're getting nowadays, they're not memorable. And let's be honest, they're not exactly breaking the internet. Okay, at least in a good way. The characters that really stand out, that
Concord was
make
a joke.
difference, they've got it all. They've got the looks and the charm and the presence and the personality, and they've got the things that make people care, or at least cosplay. Well, we didn't want to over-sexualize her. Okay, that's fine. I'm on board with that. But somewhere along the way, that turned into she can't flirt or cry or be.
I would also like to say I am totally okay with characters not being sexualized. Like having their tits out, being like their entire personality is sucking dick. It's annoying to me too. Like, trust me. Like, I like a little bit of mystique, and the more depth of the personality, the more that I'm actually attracted to them in a fucking normal way, rather than this thing exists just to make me come. Right? So I like when the characters have personality. It's good. I don't mind fan service at all. I don't mind sexualization at all. But when that's all they have, it loses substance. So it does get annoying even for me. And I'm a fucking gooner. Right? But yeah, I don't know when it became from we can't sexualize characters to now we have to make these characters make you flaccid because of how fucking ugly they are.
Be too gentle or smile
Yeah, there's a big difference between sexy and sexualized. Absolutely.
too much or wear makeup. Yes, sorry, I'm gonna hit on that a little bit today. We went from don't objectify her to don't let her feel like a real person. And she can be strong, but not soft. Beautiful, but only if it's on accident. Heaven forbid she has feelings and good hair at the same time. And I think about this every time that I get the opportunity to make a custom character in a game. She is always a baddie that has lore. Winged eyeliner, mysterious aura. Every NPC in the game is in love with her, and honestly, they should be, okay? My tab in Baldur's Gate 3. An angel. She walks into a scene and the lighting just
Holy
gets better.
fuck, she's
Gale starts
beautiful.
sweating, and Asterion is chomping at the bit. Shadowheart's having some
Jesus.
conflictions, and her inventory is even more iconic. She's got 3 cursed rings, an apple, and a morally questionable tiara that she just doesn't want to take off. And it just makes you wonder, because if certain games let you create characters with so much charm and magnetism, why can't games with dedicated female leads do the same thing? Well, what are some of the more recent female leads that we've been graced with? I think about Frey from Forspoken. She can fight dragons and bend the laws of physics.
Oh, she looks
and
dope.
literally parkour across dimensions. That's super cool. But for some reason, they gave her the most awkward dialogue and had her deliver every line like she was on hold with customer service. On mute. What about Kay Vess from Star Wars Outlaws? She's a scrappy space outlaw.
No idea.
In theory. In practice, she kind of just plays like she just respawned from a bug and isn't sure where she is or why she's there. Okay, well, what about female Ivor from Assassin's Creed Valhalla? Actually, she was canonically the real one. But you probably wouldn't know that because even Ubisoft was like, dang, that's crazy. Anyway, check out this guy's beard. Or Dragon Age the Veilguard. This
Oh, God.
game was like 10 years in the oven,
Oh,
and somehow
God.
it still came out soggy. It often felt
Jesus.
cringy instead of charming, and there really wasn't much mystery, but there was a lot of licturing. And instead
fucking
of
joke.
emotionally rich companions, we kind of just got chronically online Twitter bios and fantasy outfits. I
Yep.
think you get the
Them
point.
damn Pokédex
but
bios.
I'm gonna say it anyway. We need female characters with range, with presence, with a little drama, if you will. The girls who made you feel something were not perfect. They were messy and charismatic and complicated in the best way. Sadie Adler from Red Dead 2, her husband literally dies, and she goes, cool, I'm going feral now. And grieving? Yes. Stunning? Yes. Horse girl? Absolutely. But I would let her run me over with that horse. Chloe Frazier from Uncharted. She's flirty and morally flexible and somehow still makes betrayal feel hot. Tifa Lockhart from Final Fantasy.
There we go. Finally, a fucking character that I know. One of the most iconic and sexy video game females of all time. Bro, Tifa makes me fucking weak. Like, holy shit. I need to play Final Fantasy VII Remake just so I get to experience this queen in real life, man.
She could literally take down a behemoth in one hit and then quietly make you some soup and ask if you've been sleeping okay. Max from Life is Strange, a super sweet, anxious girl who accidentally rewrote the entire space-time continuum just because she had too many feelings. And honestly, we love a relatable queen. Or Nabooru from the Legend of Zelda series.
Oh, yeah. Holy shit. Baby Techie got made weak by that chick.
She leads armies and fights evil, and
Yes, she
somehow
does.
she still looks like she's posing for a Vogue cover the entire
Yep.
time. Probably my first girl crush. This
Yep.
should not be controversial.
Baby
but,
Techie.
I'll say it. We need to bring back a great male leads. Okay? And not because women can't carry a story, but because we've just like chucked balance off a cliff. It seems like the knee-jerk reaction to underrepresentation accusations became all female everything forever, no notes. And now, after we've gotten so many forgettable female leads, not you, Ellie and Aloy, my queens, but with all the others, we've hit this weird place where the audience is already exhausted before the trailer even ends. And unfortunately, caught in the crossfires of this has been Naughty Dog's new IP, Intergalactic.
Jesus Christ, bro. I'm just going to be real. If the developers can't make a character look good, why would anybody trust them to make a game be good? It's such a simple task. Like, it is so fucking simple. I'm good, bro. I'm good. I will pass.
And Ghost of Yote. But when I think about just well-written women in games, what's interesting is some of gaming's best women were not even the protagonist, but they were the scene stealers. Ciri from The Witcher 3.
I think Ciri looks great. I know the internet freaked out over Ciri. I thought Ciri looked fine. Like, straight up. I thought she looked hot as fuck. Maybe that's just me. I thought she looked great.
Is quite literally the entire reason that Geralt is risking his life across these war-torn kingdoms. And
Yeah.
she's this complicated, beautiful, just wild
Yeah.
young girl who's somehow still more mature than everyone else around her. Or Yuna from Final Fantasy X, this graceful, selfless, and devastating character who's literally carrying the hopes of an entire world on her back, and then she still apologizes when she inconveniences you. And if that's not being a girl...
Guys, why don't any good women exist anymore, man? It's just so depressing, man. We can't have good women in real life because they're all at home doing OnlyFans. And we can't have any good women in video games because the lesbians on Twitter said that they have to be ugly now. Man, it's so sad, bro. It's so sad.
Well, I don't know what is. Or Midna from Twilight Princess. All right, she's a little bit annoying at first, but she bullies Link for like the first 30 hours of the game, saves his life.
Hold up. Some person just typed, bro, shut the fuck up. Rainy Drainy. What's going on? What's the problem? Why are you upset? What's going on? How did I make you mad? Bro, shut the fuck up. You're so weird. Did somebody ban him? Unban him. What's the problem? What did I say that was weird? What did I say that was wrong? Why are you upset? You've been following me for 4 years, man. What's going on? How have I upset you? What? He's not banned? Oh, okay, great. Yeah, what's the problem? Why are you mad? Did you run away? I don't know, man. Just odd behavior. Oh, okay. So what about my behavior is odd? Because right now you've used a bunch of vague terms to quantify that I'm being weird, but you can't say how I'm being weird. What did I say that was wrong? What did I say that was incorrect? What did I say that unsettled you out of curiosity? We can talk about it, man. Yeah. Are you mad because I'm not gay? Or what's the problem? Nothing, you were right. You're right, they're just mad. Yeah, what's the problem? I'm waiting for you to type out, here we go. Watering down the entire population of women to sex workers when you play games all day. I didn't do that. I said all hot women are at home doing OnlyFans. That's what I said. I didn't say the entire population. See, you took something that I didn't say, and then you pretended that I said it. So, mad they don't want you. So first of all, hold up real quick. I got a girlfriend, I'm fine. Secondly, you took something that I didn't say, and then you pretended that I said it, and then you got upset at something that you pretended that I said. Right? Not really a good look. Not really good look. Once again, I have a beautiful girlfriend. What's this? Rainy Drainy. How did you just link me? Okay, well, this just got into weird territory. Anyways, no. I'm sorry that I upset you by you making up something that I didn't say, and then you pretended that it was me saying that. Anyways, yeah, you know what? That comment, that explains a lot of it. Anyways, let's get back to the video.
Life opens a dimensional portal and then vanishes all with a glowing tear. He never says a word to her the entire game, but she says everything with her absence. Truly a legendary situationship. And while Western games are nervously nerfing kind of every trace of femininity from their female characters, Eastern devs are like, yeah, here's a mysterious woman who could kill you and make you cry about it. You're welcome. Capcom? They've been in their iconic woman era since, like, forever. Resident Evil is one of my all-time favorite series, and Jill is tactical, calm, easily has the cleanest bob in gaming.
Yo, what's the name? There she is. I was about to say, what is this bitch's name? She is so fine, and she's such a good character. Like, she's sexy as fuck. I would hardly say Ada is sexualized. I would say she is just gorgeous and empowered. I love this character.
Ada
She's
is
so good.
Mysterious, stylish.
Oh, is it Ada? I always called her Ada.
She might lie to your face, but she's still gonna get a fan cam. Claire is this beautiful, kind, capable woman who takes zero nonsense. And Lady D had like 10 minutes of screen time in Village.
Overrated. I'll say it. Overrated. Every time I jerk off to this character, I regret it afterwards. Straight up. I regret it every time. Because I'm like, man, I just jerked off to a grandma. I can't do it. I know a lot of you guys are crazy about this. But, dude, I think the sisters are way hotter. Like, legit. I think, dude, I'm not going to lie. Legit. I jerked off to Lady D. And I felt, once I came, I got this, like, nauseous feeling in my stomach. And I, like, teared up a little bit. Because I was like, damn, I just jerked off to a nasty hoe. Like, straight up. Mia, Resident Evil 7. No, what is the name of the... That's not her. What is the name of Lady D sisters? Bro. Just way hotter. Just way hotter. Way hotter. So much better. It's insane. Like, it is insane. Anyways.
And she still owned Halloween for like the next 2 years. They're hot, they're cool, they've got so much range, and you remember them. You want to be them, or you just kind of want them to emotionally damage you just a little bit. It's the same kind of energy with Monster Hunter Wilds. They dropped a couple of composed, stunning women, and the internet instantly started to cosplay. They're expressive and graceful, and they've just got that magnetism about them. And that's why—
Rainy, are you still mad? Why are you finding in my account, man? Such an old photo of me pulling that shit up is so odd. I just find it crazy how a hog is sitting there telling me that I'm weird, making up an argument that I didn't fucking make, and I didn't pull up that photo chat did. It's also in your Twitch bio, so if you're gonna bitch about getting doxxed, then don't link that shit in your Twitch bio. Get the fuck out of here, mods, ban them. Legit, I don't need any of these fucking enraged hogs in my fucking chat losing their fucking mind because a photo got pulled up on them. I'm sorry that you don't have complete anonymity in my fucking chat, but if you're gonna sit there and act like a delusional, deranged fucking hog, don't be upset when you get called out. Jesus Christ, you're out here calling me weird, how women don't want me, how I'm deranged, and then I merely just respond, "Woo!" Bitch, go to McDonald's. Shut the fuck up.
Why the boys are in love, the girls are in love, and I am in love. And then we've got From Software, who just casually releases the most haunting, elegant women in modern gaming like it's nothing. The doll from Bloodborne, our favorite Victorian comfort character. She's soft-spoken, she's gentle, and she definitely knows more than she's letting on.
By the way, if I get banned for that, that's insane. I legit said the exact same thing back to that person that they said to me. If I get banned for that, I'm finna go nuclear. I am finna go nuclear if I get anything for that.
Or Lady Maria, tragic, terrifying character with perfect posture, and 10 out of 10, I would let her fight me again. Or Ronnie from Elden Ring, who I was quite literally on my knees for, and I made sure to do every single step of her quest so I could serve her as me Elden Lord. Or Melina.
True.
Melina was so glowing and quiet and just sad. And then when she leaves you at the sight of grace, like, my work here is done. And you're just devastated, and you're just sitting there all by yourself.
Why was she called the Finger Maiden? From Soft, you becoming from sus. That was some sussy baka type shit, brother.
Alone in your little tunic. These ladies do not need exposition dumps or 80 cutscenes. They just show up and drip elegance, drop one line of vague sorrow, and then next thing you know, you're obsessing over cosplays and fan art for like the next month. I say all of this because femininity is not outdated. It's not shallow, and it's not something that you need to water down for the story to be taken seriously. It's range. So please let women be cute and manipulative, kind and a little chaotic, soft but have sharp teeth, pretty, powerful, emotionally devastating, and the reason the protagonist starts journaling in a cave somewhere. Because femininity is Zelda, steadfast and radiant, and standing between her kingdom and ruin with nothing but hope and stubborn grace. Or Triss, who's clever and compassionate and plays politics with you with a super soft smile that just makes you kind of forget that she's winning. Or Bayonetta, who's playful and provocative and treats every battlefield like a runway and then
Or my goat, Lollipop Chainsaw. Now that's what every woman should strive to be.
Never manages to smudge her lipstick. Or Lightning, who's a beautiful, guarded, and grieving character who carries the entire weight of the world in 6-inch heels. And when female characters are done right, they're not flat, or abrasive, or weak. They're actually narrative gold. They have tension and softness that stabs, or beauty as a weapon. Let's let women be gorgeous and terrifying, sweet and strategic, gentle and unhinged. Let them be feminine again.
Nah, we gotta make them all hate men, and we gotta make them all ugly, because God forbid a man jerks off to them. And that would be terrible. That would be awful. Guys, I'm gonna blow your mind. Did you know that women masturbate to video game characters too? Yeah, how about we go get on those motherfuckers? Because I'm tired of being held guilty for that shit. Like, bro, it's just normal shit. Who cares? Let beautiful people be beautiful people, and let's just stop getting so upset about it, man. Jesus, let's stop making y'all's mental illness our responsibility. It's such a fucking joke. Great video. Insanely good video. And I hope to God they have 100,000 subs a week after I post this shit. Bye-bye. What a great, great, great vid. Man, I'm not gonna lie. That fucking bitch in our chat got fucking bodied. Like, I'm not gonna lie. That was insane. Going from, are you upset that no women ever talk to you, and then us seeing their face, I was like, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Like, they just got fucking suplexed. Like, they got ripped in half. Like, that was nuts. Like, straight up, that was psychotic. Like, the karmic justice was nuts. If I get banned on Twitch, I'll be live on YouTube, by the way. Very cool. Very cool. All right. Yeah, I want to watch a couple more things. You guys down to watch a little bit of a gotcha video? Now, I will say, Brax said that he's requested other people to not react to this, but he is okay if I react to this. Now, he's afraid that this video might start a little bit of war. This video has less than 3% dislikes. I think Brax is a highly intelligent human being, easily top 5 in the gacha space. Love this guy with my whole heart. I'm going to go into this video with no agenda to fill, with no agenda to push. I'm going to react to this objectively, see what he says that is true, what is not, and see how my boy did with this. What do we need to talk about, Brax? Once again, I want to clarify, I don't know what this video is about. He's just afraid that it's going to start war. So I encourage my comments to be a little bit more reasonable, talk things out, not lay out anything too incendiary, and let's just be fair. How's that sound?
Videos that I wanted to bring to my YouTube channel for a long time that have just been about the general state of Honkai Star Rail. Some related to like the things like global passive, some things related to
Oh, okay, here we go. Let's lock in then. All right.
Power creep, some things related to the direction they've taken with some of like the story elements, but generally speaking, I don't really talk about it very much because I just don't really have a lot of time to make the videos. But today I want to talk about power creep and sort of what's happened with HSR and have kind of an open discussion about that. I'm here on with my Twitch chat, twitch.tv/Brax, and you guys can feel free to say whatever you want in the comments as well.
Great
We'll
stream.
probably be looking over it as well. So why do I want to talk about power creep? Well, throughout Honkai Star Rail's lifespan, there's been a lot of new characters released. Every single patch is like 2 new 5 stars, and sometimes once in a blue moon we get a new 4-star. I think the last 4-star that we got was Moza. Sorry, I think is how you.
Holy shit. It's been since version 2.5 that we got a new 4-star? Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah. I mean, essentially, the way that Honkai Star Rail goes is whatever the new character is the one that's the most broken. Finon coming out is going to Miyabi Honkai Star Rail. I genuinely feel like it will. I think he's going to be tier 0 and everything, and I think there's going to be a major discrepancy between him and all pre-existing units, specifically damage dealers, and I think he is going to absolutely shit on the fucking game.
You pronounce his name, and that guy was a long
yeah, Honkai Star Rail has definitely committed to power creep 100%.
ass time ago, and then before him was Gallagher. They've really slowed down the 4-star content, I think. But like looking through all these characters, I have every single character on this account because I use it for content, and as you can see, like the amount of 4-stars there are, it pales in comparison to the amount of 5-stars there are. And there's even some 5-stars down here that I just haven't leveled, right? There's a pretty big difference in the amount of 5-stars and 4-stars in the game. And that's not inherently like a super big issue.
Sure.
But I do think it kind of adds to the power creep problem a little bit.
Me personally, I don't really think it matters too much, to be completely honest. Yeah, I mean, people are just going to be pulling for the new 5-star. I don't really think they need to be adding in 4-stars nonstop, personally, especially if they're just forgettable dog shit units. It's a point that a lot of people really die on, but me personally, I don't really care.
Because it makes people feel as though when a new character is stronger, they have to pull the new character because there's no other 4-star that's going to do their job at a little bit worse, which is a thing in a lot of other gacha games that you'll play. There'll be like a 4-star version of a 5-star character, and then like that'll be good enough. Whereas like I feel like because they're releasing so many 5-stars, it does kind of add to that. But anyways, the main argument that I have about this is that if you look at like 1.0 units, you have characters like Zila, who is still one of my favorite characters in this entire game. But nobody's going to argue that hitting, 40 to 50k on a skill is like good.
Yeah.
Right. And then like obviously with the newer support characters, the newer ones that you can like giga buff with, Remembrance MC, Robin, Tribby, characters like those, right? So like with the newer units that came out, obviously she's going to be stronger, but she's not going to be on the same level as some of the other newer units.
Not
like,
even close.
You look like Acheron, for example.
Not
The
even
reason
close.
is just because this character came out sooner.
She just doesn't do as much. The problem with Zila is you have to be able to already crush the content in order to clear the content, because Zila is I need to outscale the fuck out of this or I lose. She's like a win more character. It's useless.
Character came out later and they gave this character higher stats. Now, why is that a problem? Well, ultimately, at the end of the day, because there's no PvP in this game, technically power creep
There is PvP. It's on the forums.
doesn't really mean anything. As long as you are able to clear the main content of the game, which it's story content, it's simulated universe, and it's endgame content.
So power creep does matter, even in games that don't have PvP, because this means all returning players are going to be at minimum required to pull for 8 new units or 6 new units, because all of their old characters just don't fucking matter anymore. And also for current existing players, they need to know that when they pull a new character, it's not going to be good for the longevity of the game, and they're going to have to pull a new unit every 6 months or so, which can lead to spending unwanted currency. That's why power creep still matters in a PvE game.
As long as you're able to clear the main content of the game and there's no PvP.
Not to mention, power creep also really matters because when people find a favorite character, their favorite character is going to slowly start to feel worse and worse, and people are going to fall out of love with the game because now they're being told you're not allowed to use that character anymore. Just like what happened with me with Kafka and Black Swan. So just want to address that.
Power creep really doesn't mean anything because at the end of the day, a character being stronger than another character doesn't matter if you can still do the job. And I think it's really important to acknowledge that.
Sure, I think that's absolutely fair. As long as you can clear those characters, it doesn't matter. However, I will say the quality of gameplay that you get and the amount of frustration that you get is going to be very awful. When Finon is able to zero cycle all content in the game with 5 actions remaining, and Kafka can clear MOC 12 with 9 cycles, right? It's just not going to feel as fun. It's not going to feel as good, and it's a artificial way to promote hype for a character. The devs basically admitting we didn't know how to make this character good enough or exciting, so we just made him really fucking broken. And I think it's just admitting that the devs are lazy as shit and unintelligent and don't know how to make a well and balanced game.
If people will say,
okay, well, power creep doesn't exist because Zilla can still clear the beetle when the beetle's in MOC.
But there is some nuance to this, and people like to throw that out the window. People like to pretend there's no nuance to anything on the internet. But there actually is nuance to this, because you take a look at Zilla, and Zilla, yes, she can clear the beetle, but can she clear all of the content, and can she do it in a
Kafka buff is really good. If they put out a Kafka buff that's very good, I will go back to Honkai Star Rail and I will try the new MOC 12. Absolutely, I will. I would love to.
respectable amount of time. If you look at how many clears or cycles it would take Zilla to clear harder content, it's going to usually be higher, assuming it's not the beetle, than other newer characters that have been released in the game. Like if you look at Zilla versus maybe Castros or something, just as an example, right? Castros is another quantum scythe user, right? And all of the new content has been shilling out for Castros to make her feel better, but she's still a quantum character. So, I mean, obviously, if nothing else, you're at least not getting that 20% quantum res. So for the people that can still clear with Zilla, it's not really a huge deal, but it doesn't feel good to go up against like Pollux, try to pull out Zilla because, oh yeah, like, you know, this is a boss made for Castros, who's a quantum character, so surely I should be able to beat it with Zilla, right? Taking Zilla into Pollux doesn't feel very good. And taking Zilla into any content where you can't just one-shot the ads doesn't feel very good.
Yeah.
That's actually one of the bigger issues with Zilla that I found and that a lot of other people have found, is that Zilla, the reason she was so strong was, one, she obviously like had some of the highest multipliers when she first came.
They need to make Zilla's ultimate refresh if she kills a unit. And I think that would make Zilla viable.
Out. But also another reason is that she could one-shot a lot of the ads, and if you could one-shot the ads, then you could get your resurgence window, which lets you buff and attack the boss. And something like that is a really good mechanic for her. But when the ads and when the enemies get HP inflated, when they get more HP to the point where you can't just one-shot everything anymore, then it becomes problematic for her, because then half her kit doesn't work. She's kind of hot though. That's true. Yeah, thank you, Morgan Topkek. Yeah, no, you're right. 100%. Basically, all this is to say that, like, when a new character comes out, obviously the company wants to sell the character, and to sell the character, they make it so that that character functions very well in the new content, and it makes it so that some of the older units don't function as well in some of the newer content. Speaking of which, if you want to get any of the new characters, then I recommend checking out today's sponsor.
Topping up is expensive, and a lot of us have probably seen the numbers in the shop on our accounts.
Yes, I love LD Shop.
It is if you guys don't know,
so
Pollux is the
good.
boss where it has like a ton of resistance, basically like 90% resistance. So all of the damage that you do to the boss is reduced by 90% up until you fill up this little circle underneath its HP bar. Once it gets to 100%, Pollux vomits all over you and then starts to take regular damage again. Pollux also drain all of your HP down to 1.
Man, it sure would be nice to have a global passive there, huh? In case something goes wrong.
So not only does this character work really, really well for Castros, but on top of like just the mechanics of the defense being absurdly high, the resistance being absurdly high, and then just disappearing and letting you just wail on it forever. On top of that, you also get your HP drained to 1, which means that Castros gets a ton of charge towards her dragon again. So this enemy is literally made for Castros to look good. And because of that, it makes it feel like, okay, well, if you don't pull Castros, this is just way more difficult and it's not worth it. But at the end of the day, the other argument still stands that if you can clear this side in 5 cycles, then you can clear this side in 5 cycles. It doesn't really matter. It's gonna feel worse, but it doesn't really matter. You know, I don't think anyone is going to deny that the damage ceiling of characters has gone up. The amount of damage that characters are seeing normally throughout their functionality is much higher than it used to be.
I think it's very telling that Zilla's ult used to be the highest hitting ability in the game. And now there's characters that can AoE that same damage on each target in one move. And if that doesn't tell a story, I don't know what does.
Now, a lot of that is due to new supports, but a lot of that is also just multipliers and stats. Like some characters, especially the newer HP scaling ones, I think they're pretty absurdly strong. And then Hyacinth is a good example too. This is, we were all shocked when Aventurine was coming out swinging with 20k to 50k follow-up attacks on a preservation character. We're like, oh my God, that's like a lot of damage, right? But then you have Hyacinth, who's literally doing Jinglu skill damage every single time she heals. So it's kind of ridiculous. And obviously there are team setups that she needs to heal a ton for that to happen, but it still is quite a bit of
the fact that Hyacinth can do more damage as a healer than Zilla can do as a damage dealer is insane.
Power locked behind one character that's not even a DPS character really puts some older units to shame.
You want to know why they had to make Hyacinth broken? Because she looks like shit.
So is power creep a problem then? It kind of depends on the lens that you have, because once again, if you can clear out the content, it doesn't matter. But very clearly, there is an increase in the damage that's going out, and there is an increase, this has actually been confirmed, there is an increase in the HP pools that enemies actually have in MOC, which does, in addition to the shilling of specific bosses that work for specific characters, make it so that those characters become more necessary and older characters feel worse. If you are someone that wants to always clear endgame in a ridiculously short amount of time, then honestly, I think that we can say, yes, power creep is a problem. But I think that if you're someone that's okay clearing it 5 cycles on both sides, and you don't really feel like you need to have the newest unit every time because you can do it with your older units, then that's great. And
the problem is, if you're clearing with exact time, 5 cycles on both sides right now, in 4 months, you're not going to be able to clear that anymore. You're not. You're not. And I challenge anybody to use a 1.0 team in the current MOC on both sides and just try to clear. You just won't be able to do it. And that's the problem, is that the longer the game goes on, the worse it's going to get, because there's no reason for them to stop right now.
Then power creep isn't a problem, it's just present. I don't think we should deny that power creep is a thing, but I also don't think that power creep is always a problem to every single person at every single time. Now, something that
it won't be a problem until it is. Just like death. Dying isn't a problem until it is, but it's gonna happen.
Worries me is seeing Hyacinth come out and seeing how much damage this character does compared to what previous sustainers were able to do. Because that was not a small jump. That was no small jump. That was a pretty big jump in damage. Pretty significant. I've seen some charts going around where people deny that damage has been going up. They say like it's been pretty much in line since Acheron. The problem is that a lot of those charts that I have seen, I don't actually have them on hand, so I can't put them on screen, but maybe you guys know what I'm talking about. The problem is with all those charts that I've seen, there's been a couple of things. One is that tend to focus on 3 target combat, which would negatively affect erudition characters. And in addition to that, they usually have a set number of cycles. And lastly, they would balance out the cost of teams. Now there's this arbitrary cost system.
Well, that's the other huge issue with erudition characters, is that the majority of combat is 3 targets, right? So it's not that these graphs are wrong. It's kind of like the way that the game is balanced. The majority of fights are 3 target fights, which is why erudition as a whole is usually a lot weaker than every other archetype.
That the community made up to assess like free-to-play friendliness. I don't really subscribe to it, but I understand functionally how it works. The problem is that some characters can use low investment teams and hit their damage ceiling, and other characters cannot use low investment teams and hit their damage ceiling. And what we should be calculating for is actually clearing content, hitting the damage ceiling, and the right amount of enemies, as opposed to a static amount of enemies and a static type of teammate. It really does feel like in that way, when you calculate it that way, it feels almost like math is being used dishonestly to prove an agenda or prove a point. And that is a big problem we have in the Star Rail community already. Yo, post editing, Brent.
I don't know about that one.
Max here. I wanted to give credit to Sarah of the Abyss, or at Sarah Elise back on Twitter. They're often around the Honkai Star Rail community doing math and helping people out with that kind of stuff. But that's where I initially saw this chart that I took some issues with. This is no shade to them. I just kind of feel like it's not exactly the most accurate representation of how character scaling has been since those characters came out, especially when you consider things like front-loaded characters, back-loaded characters, the amount of cycles we're calculating for, the amount of targets. I don't really feel like there's a perfect way to calculate it, but I don't feel like this is entirely honest, at least looking at the entire game.
You can't say that chart is dishonest because it doesn't cover every aspect of the game. Just no charts can cover every aspect, and I think discrediting Sarah for that is kind of an L move. But yeah, I mean, I just think this bro just doesn't like graphs.
game as a whole. And I can't wait for this to turn into a massive drama unnecessarily and
won't.
be slandered in 70 different communities for
It
saying
won't.
this.
It
So
won't.
either way,
You're
if you take a chart and you have a certain amount of enemies and a certain amount of cycles, and you say every single character is going to fit confined to this, it's going to make every single character's power level look different. And it's not an ideal way.
I mean, his point is fair. Well, you got to understand. I understand the point is fair, but it's also like nonsensical, and you don't need to even say it because it's like if you don't know that these are just numbers in a vacuum, you know, like that's a user issue. You know what I'm saying? So like, it's not a graph issue. It would be a community intellect issue because like everybody should know that all graphs should be taken with a grain of salt. You know what I'm saying?
To contest that power creep is a thing. You can see very obviously with the amount of damage that's going out with every single character that power creep is definitely a thing. It definitely exists. Now, whether or not it's a problem is completely up to you guys because that depends on your playstyle. It depends on what you like to do. It depends on how many of these older units are appealing to you and how many of them you've really maxed out and invested in. But I do think that one thing that we can all agree on that is a big problem and definitely contributes to the power creep argument is the fact that there are not enough 4-stars coming out, and it really does make it feel like you have to pull the new 5-star because all of these new 4-stars that have come out in the past, like Moe's felt like really good for follow-up teams when that was relevant. Gallagher has been the GOAT, but like we've just been missing that sort of like, oh, this 4-star feels really good in this team, so I don't have to worry about pulling this character. And I think that does create a new level of FOMO that's almost more threatening than just making the 5-stars do a lot of damage. So I don't know. I would like to see more 4-stars in the game personally, and yeah, like would it be nice if
it wouldn't fix anything. What you should want to see is that there be a ceiling where no unit is allowed to pass, right? And every character be updated to that ceiling, and every new character not to surpass that ceiling. That is what would fix Honkai Star Rail's game state. More 4-stars isn't gonna do shit. It's not gonna do shit. So just rework the old units to be at the same power scaling as the new units. Make new units not surpass the new balance and the new ceiling. It's that easy.
If the new characters were doing less damage.
And that's what they're doing with Silverwolf, right? I heard Silverwolf is going to become incredible, which I'm very, very, very excited for anybody who has Silverwolf to experience that. That's a great change.
Yes, but also at the same time, you got to understand that a lot of people complained in Genshin that like 4-stars were the best in the game and that they felt like every new 5-star just gets outclassed by like Xiangling. So like, why would you even get the new 5-star? And yeah. I think people are going to complain either way. There's going to be people that complain.
It's because you pull for the characters, you play with the characters that you like.
If there's power creep.
As long as they can function.
There's going to be people that complain if there isn't power creep.
But the difference between like functioning at like 99% compared to 100% is a lot different than a character that functions at 10% compared to 100%, right? Because eventually when a character just doesn't function that poorly or that well, it's just like, well, I just don't want to play this fucking character.
Gonna be people that are going to be upset that their characters are always doing the same amount of damage and they're always beating the end game, and there's going to be people that are complaining that their old characters can't complete the new end game. Either way, people are going to be upset about it. I don't know, they're sort of in this unwinnable situation. I think the only way Hoyoverse can really address the power creep issue, obviously they can dial back the damage every character does, but then people are going to be like, well, this character isn't worth it, so skip this character because they don't do as much damage, or they do just as much damage as the other characters.
It's as really easy as this. Introduce a ceiling. Don't break that ceiling with new units. Balance old units to get to that ceiling. Animation creep old units to make the new characters feel more fluid and look flashier, and also build them up better with your story and lore to make characters you want to pull for. It's really that easy. Not every character has to break the fucking game. They really don't.
There's no point. It is an unwinnable situation. I think the only thing they can do is introduce some more 4-stars to make it feel less like you have to pull every new 5-star that comes out, and that maybe, you know, you can get a 4-star that does a decent enough job at whatever you want them to do for your old 5-stars to feel better. That, and the other thing they're doing that's a really good thing is buffing old units, and I think they should do that. I think Jinglu is much in need of a buff, and they're doing a great job by doing that. Silverwolf as well. Silverwolf needs to be AoE. There's no reason Silverwolf is not AoE at this point. Back when we...
Yeah, I think the change of Silverwolf is that she is AoE. Like AoE defense break everything. That's what I heard. I heard that she's just gonna fucking completely replace Pela. which great. I mean, good for her. I'm glad Silverwolf isn't the biggest piece of dog shit anymore.
Started, it was fine for Silverwolf to be single target, but Silverwolf's defense shred is pretty close to Pele's. Obviously, Silverwolf has res shred as well, and she also has like the other bugs and does a fair bit of damage. But the thing is that like Silverwolf being single target and taking a skill to implant that weakness is just like not worth it. So it's really good that Silverwolf is getting some buffs. I would like to see some buffs for other characters that have been power crept. I think Sparkle could use a little.
Dr. Ratio's follow-up should hit every single target. Here's what Dr. Ratio should be. Dr. Ratio, his follow-up should shoot 5 times. If there's AoE and there's 5 units, each one will get hit by the chalk. But if there's 1 target, all 5 chalk should hit 1 unit. That's how they should fix Dr. Ratio.
Little bit of buffs. I think Fushuan, I think they could be a little bit more generous with their HP, especially considering all the HP scalers that we have now. It's good to see that Blade's getting buffed. Like, there's a lot of characters that can really use it. So as long as they continue to do that, I think the player base will be satisfied. I'll personally be satisfied if they buff old units, as long as, you know, that is something that is on their plate. So TLDR, I guess, is power creep an issue? That's dependent on how you play the game. But is power creep present? Absolutely. Are they trying to do something about it? Yes.
The scaling from Archer's ult is 1200%, and Zila's ult scaling is 425%. Jesus Christ.
I think buffing old units is great. I wish they would add more 4-stars. I think that would help a lot. They could buff units like FGO does. It's exciting to see what they buff for players. Yeah, no, I mean, I think that the way FGO does buffs is really good. I would love if they introduced a character story, and then at the end of the character story, they got stronger. I really think that could be super sick. I want to say for the record, guys, I don't think adding more 4-stars solves the problem, but I think that part of the reason things feel so bad is because we don't have a lot more 4-stars. That's honestly, I really think that.
I think that's fair to say. I think it's inconsequential, but I understand the take for sure.
That's like one of the biggest things, and why people feel so bad about it is that, like, if every new character that comes out is like insane and there's no new 4-stars, then your only options to pull for are the next insane character, and then, oh, the next character does more damage, or you need the next character to make the next character do more damage. Like, can we make one of those needs like a 4-star character? You know, like that would be helpful. Obviously, they're not gonna make a 4-star DPS better than 5-star DPS, but like, can we make like a healer that does damage like Hyacinth, maybe does less damage that gives you like a ton of HP? Like, we could use Lynx with Castrus, I guess, but like, it's not the same, guys. Yeah. It's not. But anyways, let me know what you guys think in the comments. If you think power creep is an issue or if it's just present, what you guys think about it, and if you have any solutions for what they could do. Thank you guys so much for watching. I will catch you guys in the next one, which should be like Cypher stuff. So I'm excited. Later.
Hell yeah. I mean, I thought it was a great video. I know he was really worried about that, but I think it was overall very fair, and I think he did a great job, and I'm very proud of Honkai Star Rail creators actually speaking about the issues and not staying in their hug box. Great fucking video. Like, comment, subscribe. Gallagher is the reason they don't make more 4-stars. He's too strong and hurts their sales. Everybody always says how broken Gallagher is. I just don't see it, man. I really don't. By the way, guys, we've been streaming for an hour and 30 minutes, and we've already made 4 videos, boys. We are fucking rolling through this shit. He's right. Epic 7 is way better. Also very true. Good morning, Mr. Pokey. Hey, Mr. Pokey, I made a video giving you some advice. If you want to avoid all future drama for story, just say this. Honkai Star Rail 3.3 story spoiler-free review, my favorite HSR to date. Just get rid of this. And instead of saying the best, just say my favorite. Easy. Drama avoided from here until the end of time. Really, guys, am I wrong? It's really that easy, right? By the way, thank you guys for being here this morning. I am streaming on YouTube and Twitch right now, but it's the best. Oof, just say in your opinion, right? People are too dumb to understand that it's just your opinion. If you don't know, I'm streaming on YouTube and Twitch right now. If you want to follow this stream, that would be great. If you want to subscribe to YouTube, that would be great. I will say, my analytics are fucking retarded right now. We just got 850,000 subs 5 days ago. And guys, we are now already at 860,000 subs. Not even just that. We are now at 860,500 subs. Since the start of this stream, we've gotten an additional 550 subs. So I don't know what the fuck y'all are doing. I don't know why the fuck y'all are doing that. But thank you so fucking much. I'm glad you all are enjoying the stream. It means the world to me. Thank you so fucking much. I am so glad to be able to deliver y'all content like this that you guys are enjoying. I've been diversifying my content a lot, and I'm trying to be a lot more fair, and it's been great ever since. It's been very, very, very good. But yeah, good morning. It's been an hour and a half. I'm going to go piss. Give me 10 seconds, and I'll be right back, okay? Oh, my legs are really freaking sore. Holy moly. There you go, buddy. Hey, buddy. Dude, you know what's fucking hilarious? Oh, wait, Roach Army? Yo, guys, how many of y'all are roaches in here? How many of y'all are roaches? Out of curiosity. By the way, dude, so Jenna's moving in tomorrow. Oh, my God. Jenna's moving in tomorrow, which is insane to me. That's fucking insane. So Sophia is frantically cleaning the whole house. She just cleaned Jenazad's whole room and guest room and cleaned the bathroom that he's going to be using. And she cleaned my bathroom. So she's cleaning the whole fucking house right now. So holy shit. Have you prepared a gift for him? It's called me, bitch. I'm the gift. I shit you not. The transformation that you guys are going to see Jenazad go on in 3 months, he's going to become unrecognizable. The confidence that I'm going to instill in him, the healthy habits I'm going to instill in him, and I'm going to make sure he cleans and grooms himself very properly. I am going to turn him into not Jenazad, Gigazad. Gigazad is coming 100%. I'm going to make him get his blood tested. I'm going to make sure his vitamin levels are good. I'm going to make sure his testosterone levels are good. And I'm going to make sure he's all fixed up. But yeah, I'm going to groom him. I would like to remind everybody, Jenazad is older than me. Okay? So let's all relax. Jenazad is older than me. So it's fine. Okay? What's the percent of twit longer from him? Well, so far, I've never had a Google Doc dropped on me, and I've never received a twit longer yet. So I think the odds are pretty good. Brian has only said nothing but positive things about me. He moved out a couple months ago. Leroux moved out, had nothing but positive to say things about me. But it is crazy because, it turns out the only person who ever had an issue with me is women that lose me. That's kind of an interesting coincidence. Just something that I thought was just worth noting. Anyways, do you have an internet connection ready? I remember that was an issue when he visited. Yeah. He's all good. So Jenazad is taking Leroux's old room, a.k.a. Jenazad's new room, and everything's going to be absolutely fine. Everything is good. Everything is great. There's a lot more videos I want to watch, so I'm going to keep getting into it. Saint Tontas, are you here right now or no? Saint Tontas. Will you play Woo-Wah today? I'm definitely considering it. Would you prefer that I react to your Zenless Zone Zero developer live stream? or would you prefer that we call about it? Because this like to dislike ratio is way too much for me to not talk about. Up to you. Do you want to talk about it, or do you want me to react to it? EO striked back? Yeah. Call is good? Okay, how about this? I react to your video, and then I give you a quick call. But yeah, okay, you get ready. I'm going to react to your video on faster speed, and then we'll call. Does he react to the whole thing? God, I kind of just like don't care too much. But man, these comments were insane. Like, these comments were insane. I don't know if he can justify this one. Just call would be much better. Okay, call him, sure. I'm down. We'll call. That's what you got. That's what you guys want to do. You guys want to call? Yes. Okay, great. We'll call. That'll make things easier. Okay. Let's just see. Watch it, then call. It's a lot of time for some ZZZ shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, ZZZ is so small scale. I'm not really doing this because I give a fuck about the community. I'm kind of just doing this because it's funny, right? Like, it's really not that big of a deal. But it really seems like St. Tontas has like this issue he's dealing with. I kind of want to get to know a little bit more about it. I think it would just be biased at all. Sure. Saint was a bit too aggressive for no reason and act like it wasn't good anniversary rewards. Okay, well, I'm expecting that you guys, I'm expecting that you guys will voice your concerns that you have with the React and bring up any issue that you have, because I don't want any viewpoint to be left unheard, right? So we'll go into that 100%. This video was gay as fuck. Wait, really? Okay, yo, St. Tontas, what up, man?
Yo, what up, man? You want to do anything with the camera or what?
Yeah, can you turn yours on?
Yeah, give me a second.
Hell yeah. You just wake up?
Yeah, I woke up like a couple of minutes ago.
Okay.
Or not really a couple of minutes ago, but like, yeah.
Okay.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, your voice is a little bit more smooth and sultry than it usually is.
Yeah, that's the morning buff.
Hey, don't you guys have like some woo-wah thing that you're doing today?
A woo-wah thing that we're doing today?
Yeah, isn't it
like some live event, right? No, I didn't get any tickets to that. That shit's.
Wait, you didn't get invited to that?
Didn't get invited to it? I thought people had to like. I didn't get invited to it because I'm not a curl partner at TC.
It's to my knowledge. Right, hold up. It's to my knowledge. I hope I'm allowed to say this. It's to my knowledge that everybody's just allowed to go to it.
Oh yeah, no, people can go to it. They just have to like buy tickets and stuff. But I was like, I got shit to do. I got videos to make.
How close is that to you? Do you know?
I mean, it's in Los Angeles, so it's not like super far away, but it's still like a plane ticket, that sort of stuff.
How much money would I have to give you for you to go to that?
How much? What do you? I mean, I feel like it's too late at this point.
You can legit just hop on a plane right now and go, because I feel like it would be so funny. If I were to Venmo you $500, would you go right now? If you don't feel like you don't feel like it.
Probably not. Probably not. Yeah. No,
dude, I'm pissed because I was gonna go to that shit. But I can't find. Well, let me raise that. I can't find my ID card because I lost my wallet, and my passport expired last year. And I looked for it for a week, and when I discovered that it was expired, I felt like such a dumbass. But yeah, I think it'll be an overall fun event. I'm wondering if I wonder if it's gonna be streamed at all. I know Brax is going. I think Genizad's going. I think Gotcha Smack is also going. I'm just bummed because I wanted to see you interact with the other creators.
Damn, I had no idea how many people were planning on going to that. It's just yeah, it's I think it's supposed to be just like an anniversary meetup, right?
Yeah, Fob is going, and apparently Fob is going to stream it.
Yeah, Fob always does like the IRL stuff, so maybe we'll just check it out from his point of view.
Yeah, cuck POV.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'll be real. I'll be watching from the cuck chair too, man. But I'm just gonna be real. Like as much as I wanna call it the cuck POV, I know the event's gonna be way lamer because I'm not there, so it's like I'm not really missing out on much. Dude, it sucks that if you were genuinely going, I would be bummed that I missed it. I'm actually glad that you're not going.
Okay. Glad I can lessen the blow for you. So you're just not able to go on flights because you don't have any of your identification documents?
No.
You're like barred?
Yeah, I'm barred. I need to get mine though because I plan on going to Shanghai soon, which will be insane. Hopefully I don't die, but we'll see. You're coming to Austin though in like September, right? Or no?
Yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan currently.
Good. As long as we can eventually meet. How tall are you?
I am around five. I'm around Fob's height.
Wait, you're a little guy? Fob is like 5'2", bro. There's no
Okay,
way.
no, I'm definitely taller than that.
Okay.
Not by much though.
Okay, so you're a short king?
Sure, if that's the terminology you want to use.
Okay, I'm now going to act like I have not talked to you in 3, 2, 1. Yo, Saint, good morning. I just saw your new YouTube video, which let's just say, to be completely honest, the like to dislike ratio is not too good. About a 60% dislike ratio. Some are calling you the most bitter man in gacha gaming. And I wanted to just get your thoughts because I saw the Zenless Zone Zero 2.0 anniversary live stream, and I thought it was quite good, but I heard that your reaction was not so positive. So I wanted to know what's going on in your head. What's the issue? What do you think that other people aren't getting that you are getting? And is the Zenless Zone community the biggest bitches in gacha gaming?
Yeah, so here are a few things that I want to get straight about the whole Zenless Zone anniversary thing, especially in regards to like the rewards, and also some things I want to make clear about it being like a version update patch.
Sure.
So when it comes to ZZZ and its anniversary rewards, I don't think that at a baseline, they're bad. I think that they're fine. I just don't personally think that they're like the most crazy ones ever that like blows every other game out of the water. From the perspective of like at a baseline, it's going to be 33 limited pulls, which is, in my opinion, it's not like a little bit, but it's also not like a crazy amount, especially when you consider how ZZZ's banner system works at 90 pity and then 75-25 on the weapon banner. Combining that with the standard 5 stars, I think is the perspective of, is a standard 5-star character a year into release and a standard 5-star W engine, is that enough to elevate this into like the best anniversary ever? When, let's be entirely honest here, there are better versions of all of those characters already out. It's a year into release when, thinking about these 5-star units and these 5-star W engines, they would have been a lot more helpful way earlier on in release when there weren't as many characters on the roster, there weren't as many teams people could build, and they could actually pick and choose how they want to, craft some of those early teams. Like, when I think about it from that perspective, I'm like, the value of these standard 5 stars isn't as high as it was before. They're getting added now, and it's on top of just 33 limited pulls. And to me, that combination as a whole, right, isn't comparing it to what and this is where the video kind of comes from. It's a direct comparison to the rewards that we had in Wuthering Waves, where at a baseline, if you count the anniversary events that WoWa had, that's around 57, 58 limited pulls that you get from Wuthering Waves. And for a lot of veteran players in both games, they would also prefer to have more limited pulls than a standard dupe, which is what a veteran player is probably going to get, and a standard W engine that they might already have signatures and stuff for.
Okay, so let me. I was going to pause you because I felt like I was reacting to a video. I'm going to unpack as much as what you just said before you continue any further. So I think it's a good point that you brought up that this is a anniversary as well as a new version update. It's a very, 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 very good point. I think a lot of people were comparing Wuthering Waves as, I believe it was 2.3, 2.4.
2.3 filler patch.
2.3 filler patch that had the anniversary on it rather than a new version update that had the anniversary on it, which obviously would have been much more if that were to be the case. Very fair point. You also said people calling it the best anniversary ever. I think people who said that, I think those, for me, I think those are the extremists. I don't think those are the common mentality. I think these are ZZZ shills that just say it's the best anniversary of all time. Obviously, it's not the best anniversary of all time. It's a good anniversary, but it's not the best for sure. You said that the standard units and the W engines would have been useful a lot earlier. I absolutely agree. You say that they're pretty much dupes to veteran players. I absolutely agree. However, I do think it is nice for any new player who plans on joining right now to have those characters. It'll be great for new players. Doesn't matter for veteran players. And I do think this anniversary and new version update was targeted towards newer players, which is why they're implementing the season skip feature where you can just start at the new area trying to get those numbers up, because I'll be real, and you know this and I know this, and anybody who's outside of the sphere knows this, Zenless Zone Zero is not doing good. It's not. It's the worst performing of the big four. That doesn't mean that it's bad, but it does mean that the amount of players it has, as well as the income that it's making per the per capita of what they're spending on the updates, it's just performing not well. And so they really need to get their numbers up. So I think that's a great point. Good for new players, bad for veteran players. And is there anything else I missed? I tried to absorb everything here. I think that was everything so far. You can keep going if you have anything else to say.
Yeah. So I think on the note of like new players, new player acquisition, that sort of thing, it's very clear that's what's happening. This anniversary and the 5-star reward specifically, very, very helpful for people that are starting the game.
Let me address one thing real quick. I just saw from chat. This is going to be a mentality that people are going to have in the comments. They're going to say the game's not doing bad. Guys, I'm just saying, out of all of the big Hoyo titles, it's doing the least well. And from a business perspective, obviously Hoyo is going to see that and see, oh, this is our worst performing game that we're actively updating and putting in a large amount of resources into. So obviously Hoyo feels that they need to play catch up to get it to do better than it already is, because let's be real, it's not performing on the levels of Genshin and Honkai Star Rail where they honestly want it to be. There we go. So just full.
Yeah, I think like to bolster what you're saying about it not performing at the levels, I've never seen a game with this many, or at least a Hoyo game, with this many core changes to its overall gameplay loop over the course of 1 year. If you look at the progression of ZZZ, all, even the good things and the bad things combined, it launched with TVs that were horribly received across all of its betas. It then proceeded to remove the TVs in like some of the core gameplay modes, kept them in some of the other ones for some godforsaken reason. Then they went ahead, they completely adjusted how like Hollow Zero works from like the initial onset of it. It's definitely a better one now. But the thing is, it's like there are so many rapid changes being made to the entire structure of the game and the experience that's happened in a short amount of time. And when they're launching in 2.0, it's coming up with a exploration open world mode, essentially, right? Where you're doing like puzzles in like the active environment, you're doing all of this stuff. And so it's extremely clear that the devs and probably leadership at Hoyoverse recognize that this game is in like a constant state of evolution to a degree that's not because it's in a constant state of evolution because the game and its core gameplay loop are simply not at the state that's like conducive to gaining a lot of players currently.
Yep.
And they wouldn't be making all of these changes, like massive changes to how the game is like played and experienced, if that wasn't the case and they weren't trying to actually go out and get more players. And when you factor in things like the power creep of Miyabi, the need to like buff older characters, I know a lot of people are excited for it, right? I think that them buffing inherently is like a good thing for the overall population because
100%.
people are only going to benefit. And I think Hoyo's included in that as well, where, let's be honest here, nobody pulled that Ellen rerun.
Absolutely.
Right, when she reran at 1.5, that banner, my point of view is that banner either made $0 or it made -$, because somebody sued Hoyo for having an M6 Ellen, and they were just like, yeah, an M0 Miyabi is literally stronger than the character I spent $2,000 on. Like, what the fuck even is this?
Yes.
Right? They probably got chargebacks, if we're frankly being honest, right? And it's just
I will say,
that's
let's talk about power creep and HP inflation real quick. Because I do think there is a lot of HP inflation in Zenless Zone Zero. Now, I think some of that is necessary. I think some of it isn't. I think they fucked up with Miyabi. They made her way too strong. However, I think that they needed to at least do a 20 to 30% HP inflation for the current patch, due to the fact that all characters can now use ults, which increases the strength of all units. in the game. So obviously to balance around that, they had to increase the HP a little bit to fluctuate the new fluidity of play. However, I do think it's about 20 to 25% more than necessary due to just Miyabi's presence in the game. And what I'm going to assume, Yi Zhuan will probably be up there with Miyabi, if not trounce Miyabi as well.
Yeah, I think there's definitely the perspective of when you're adding in additional abilities that characters can use, support ones give back. Yeah, support ones give back energy when you're on the stun character and they have their ultimate. Finally, they're able to break the meter faster and get you to that amplified damage state faster. It makes sense that there's a certain degree of HP inflation required to maintain like the balance of the game after triple ults, but how much is too much? Right, that's why I always look at these comparisons of like HP and the Shiyu defense over time, starting from version 1.4, when the triple ultimate update was made, and I don't necessarily look back too much into like 1.1, 1.2, or 1.3. And the fact of the matter is, from version 1.4, 1.7 had 58% HP inflation from version 1.4 when triple ultimates were released.
Okay.
And that, in my opinion, is kind of pushing the envelope a bit too far to the point where...
Just to clarify, so they added in the triple alt in 1.4. Since 1.4, it is now increased by 57%.
Yeah, 57+%.
If that is true, that's fucking insane.
It's true. And sometimes the Shiyu defense
do you have the
HP
graphs?
goes...
Do you have the graphs of that?
Yeah, we do. One of my mods,
of course,
Kaiser,
you do. Hell yeah.
Yeah. Kaiser, if you got the link to it, I guess you can drop it in Techie's chat. It's just a Google Doc that looks into the HP required to clear, as well as the HP or the damage required to clear, and then the HP that the mobs have. One thing that needs to be clarified is that sometimes the HP goes down, but then they add monsters or the bosses that are there have like insane amounts of damage resistance or absurdly disgusting movesets where they're like dodging half the time and they're literally not hittable, or they have like 10-second iframe stages where they will just attack you. All you can do is dodge.
So kind of like the ballerinas in the tower.
Yeah,
I hate shit like that. When the game says you can't attack them right now, it's so fucking lame.
Yeah, they've had bosses like those in the resets, and those bosses are the times when the HP goes down because obviously, right, the clear time is being extended in other ways. Some of them are uninteractable ways, but that was like actually like one of the bosses that I was fighting in like that EO video that I reacted to the other day, right? It's like the two blade dudes that are just like jumping around and stuff.
Yeah.
And if you like stun them at the right time or you like freeze them at the right time, then they're not able to enter that phase. But that's like only possible, right, if you're running like very specific team comps or playing in a very specific way. So it's like, let me know if he's gotten the graph pulled up.
Yeah, I had it pulled up, and I got everything I need to know from it. So it's good to know that you're being factual here. I will say the bosses who have the invulnerability timers is usually fine for like games like Dark Souls or Elden Ring. But the difference is that this game puts you on a timer. And so that's why when it feels extra horrible, because it is just fighting HP against the clock, and just kind of throwing your disc on the characters and hoping to God that you pull the DPS, because the fights aren't really that challenging for any of the normal endgame content. I will say I do the content for Zone Zero is actually quite fun. For me, just the biggest issue with the game is the UI. Not really enjoying that, but apparently they're fixing it, so I'm going to give it another shot in 2.0. And I have high hopes,
Yeah.
but and I think everybody gets that you're right about the HP inflation. I'm not here to argue with that. If people are arguing against you, fuck them. They're just dumb. That's pretty much just it. You're listening to EO viewers who are just about the dumbest motherfuckers on the entire platform. We all know it. If you watch that guy, he's like the fucking Hassan of this community. He's a fucking retard. There's no use talking to him. I mean, he has no intellectual capacity to be able to back up anything that he claims. His ego is out of fucking control. Bro gets less than 100 fucking viewers. He's been doing this shit for 3 years. He's pathetic, and he has no accountability for anything he says. I've never once hid that I hate this fucking guy, and I'm glad that people are now realizing that I've been right about this guy, just like I'm right about everything else. Hence, I forget to mention, I don't think I'm him. I know I'm him. That's why you're there, and I'm here doing this. So shut up and enjoy the show.
You
Downloading
got that
your
shit
video
memorized.
straight up. Oh, it bothered me so fucking much because he's always been this way. And I have this issue where I always call people out, and everybody tells me that I'm wrong. Fast forward 6 months, oh, he was right. It's fucking out of fucking control. And yeah, I just think people like that are destructive in the space 100%. And the fact that he still can't take accountability for him threatening to leak the fucking DMs in the Discord when there's a literal screenshot on Twitter that I've shown multiple fucking times, and any content creator that's willing to do that, I just don't trust them. As well as the thing that was the most egregious was when he made that video of you and he took the first time you ever played Lighter and Hugo, completely shits on you, makes an example of you, says you don't care about the game, says you suck ass at the game, say that you're bad for the community, and then he leaves a comment saying, hey, I wasn't throwing any shade at all. The guy is too stupid to have any accountability for his own actions. And that's why he's so dangerous, because he genuinely doesn't understand how destructive for the space he is. But I'll be real, if people like EO didn't exist, I genuinely think the content creation space would be a lot more healthy for that fucking game. But the problem is, who wants to deal with that? I'm good. Yeah, holy fucking.
I mean, that's the thing. Making videos, like he has like not enough relevancy to like get the videos on him to pop off, but he has enough relevancy for his viewers to be annoying as shit.
Yeah.
In like comment sections of videos, or just like, in the overall, like, even on like Twitch chats as a whole. It's like a very dedicated subsection of the populace that just is an extremely vocal minority. And it gets like, it's enough for like a CC to be like aware of what's going on, but then you're like, you take like literal L's on your channel for addressing it, which just sucks overall.
Yeah, because any video that you talk about him is gonna bomb because nobody gives a fuck about him. But the people who watch him give a fuck about him. So he has the power to give you probably around 700 to 800 dislikes on your videos. And it's insane how people aren't aware of this shit. It really is just an awful issue to deal with. And that's why I think he's just best to be ignored and leave him in his own little pussy hug box. Because I think the problem that you're having is, and I'm just going to tell you what I genuinely think. You tell me if you think I'm wrong here. Tell me if you think I'm wrong. I think that you have grown a hatred for the Zenless Zone Zero community, but I don't think it's the Zenless Zone community that you have an issue with. I think it's the EO community that you have an issue with. The hardcore elitists that have been brainwashed by this guy to make your experience fucking miserable covering this because he continues to fucking react to your shit and just, label you as a fucking retard. Because I think the Zenless Zone Zero community is genuinely just good people who are just gooners who talk about which character has the most milk in their titties. But let me know what you think. Do you think the overall Zenless Zone community is bad, or do you think it's just the unfortunate subsection that you've had to deal with due to bad actors in the community?
I think the thing is that my point of view is that the Zenless Zone Zero community is like split up into two buckets. You got, like you said, like the happy-go-lucky gooners who are just, literally playing the game to like, jerk off and have fun.
Yeah.
Great. Awesome. Right. No problems at all with that because they're just having a good time.
Yeah.
Then you have the other section of the populace, right, who are remaining, right? Kind of like the more like dedicated gamers, the more hardcore ones, the ones that are going to like leave comments, do all of that stuff, actually like engage more with like discourse about the game. I believe that the game has ended up filtering so many of like the normal gamers away from its community, from first and foremost, right, the fucking TVs and like how long they took and how boring they were at the start of the game. And that initial filtering that happened, I do believe has like turned the community into like way more like the more like hardcore gamer part of it into like just this weird subsection that has like very interesting tastes when it comes to gameplay. Then you have the HP inflation on top of that, which filters even more, right? And then makes it more of like an elitist thing if you're actually trying to like enjoy like the end game, enjoy that sort of stuff. Like it almost reminds me of like if zero cycling was like the norm in HSR when it's clearly like not. And that would be like representative of the population.
Yeah. The reason why I like talking about this is because what you're going through right now, because you say two buckets, but I think we need to acknowledge that one bucket is a lot larger than the other bucket.
True.
Because the normal people, they heavily outweigh the fucking hardcore people. But I think the problem that you're having right now is the issue that I had with
vocal.
Yes. I had the same issue with Enviosity 4 years ago. And let's be real, EO is like a new Enviosity. He is. I'm the only motherfucker who should be praised. We all fucking know it. And I think that his community brigading the fuck out of your post is making you think that all players are like this when it's not. It's just a couple. And I don't want you to become bitter because I actually enjoy your Zenless Zone Zero gameplay. I think you're actually quite good at the game. And I think it's in your wheelhouse because you're good at Woo-Wah. You can be good at Zenless Zone Zero. And I just don't want you to become too bitter and hate this community that would otherwise be open to you if you just become more aware that this is just EO fucking you.
Yeah, so it's like, I think it's a combination of a couple of things, right?
Sure.
It's just overall, there are people, definitely like the elitist EO part of the community. And then there's also the whole like, damn, we just want to talk shit about Wuthering Waves. And naturally, as a Wuthering Waves creator, I would just get bombarded by, I got bombarded by about, I think like 50, 100 plus comments on my recent videos, not even related to ZZZ, about like their anniversary. And how it's literally the greatest thing ever, how it completely clears Woo-Wah in every single way. And when you get down to brass tacks in terms of anniversary rewards, you are having 33 pulls, limited 5 stars in ZZZ, versus Woo-Wah's 58, 57 pulls, limited pulls, right? And from that perspective, I kind of view it, and I feel like a lot of people could view it as like a trade. 20 limited pulls or a standard character. Some people would prefer one over the other, right? And from that point of view, I'm just in the bucket, or I'm kind of in the boat of, I don't necessarily, I think it's more of like an equivalent trade for some people, especially when you factor in that these standard pulls, these standard units, these standard weapons that people are talking about is like God's gift to gacha. Woo-Wah actually had all of those on release. Like
of course.
you have your standard 5-star that you're able to redeem. People are still calling it launch compensation. Why was I able to log in during 2.0 and get it if it was launch compensation? That's like 8 fucking months after launch. It's not launch compensation anymore at that point. If you're getting it 8 months after the launch issues. And then you have the UL45 weapon box as well, which is just a standard weapon. And so it's just to see like these whole sort of like conversations happening when it's just like, okay, ZZZ effectively, if you're going to compare ZZZ to Wuthering Waves, you're playing catch up on the standard 5-star side.
Has Zenless Zone Zero ever given away a free premium 5-star?
They gave out Haramasa, who was
Haramasa. That was like a side grade of Zhu Yuan, right?
It's like, I think it's a side grade if you're willing to like play him like an actual freak, but he's pretty much a downgrade if you're not willing to like invest a sizable amount of time in him.
Okay, I completely forgot about that character, to be completely honest.
Yeah.
I think such an interesting ordeal. I think it is important that people note that Zenless Zone Zero had its anniversary on its version update. Wuthering Waves didn't. However, I also think, in my humble opinion, I think a lot. This is what I'm trying to, because like for me, you got to understand. My whole thing is getting inside your head right now, and I'm trying to think what's going on, because in my mind, I don't fucking care. I don't even know why we're talking about which anniversary is better. But then I realize you probably have. Correct me if I'm wrong. You probably have a lot of people coming in your chat saying, ZZZ shit on Wuthering Waves. What are you going to say now, you fucking shill? Is that your experience?
Oh, yeah. No,
okay.
I had about a 50 unique chatters doing that yesterday.
Okay. Because I was wondering, I was like, why is he getting so upset about this? And I realized people are probably going to him because he's the Wuthering Waves guy, and they're probably trying to say, Zenless Zone Zero is better than this. Honkai Star Rail is better than this. Like, we have Genshin going against Wuthering, Honkai Star Rail going against Wuthering, Zenless Zone Zero going against Wuthering. And unless Wuthering Waves is better than every single one, they're going to count that as a W. So it's a 3-on-1 fight, and they're still the underdog because Wuthering Waves shits on all of them at the same fucking time. But anytime they can ever scrap and claw to get a W, they're going to come and, like, try to get a dunk on you.
They're extremely desperate for a W, right? And all I did in that video was just take a look at like the objective facts about both games. And my conclusion from it is that, like, guys, it's not like that good. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's just not God's gift to gacha, what we're talking about over here. Especially when people are counting like the total pull numbers of the patch. They're like, oh, 2.0 actually has like 150. Yeah, it's a new version update, you fucking idiots. I would hope a new version update with a new fucking map, like new fucking mechanics, like all the new like baseline stuff that's in like a 0.0 version of the game has a lot of stuff in it. If you want to do an actual comparison between version updates and fucking pulls, Woo-Wah 2.0 had 163. You add in Wuwa's anniversary rewards onto 2.0's total pulls, that's 220.
It's a lot of pulls.
That's a lot of fucking pulls if you're counting it a 0.0 update.
Yeah,
that's the difference. And like ZZZ players are over here, they're like jerking themselves off, right? Over like 150 counting their anniversary. And I'm like, guys, it's not like actually that good. It's not bad, but it's not like it's not like the extent of like this crazy like phenomenon that people are like running to every single social media to talk about.
I think that the anniversary was good, but due to people coming into your chat, gassing it up, saying it's God's gift to gaming, I think it's causing you to be a little bit more negative towards it than might be required.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm simply saying, like, based off of what people are saying, they're overrating it significantly.
Yeah, of course.
Just based on like the fucking objective facts about it.
For sure.
And that's the video. That's what's pissing people off is me saying it's not the best thing ever. It's not. It's okay, but it's like it's just okay.
Mm-hmm. You wouldn't say it's good?
I would say it's okay. It's
give it a 1 to 10.
It's good for some people. It's
Okay, good.
pretty mid for others.
But it is good.
It's probably like a 7.5.
Okay,
8,
I think 7.5 is super fair. Personally, I would say a 7.5 to an 8 is good. I would say like a 6 or 5 is okay.
Yeah,
okay.
but,
So
but
there we go.
I personally think people are running around saying it's like a fucking 10, right? Or a 9.5, 10. And I'm like, guys, it's 33 pulls, and 10 of them are after the Void Hunter banner.
Yeah.
You get 23 for each one.
I get it. I just saw my homie come under fire, and I wanted to make sure that you weren't losing yourself to the madness right now. So I just wanted to make sure that you're okay. And I think now that makes a lot more sense why there was so much negativity and a lot of vitriol from the comments. But I think I get it now. I think you're going to be driven to insanity soon, Saint. I think you're going to be driven to insanity.
I mean, this is the thing, right? I don't think that driven to insanity is necessarily going to happen.
Okay.
Because let's be honest here, right? What am I wrong about in this? What am I actually wrong about in this entire discussion over here? I'll read both chats. Like, what am I incorrect about in any of the analysis that I did?
So here's the thing that I learned a little bit ago. Saint, nothing you're saying is wrong, right? But you're just being a real dick about it.
Hey.
Yeah.
I got at least like 3 comments that were saying,
after ZZZ's live stream, Saints on suicide watch.
and I'm like, like, this is seriously? Like, and this is on like all of my other videos. I'm like, bro, like, what is wrong with these people? So yeah, I just took the time to just set the fucking facts straight. Because it's like these motherfuckers have like a recency bias of like a goddamn goldfish.
Because like, oh my gosh, I can get a free copy of I can finally get my M1 Rena and a standard W engine. This is the best thing ever.
And it's like, bro, okay, but you're still only getting 33 limited pulls for the patch. Like, that doesn't seem like there's a cost to that standard 5-star.
You know what you're doing right now? You're doing. You ever have a girlfriend? You've definitely had a girlfriend. I can tell by the way they talk, the way that you look. You know when they're like, "Oh, babe, I just got this new dress and I'm really excited about it. How do you think it looks?" And she got a little bit of fat pudging out. And you're like, babe, it kind of looks shit. You're not wrong. You didn't lie. It was kind of mean though.
That's true. But the thing is, the ZZZ community,
because people just want to be excited. You know what I'm saying? People just want to be excited.
I get it, right? And there's a level of excitement that I'm perfectly content with. In that, I'm actually excited for 2.0 as well. I like the new gameplay updates. I thought that menu simulator, which was ZZZ's core gameplay for the past year, right? Pretty dog shit experience, right? I remember spending more time like in the fucking UI than actually going around and like hitting stuff and applying anomalies, right? Not really that great of an experience from that side. I'm excited to see more of the open world stuff, but it's just a matter of like, okay, like, I get that there's a lot in the game to be excited about. Does that necessarily mean that you have to go around with your not that impressive anniversary numbers and then just go ahead and say that this shit's on everything else? And, it's just like, bro, it's not as good as you're saying it is.
You know, it's
It's
hilarious.
okay.
When people call the Wuthering Waves community the comparing waves community, but the only reason why they say that is because they know Wuthering Waves shits on so many other games in every regard. But the moment they ever get a chance to get a dunk, they take it every single time. But I
Absolutely.
think I think we've wrapped up everything that we really need to talk about, and I think you know that what I'm saying is right. And I think I get where you're coming from now, and I just wanted to make sure that you didn't have to deal with this shit alone. Because I know a lot of people were like, what's going on with Saint? Why is he being the most bitter man in Gotcha Gaming? But yeah, it was great talking. I hope you enjoy your stream, and thank you for your time, brother.
Yeah, no worries, man. Appreciate it as well. Hope you have a good one, too.
Hell yeah. Peace, bro. Great talk. Very, very, very good talk. Hilarious. Absolutely fucking hilarious. It was good. Cool. Always love talking. Appreciate you guys motivating me to have that conversation. I hope you guys enjoyed. Saint Tontas ruined anniversaries. Yeah, stick to Woo-Wah content. You got it, man. Absolutely. W Saint, W Jenna, W Saint, L Saint. Yo, chat, real quick, because I just want to see here. Are you more of a W Saint guy or an L Saint guy? Where are you at? Better yet. Clear the chat. Everybody clear the chat. Everybody clear the chat. Nobody type shit. Nobody type shit. Clear the chat. Clear the chat. Clear the chat. Clear the chat. I'm going to say some names. And you guys either give me a W or an L. Okay? I'm going to say names. You give me a W or an L. M-tashed. Okay. All right. I'm seeing, I maybe saw one W there. Okay. Genizad. Okay. All right. Mods, don't spam. Mods, don't spam. Mods, no spamming. Mr. Pokey. That is super mixed. Shinya. Okay. All right. Box 2. Okay. Asmon Gold. Okay. Hasanabi. Hamas, Diddy, Osama bin Laden, Adolf Epstein Piker. Okay. All right. Gotcha Smack. Okay. All right. Okay. Enviosity. Tectone. Very mixed. Very, very, very mixed. EO. Okay. All right. I think that's probably everybody, right? Glaive Keo. Okay. Nux Taku. Nuxanor. Nicholas Light. Chibi Reviews. I think that's probably everybody, right? Oh, Emiru. Mizkif. Forsen. Canute. Canute. NMP. NMP lol. Nicholas Pollum. Really? I think Nick is so cool. That's so interesting. I expected you guys to like him more. Huh. That's very strange. I don't know. I like Nick. That's fine though. Okay. S-Fan. A lot of love for S-Fan. That's really sweet. Lucari. Lucari. Wait, what did that person just say? Tectone when he found out we are gamers and don't care about IRL people. That's also very fair. Okay, I think that's probably every name, right? I also love Lucari. I do. I think I want to start a podcast with Lucari and Genocide. I think that would be so good. You forgot Chance? Okay, Soda Poppin'. Yeah, Soda Poppin'. Interesting. A lot more of y'all like soda than I thought. Okay. All right. Oh, never mind. Okay. All right. Captain Cabinets. Great. Last one. Let's think here real quick. Donald Trump. Very, very, very mixed. Very mixed. Very mixed. Elon Musk. Okay. Very mixed. Very mixed. More so negative. Donut Operator. Dude, the amount of who's is so good. Dude, that means when I go on their podcast, that's like a completely untapped market. Like a completely untapped market. Hell yeah, bro. Dude, ain't nobody gonna know who the fuck I am. That means I have 2 hours, 3 hours to really establish myself, which I'm very good at doing. But I'm gonna be real. I really hope they like me because, dude, their content is so fucking good. Like, legit, bro. Their content is so fucking good. And, man, if I can go out shooting with them sometime, bro, that would be so fucking cool. That would be so fucking cool. What do they do? They're like right-winger, like politics talkers that like shoot guns and shit. It's awesome. Like, oh, dude, it's awesome. Like, dude, I want to go shoot with them so bad. Yeah. Are they Beer Cops podcast? Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, I am trying very hard to learn more about guns. Because I don't own a shotgun yet, but I think I'm going to go pick one up probably this week. But yeah, no, I'm stoked. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. Yeah, it's going to be very, 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 very good. Crazy shitpost gate. What's this? Casual racist versus competitive racist. Let's see if anything's going on with Auk. I like checking this shit like twice daily. Oh, here we go. All right, Yeet is getting heat from XQC's Twitter community for falsifying narratives about the juicer. Just want to point out that I got baited from other clip accounts and added an update to my Twitter when I found out. I will not hold a grudge because X called me too opinionated. Don't worry, lol. XQC calls out Kai Cenat for pocketing the ad revenue when donating sub money. Also very true. Update, he didn't explicitly say Kai's name as other streamers also do the same thing. True. H3 Snark reported Ethan to the FBI. Well, that's strange. That's very strange. Okay, Twitter is down for number of users. True, same. As we go, cheers thoughts on Trump defending Harvard. Yeah, you don't know that. iDubbbz. H3H3. Hassan is a retard. Great fucking update. Okay, cool. Slow news day. Very, very, very slow news day. I don't think I'm going to watch that Mugen video. That is far too long. Though I would kind of... Cap, funny tweet, let's see. To all my haters.
Think about a lot of things pertaining to I'm him or not. I just know I'm better than you. And that's okay. That's why you're here and I'm not wherever the fuck you are. I'm just better. It's cool. Enjoy the show.
Hey, what's up?
Your camera's off.
What?
Your camera's off.
What does that mean?
On a small screen. When you're looking at Twitter, your camera's not turned on, and your chat's trying to tell you, but you're not listening to them.
Thanks, Sophia.
Bep's in there with you now.
I just didn't fucking notice, man. I'm not checking, bro. I'm not checking. Jesus. Okay. You're cooked? Yeah, I know. Yeah, she was probably watching my fucking stream while cleaning. Jesus. You're not listening. You're not listening. You're not listening. That's all I ever fucking hear. I listen, all right? I listen. I listen. Jesus. All right, cool. Anyways, don't scream. I'm not screaming. I just talked with passion. All right? It's fucking different. All right? Everybody calm down. Get the fuck off my balls. Thank you guys for the subs, by the way. The growth on YouTube is fucking insane. Thank you guys. All right, cool. Let's go again. Now, this is very interesting. We watched a similar video to this the other day, but apparently this one doubles down on this take. This has 1.3 million views in 3 days when YouTubers try to warn their audience. Talk about every single Tectone stream on planet fucking Earth. Holy shit. All right, let's see what's going on.
Warning his audience about the massive honey scam 6 years ahead of
I
time.
remember.
There's
some shady shit going on. I can't put my finger upon it.
To Jacksepticeye's brutally honest warning.
Do you think
Yep.
Mr. Beast ruined YouTube?
Yes.
Here are 8.
I find it insane how Jacksepticeye hates Mr. Beast, but likes Tommy in it, because I'll be real, I think they're both shitty as fuck. Didn't you watch this? No, there's a new one. There's an updated one.
8 times YouTubers tried to warn their audience, starting with Markiplier. He
I
spent
remember
a
this.
few minutes during a 2019 stream to vent about a product that every YouTuber except him was promoting.
I don't know why, but I naturally distrust honey.
Because it doesn't make any sense. It never made sense.
Promising to help people save money, Markiplier went on to explain his doubts about it.
My gut tells me that nothing in life is free. So where's all these savings coming from?
Yeah, how are they making money by saving people money? Like, for example, at least I get how LD Shop works. They, like, do something where they go to the country with the cheapest values, and then they do the conversion for you, and then it transfers onto your account. I get how that works, but how the fuck was Honey saving money?
So much advertising. On YouTube, they do brand deals with other YouTubers.
Despite admitting that Honey might turn out to be fine, Mark couldn't bring himself to trust it.
I got no problem with, like, the concept of an app that, like, clips coupon codes for you. That's great. That sounds great on its surface.
but there's some shady shit going on. People are getting money out of it, and then people are saving money out of it, and that makes sense, but the other part doesn't make sense, and then something's going on here. Where's all this money coming from?
Capping it off with a bold prediction.
I have a feeling there's gonna, in like a couple years, there's gonna be the great honey conspiracy of like 2022.
This would become eerily accurate in 2025, with tech reviewer Megalag being the first YouTuber to expose the ugly truth.
Yeah, because the way that I thought Honey worked was they save users money by doing competitive couponing, right? And then on their website, and people who have Honey installed, maybe they would receive an ad every now and then, and sponsors pay them to put their ads on their services. That's how I rationalize it. That's when I used Honey. So, I mean, I guess it really does make no sense at all.
Honey is a scam, and the majority of claims promoted by those influencers aren't even remotely true.
The scam affected both the user and the content creator. The user would always get the worst possible discounts, while the creators would lose affiliate revenue to Honey. Once Megalag spoke out, other YouTubers stepped forward too, including tech reviewer Marcus Brownlee, who
I didn't know that's how it worked.
And credit Mark for getting it right all along.
And there was a hilarious clip of Markiplier from like 4 years ago being very suspicious of them.
Mark admitted that while he knew something was wrong, the extent of the scam still shocked him.
I just knew that it didn't feel right. I never took a Honey deal because I didn't trust it. And holy shit, it was so much worse than I ever could have imagined.
Markiplier has every reason to feel smug about his prediction, much like PewDiePie, who was the first YouTuber to warn about the dark side of Ryan's world.
It's kind of like seeing child stars on
I've never seen this. What happened with this little baby playing toys? Is he evil? Is he a Nazi? What is this?
Because you know, like, their parents are literally forcing them to do it. And it's just something sad about it.
He would make this comment on January 3rd, 2017, when he sat down to react to an article making a bold claim.
What is this? 5-year-old threatens to dethrone YouTube king PewDiePie over my goddamn dead body.
He would go on to review this up-and-coming channel, only to be left thoroughly unimpressed. But it wasn't just the content that left a bad taste in his mouth.
Who will you hatch?
See, she doesn't even let him finish. He was clearly about to say something there.
Besides the pattern of parental manipulation, Pewds noticed another odd thing about Ryan's channel.
Have you ever seen a video with 11 million views and 9,000 likes? Please direct me to that video, because it doesn't exist. These are not real people. These are not real views.
PewDiePie would end his rant with a funny skit that would end up being scarily close to the reality.
It was
of most
fake
child
views
YouTubers.
too?
Can you do it again, baby? But can you do it with more energy?
More energy?
Yeah. Hey, here's a Red Bull, okay? Mommy needs some dollars, so you need to look happy.
8 years later, Ryan's channel has come under intense scrutiny for parental exploitation and shady business practices, ultimately proving Pewds right. But while PewDiePie didn't personally know Ryan, controversial YouTuber Woavicki would give a chilling warning.
I'll be real, man. I'm just going to say it again. I think there should be nobody below 18 on the internet. I genuinely don't. I don't think anybody needs to have a YouTube channel or a Twitch stream before 18. I genuinely don't. There's no reason for that. They just fucking focus on schools, man. Focus on schools.
Warning about someone she knew very well. Woavicki, real name Victoria Rose, first rose to fame in 2017 after using racial slurs and claiming to be black.
I took the test, and they said I'm black. That means I have the right to tell y'all that I'm black.
But it became pretty clear that Vicky was just building a persona to chase clout, much like fellow flexer Lil Tay.
I dropped 200 racks on this car, and I'm only 9 years old.
Vicky and Tay's paths would cross due to Vicky's feud with another controversial teen, Bad Baby, aka the Cash Me Outside girl.
Yeah,
how about that?
Blood sister. You feel what I'm saying? These broke ass bitch. Bad Baby is a
But on June 29th, 2018, Vicky would make a surprisingly serious video after she discovered the concerning truth about her friend.
Lil Tay is a little girl, a 10-year-old girl who came from Canada, who plays ballet. You know what I'm saying? She don't know nothing about no rappers. She don't know nothing about flexing. It's her brother that runs her account.
Going on to explain why this was so bothersome.
She's really a good person. Like, it's just her brother in her ear telling her what to do. He started yelling at her, was like, why'd you do that? You did it wrong, da-da-da-da-da. And then she started crying because, like, she's 10 years old. She doesn't know how to handle all that.
Fans were quick to appreciate Vicky's rare moment of maturity. Her warning highlighted the exploitation in Tay's life, leading to more people exposing the truth about Tay's family and eventually allowing Lil Tay to live her own happy life.
Why can't we just leave the kids alone? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's already bad enough. We got, like, parents grooming children to be a guy, parents grooming children to be a girl, parents grooming children to be gay and all this shit. Like, what are we doing here, man? We gotta, like, manipulate kids to make money, to, like, feed them fucking cocaine, drugs, alcohol, fucking energy boost, to review fucking toys. You know, make them seem like they're closeted racist. Like, bro, just leave the kids alone. You know, it's like, dude, leave the kids alone. This shit's weird as fuck. It's not cute. It's not funny. It's weird, man. It's fucking weird. Like, just get this shit off the internet, man. Let them stick to school. Figured out how to make friends. Passing geology and algebra. Yeah, there's always the weird ass shit with Dan Snyder's Nickelodeon shows, making fucking little girls put lotion on their feet. What are we doing? We got fucking Diddy's baby oil parties, and we got Hamas baby oil piker fucking going to fucking sex brothels with child trafficking. Like, what are we doing here, man? 45-year-old man behavior. What are we doing? Just leave the kids alone, man. We got motherfucking kids being radicalized, become terrorists in our fucking America. Like, what is going on?
Exposing Tay's brother.
Then you got these fucking Genshin players like Zajeff. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, leave the kids alone, man. Leave the kids alone.
Vicky's video became her most popular one to date, much like YouTuber Polydactyl, who exposed primitive technology channels in his most viewed video ever.
Just like Santa Claus and the Queen of England, primitive technology channels are a lie.
Backing his claim by pointing out inconsistencies with primitive tech videos.
I remember this.
Dude is using a stick.
This one broke my heart because I love these videos. I can't believe these were fake. This shit broke my heart.
To carve out this giant hole, which leaves very small marks in the dirt. And if you look above, you see these really big, wide marks. Something that a shovel would make.
He then points out the evident excavator tread marks in the video, further proving the use of machinery behind the scenes. But that wasn't all, as the inconsistencies with nature kept adding up.
What's this? He's splitting bamboo with a hatchet?
I will say, I still watch these videos knowing that they're fake because they're goated.
Hatchets do not pop up in nature, all right? Have you ever seen a field of hatchets? Me neither.
Putting the final nail in the coffin by highlighting the scheme behind these channels.
Either like the village or some company came in, they hired a team, and just every once in a while, they said, hey, stop working. We're gonna have this dude come out and hit it with a stick a couple times.
Since then, many YouTubers have exposed the truth about primitive technology channels in recent years, prompting people to appreciate Poly. Now, while
I think there are some that are real, but the majority of them are fake.
Polydactyl can gloat about being right, the Sidemen can pat themselves on the back after warning their fans of a scam. In 2025, the Sidemen charity
Oh, did the Sidemen warn their fans about KSI and Logan Paul's crypto scam? I sure hope so, but fucking W them, man.
Match was taking place in Wembley, featuring popular YouTubers like Kai Cenat and Logan Paul, causing the tickets to be in hot demand. But in the months leading up to their event, the group became aware of a disturbing activity. Bots and fake accounts are claiming to sell charity match tickets. These are most likely scams. People were grateful for the timely announcement. Surprisingly, this wasn't the first time the Sidemen had to deal with ticket trouble around their annual event, with the 2024 edition affected as well.
We check on eBay. People are reselling.
I really dislike the fact that people have thought, there's a charity event, let me go and buy a ticket so I can sell it to make 10 times the price of the ticket.
Yeah, fuck that.
Among the many stars who took to the field in 2025 was Mr. Beast, who had been the subject of a warning by YouTuber Jacksepticeye.
Do you think Mr. Beast ruined YouTube?
Yes.
Before getting this question during a lie detector test, Jack would be asked by Tommy Innit about his thoughts on YouTube.
I mean, listen, you guys gotta understand. I do think Mr. Beast caused a lot of damage to the platform, where YouTube just used to be about, I like this person because they play the games I like and they're pretty enjoyable. Same thing with Twitch. I do think content has become a lot worse. Also, Jack has the hunter's mark on his forearm like I have it on my fucking pinky. Wait, Jack likes Bloodborne? Holy fuck, I love this guy. Sorry, Mark of the Hangman. Hang Mark. That's insane. Wow. That's dope. Yeah, I mean, I do think it's a lot harder to make content as just people, because that's what YouTube used to be about. No corporations, no crazy sponsors, just you and the camera playing a game. But now it's just become so unrealistic, so unsustainable. It's just kind of shittier than it used to be.
YouTube.
Would you say YouTube's changed for the worse?
Yes.
Leading to a follow-up question that revealed a shocking confession from Jack.
Do you like Mr. Beast? No.
Jack. Oh! Do you think Mr. Beast ruined YouTube?
Yes.
When asked about his reasoning, Jack didn't hold back.
Because it became more about views, money, and popularity than it did about having fun.
The clip went viral, prompting Mr. Beast to hit back with a response on X. Most of the internet sympathized with Mr. Beast, with some even questioning Jack's motives. But while Jack didn't respond, his words would loom large a few months later as Mr. Beast faced one controversy after another. From
me about every other content creator in the space. Just a matter of time, boys. Just a waiting game. That's why I don't get too pressed about people not taking my word immediately. In a matter of time, you'll all get it.
YouTube medical expert Dr. Mike criticizing Lunchly.
I usually don't make videos discussing creators' products, but when terms like healthier or better for you get...
Yeah, the Lunchly shit with all the mold and the cheese was fucking disgusting, dude. Like, that shit was horrific.
Tossed around, I feel it's important to set the record straight.
To allegations around the dangerous conditions in the Beast games.
Over a dozen people who participated
More Pegasus, my goat!
In the first installment of Beast games said that they had not received adequate food or medical care, and that some competitors had suffered injuries from the physical challenges.
The internet has started digging into the problems with Jimmy's content, giving even more weight to Jack's warning. However, Jacksepticeye isn't the only one to have been wary of Mr. Beast, with British content creator Chris Broad also taking digs at the world's biggest YouTuber for his association with Logan Paul.
It's very strange.
Fair.
How could Mr. Beast...
Just like more people should probably go after people's involvement with Hassan. I think it's completely fair.
A guy who is famed for being a genius, who mastered the algorithm.
He's literally famed for being a terror supporter, yet so many people in Austin are like beloved on this guy. It makes no sense. And I think people should actually be guilted for it. Absolutely. Why not?
How could he not calculate that partnering with such a man would be anything other than a shit idea?
Logan Paul wouldn't be spared a warning either.
And in the years since, the headlines surrounding this guy have continued to spell bad news. There's not been much in the way of a redemption arc.
Bringing it full circle with Haktua Girl.
What makes it crazy is how she condensed the 5-year lifespan of a modern influencer into just like 2 or 3 months. Step 1, have a viral moment. Step 2, have a podcast. Step 3, unleash a cryptocurrency, which quickly goes wrong.
Step 4, do a rug pull.
Chris doubled down on his warning, explaining why it was important to heed it for future generations.
And if the people at the top of this platform with unimaginable reach don't have a good moral compass to guide them, then we all lose for it, particularly the next generation.
Holy fucking based. Jesus, man. Holy fucking real, true, and based.
Growing up watching this, especially if they're raised on a diet of Lunchly.
Rooted in reality.
Christmas is simple. Choose very carefully who you watch on YouTube.
Yep.
Along with his video gaining almost 2 million views, Chris would also be praised by fans. While Chris's warning is being taken seriously by the internet, the same can't be said for American YouTuber TJ Kirk, aka The Amazing Atheist, whose warning about a Finnish gunman went unheard. On June 8th, 2007, TJ filmed a rant on the infamous Columbine school shooters Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold and the people who admire them.
I want to talk about these kids, and not just kids, there's adults too, who seem to extol Eric and Dylan here on YouTube. I'll link to all of their profiles once again.
What is this?
TJ would end his rant with a chilling...
Why the fuck are people glorifying terrorist behavior? Why are we doing this? Why are we acting like this is a good thing? Why are we allowing people on this platform that are putting real lives in danger? I don't get this shit. And you know what the worst thing is? Then we guilt the police for having to deal with radicalized individuals. That's what's fucked up. That's what's insane. That's how fucked the world is right now. These people become radicalized, they get on fucking drugs, they do this horrific ass shit to people, and now every policeman has to walk on eggshells just to do their fucking jobs. Guys, and I hate to bring this up, have you guys ever seen George Floyd's autopsy? He was on 13 different types of drugs, and nobody mentioned that until 9 months after he died. And the cop was put in prison for that shit. Well, he was on 13 different types of drugs, meth and fentanyl, just to name a few. And it's fucked. It really is fucked.
Warning about the exact people who should be investigated.
We're always talking about warning signs.
They'll just ignore it and say they were racist. Yep.
Well, you know what? If you want to look for warning signs, there they are. Those are your warning signs.
One of the profiles on TJ's list was Natural Selector 89, real name Pekka Erik Avinen, a Finnish teenager who would...
So you should die because you should be killed because you're on drugs. No. People said the cop killed him. He didn't get killed by the cop. He had an overdose. He was on 13 different types of drugs. How did you get that from what I just said? Jesus Christ. Anyways, people like you are so fucking ignorant. Go look up George Floyd's autopsy for yourself. It's insane.
Go on to unalive 7 students and his principal at a high school 5 months after TJ's warning. In the aftermath of the tragedy, TJ would express his disappointment at his warning falling on deaf ears.
You could probably tell that I'm not happy about my vindication because it was something that I warned you would happen, something that I told you to be mindful of, and you didn't. You weren't mindful of it. You criticized me for it.
However, his accurate prediction would push him into a brighter spotlight, with the internet crediting him for being ahead of his time. I haven't seen this video in over 10 years, but the algorithm treated me well today. In a way, it's prophetic of the time.
That's scary because as much as people want to say, I told you so, as much as people say, I warned you, it's bittersweet because so many people were caught in the crossfire of a situation that could have been avoided if people were just a little bit more cognizant. And yeah, that's a horrible situation we put in.
Time we live in now, where mass shootings are part of the regular news cycle, making TJ's warning one of the most relevant ones of our time.
That's so fucked. Damn. That actually fucking blows. Fuck. He died from asphyxiation. Do you guys want to look into George Floyd's death? Do we want to go into it? Is that what we want to do right now? We can do that if you want. We can, sure. Yeah. Let's see if we can go through all this. I'm trying to find a good article. Looking through everything. Yep. Let's keep going here. Looking for anything. I found an article from 2021. I'm trying to find the most relevant information. Things what you're looking for at famouschannels.com. Yeah, this is obviously the autopsy that we all saw, or that people saw. Caffeine, cotinine, methamphetamines, fentanyl, norfentanyl, cannabinoids, amphetamines, fentanyl and metabolite, morphine, delta 9s, hydroxy, ANPP. Yeah, it's a lot, right? It's a lot. It's a lot to have in your system at the same time, right? It's definitely a fucking lot. Obviously, when someone's this jacked up on this many drugs and this many things coursing through your fucking body, obviously it's pretty scary to handle with somebody who's on this much drugs. Yeah. The caffeine. Oh man, bro was on 200 milligrams of Gamerceps. Somebody put this guy down, right? So it's obviously some are relevant, some are just like not. But yeah. Oh man, bro drank 2 Pepsis before this. Put him down. Why are you reading a fake autopsy? Yeah, I don't think this is fake, man. Yeah, I just don't think this is fake. Let's keep going here. Yeah, because I would like to get more because there's a lot of controversy surrounding George Floyd's death. Let's see if I can find anything from like 2024, 2025. Is there anything? There's one from 2 months ago, but it's by Ben Shapiro on fucking Facebook. Trying to find anything because for real, like it was a certain way in 2021, 2020, and it became a lot different in like 2023, 2024. But the problem is the 2020, 2021 information blew up a lot, but then the more recent information was just kind of drowned out by a lot of noise, which is why it's kind of hard to find a relevant article. Just look up cause of death. Oh yeah, sure. George Floyd's real cause of death. Can I find anything in 2023, 2024? Because the officer was just released. Here's one from 2024. Here, let's just, okay, so let's say this. So what we know, Chauvin's legal team filed a motion on December 13th requesting a re-examination of evidence, including fluid and heart samples as part of the claim that Chauvin kneeling on Floyd's neck was not what killed him, but rather a heart condition. Chauvin claimed he received ineffective assistance of a counsel, arguing in part of the forensic pathologist conduct as lawyer part of the federal indictment, suggesting that Floyd may have died from a heart condition. Pathologist suggested the examination and testing was preserved samples taken during Floyd's autopsy would support that opinion. However, Chauvin claimed his lawyers didn't discuss the pathologist's opinion with him or request further testing of autopsy samples. In a decision on Monday, a federal judge granted the motion allowing Chauvin's legal team to analyze the samples and conduct specific tests. What they're saying is, given the specific nature of the criminal case that Mr. Chauvin was convicted of, and given that Mr. Chauvin received support of Dr. Chazal's opinion found Mr. Floyd died, the court finds that there is good cause to allow Mr. Chauvin to take the discovery that he seeks. According to the court, gaining Mr. Chauvin's motion, the court documents need. What we don't know, the motion did not say when the testing would occur or how long it would take to get results. Floyd died after kneeling on his sex for 9.5 minutes in Minneapolis. Obviously, and I'm going to be real, that obviously didn't fucking help. Obviously, that didn't fucking help. I understand dealing with the aggravated nature of someone that aggressive underneath that many drugs is obviously a very difficult thing to deal with, obviously. And I think the problem is that a lot of citizens want cops to deal with things in a very perfect way. Kind of like that one, there was that video of that fucking cop inside of that nursing home with a chainsaw. And I think everybody with a sound mind realized the guy should have just been fucking shot. But instead, the officers were too afraid to pull out their fucking guns, and they were using fucking tasers, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the problem with the delicate nature of this is that obviously, yes, I do agree that all of these situations could be held better. But yeah, let's keep going here. He was sentenced to 20 and a half years for federal charges, 22 and a half years for murder charge and Florida death. Yeah, fuck, but he was just released. Why was he just released? Why was George Floyd's murderer released? Okay, Derek Chauvin. Why was Derek Chauvin released from prison? He wasn't released? There was an update on it. I can't find it. Oh, so he was recently, Derek Chauvin, convicted of murdering George Floyd, was stabbed in prison and is now serving a sentence in a different facility. Okay. Fuck, there's even more updates from May. I think the waters are actually too muddy to actually give like an actual result on this. People are asking you to see this link because apparently it's more legit apparently. Okay. Blunt force injuries, natural diseases, no life-threatening injuries identified. Really? Viral testing, hemoglobin S quantitation, toxicology report, blood tests, fentanyl, norfentanyl, 4-MPP, methamphetamines, hydroxyl delta 9, cotinine positive, caffeine positive. Wait, so if there was no life-threatening injuries identified and no diseases, was there blunt force? 46-year-old man became unresponsible while being restrained by law enforcement officers. He received emergency medical care in the field, and subsequently in Hennepin Healthcare emergency department, but could not be resuscitated. Blunt force injuries on the forehead, face, upper lip. User nose injury to the lips. Blunt force injury to shoulders, hands, elbows, legs. Powdered contusions in areas of risk consistent with ranks. Where's the neck? So he did drugs and deserved it. That's your stance on this? Pretty stupid stance. No, what I said is that he was on 13 different types of drugs, right? What I'm saying is people aren't giving anybody the full story on what actually happened during this, right? Because when you're on a lot of drugs, it's very hard to deal with someone in that aggravated of a nature, right? That was not my stance at all. There's nowhere where you ever said that I don't know why anybody would just assume, and this is why people don't talk about this shit. This is why it's so muddy right now. There's not a single time where you heard me say, yeah, the guy deserved it. Never said that shit at all. What I'm saying is the whole story was never told. And for 4 years of my life, my idea of what happened with George Floyd was it was a normal guy coming out of a convenience store, and a police officer wrongly arrested him and kneeled on his neck and killed him instantaneously, even though he was begging to breathe. That is what I heard. That's what I heard 4 years ago. And I think that's what a lot of people heard. But I think the story changes when what I now have heard was that he was caught stealing from a store, and in his autopsy, he was on 13 different types of drugs in a very aggravated, aggressive state, right? So what I'm saying is I was shocked by the amount of information that I did not have when it originally came out. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I found it interesting how much lack of information we actually had around that situation. Bro, did you forget there was a YouTube video? No. Can we move on now? Yeah, we can, I guess. I don't really know why it's that big of a deal to move on, but yeah, you said he died of an overdose, though? Well, that's the thing. Now there are people talking about, did he die from the asphyxiation from the cop, or did he die from the overdose, right? What I was saying was there is now a theory about that. And that's why I'm saying where information evolves a little bit too slowly, because I believe everybody was underneath the assumption that it was just very black and white from the beginning. And I find it very interesting how things can evolve the more you look into it. So, very interesting. Weird, I'm not from the U.S. and I knew he was high as fuck. It was discussed over here frequently. Yeah. Yeah, no, the info was hidden? Yeah, absolutely. And that's what's interesting. Hard for a normal citizen who doesn't have training. That situation was supposed to be a very easy situation for a good, well-trained cop. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. I'm not a cop, right? We had full information. You just didn't care, homie. People have been debating these two causes of death since it happened. Well, it's actually very interesting because you say that, yet I struggled to find any article saying that from pre-2021. So yeah, I don't know who's looking at this case as a mob rule. The state have to appease the mob. Not sure. It's hard to say. I just found it interesting how there's a lot more nuance to a lot of things once you look into it. Yeah. I think both played a factor in his death straight to drugs, but I don't know if he would have died if it weren't for him putting his knee on George's neck. Yeah, for sure. And I think that's very, very, very fair. I was just once again just shocked about how big of a difference looking into things makes. That's pretty much the one I was making. Ask someone to kneel on your neck for 9 minutes and let's see if you pass out. I'm confused. Why are there people acting like I don't think that that's a bad thing to do? Do you guys think it's like productive at all to do? I'm just curious. Like, why are there people pretending that I'm saying that I never said that at all? Like legit, what is the point of being retarded like that? Like, are we just fighting just to fight or what? So I'm still looking for anybody. I'm just trying to wonder why are we being retarded? That's how you started the conversation? No, that's how you took the start of the conversation. What I said is that George Floyd's death wasn't as black and white as it was. Did you know that his autopsy he contained 30 different types of drugs, right? Whereas previously it was a innocent, sober man who got pulled over for no reason and then a cop fucking kneeled on his neck while he was screaming to death, right? When it turned into a guy was caught stealing, had 13 different types of drugs, was in a very aggravated state. The cop also had a known history of aggression, and then the guy fucking died, right? So I'm just saying there's more to the story. That's all it was, is that the more you look into the story, the more interesting it gets, right? That's the whole thing. But yeah, they aren't listening to anything other than what they want to hear. Also very true. Yeah. Who said innocent sober? Twitter, Facebook, a lot of people. Tectone, you talking about misinformation? The South Africa genocide Trump is talking about a lie? Here's the proof. What are you talking about? Fact check, the South Africa Trump got wrong during the meeting with Ramposa. Oh, is this the thing about the people chanting to kill all white people? Oh, yeah, I saw that shit. Okay, cool. Anyways, yeah, let's keep going. I just think it's very interesting how the more you look into something, the more you get out of it. You shit on him before. For what? I shit on Ashton? For what? You shit on him before, and now he's hanging out with DJ Khaled. So what now, man? What now? What now, dude? Yeah, new Mr. Beast, athletes versus normal people.
This is Neymar, and if this random subscriber can...
Oh, God. Do I want to watch a Mr. Beast video? I don't really think that I do. Hold on. Let me check something real quick. Where is my beautiful little man, my little boy man, my little editor? Where is that guy? Where is he in my DMs? There he is. Okay, I think I still can stream for another hour. Thank God. We're going to be able to hit the 4-hour mark, or at least very, very, very close to it. Good. Yeah, I'll be real. I don't really think I actually give a fuck about a Mr. Beast video. Yeah, I kind of just don't care. All right, great. So I guess while we're on the topic, guys, let's talk about the new race war, huh? Yeah, we wanted to get really heated in chat and get angry at each other. So let's do it again, man. Let's talk about how every race is at war. Let's get into it.
I'm a pastor. Of course, I believe that all lives matter, but right now, black lives are the ones under attack.
Right. All lives matter, but the black ones matter more. Not Asian lives, Mexican lives, Indian lives, Middle Eastern lives, or white lives. None of those have a more important struggle than the black one. Is anyone tired of this yet? Is anyone tired of the female pastor with the LGBTQ sash and her openly racist tier of which race matters the most? I think people actually are, especially when it comes to BLM, because some of the most outspoken people against Black Lives Matter right now are actually black people.
I am very confused why it was an issue when people said all lives matter. I never got why saying all lives matter was an attack on black people. I never understood that in my entire life, right? Yeah, it like kind of encompasses everything, but people would get so upset about saying all lives matter. I just don't get it.
It was a scam. It was literally a scam. They had bought mansions and...
Now, BLM didn't start with this, but they are probably...
Oh, hey, man, how apropos is this? Man, how apropos is this? That is wild. Okay, let's keep going here.
Most famous right now for defending George Floyd and causing massive riots over a guy who was about to drive while intoxicated on fentanyl. If you actually watch the arrest video, which it seems like nobody who supports BLM did, he is very obviously on drugs and could have easily fallen asleep at the wheel and plowed his car into multiple people. Most importantly, none of the drama would have even happened if he wasn't very actively resisting arrest in the face of cops who were trying to accommodate him.
Could you please pick it for me, please?
Yes,
Stay with me, man.
I will.
Please stay with me, man. Thank you.
Listen.
Yeah, guys, I'll say it, man. I think being on at least 5 different types of drugs like fentanyl and methamphetamines at the same time while driving is probably not a good thing to do.
Hey, man.
Listen.
I'm not that kind of guy.
I'll roll the windows down
Please,
and put your
man.
legs in, all right? I'll
Y'all
put the air
keep
on.
stop.
So because of the relentless false narratives, open and belligerent racism against white people, and the physical damage from riots that's been done to many different communities, more and more people are starting to reject all of the race...
Not to mention, I think he was on caffeine. I think he had a white monster before driving this, and that's horrifying.
...that traditionally has worked very well. And proof of this comes in the form of an event that BLM and other forces are trying to turn into a race war. Which brings us to a track meet in Frisco, Texas on Wednesday, April 2nd, 2025. A 17-year-old high school student named Carmelo Anthony stabbed and killed another 17-year-old named Austin Metcalf.
Oh my God, bro, this shit was insane. I know what's about to be brought up. I cannot believe that a black kid who killed a white kid received a $500,000 GoFundMe for murdering another kid. This shit was insane.
After this happened, a Give Send Go fundraiser was made to help with Carmelo's legal defense, and it raised hundreds of thousands of dollars with supporters of Carmelo and BLM activists not only saying a bunch of racist shit and approving of the murder, but also saying that Carmelo is innocent.
Honestly, even if Carmelo stabbed Austin for no reason at all, I'd still donate and support. Whites have gotten away with killing us for hundreds of years. I could care less about white lives. I will also be real. Generational hate and generational guilt is one of the dumbest fucking things I've ever heard in my entire life. I don't know why, as myself, a white guy, am I being guilted for 300 years ago, 200 years ago, one of my relatives owned a slaves, which, by the way, my family's from Scotland. So I was never a slave owner, but even me, I got my ass whooped growing up multiple times a month just for being white for this shit. Now, obviously, it doesn't happen to everybody, but I think that people should be guilted for the things they've done, not the things their ancestors have done. I mean, it's already bad enough with people guilting me for what my dad did, and it's like, what's that got to do with me? Do you know how much that would fucking suck? I mean, it would be different if it was like, character selector, what family do you want to be a part of? And I was like, yeah, I want to be a Sith. I want to be a Sith. Yeah, sure. But it's not like anybody chooses who they give who've been given the gift of life from. You know what I'm saying? Like, this ain't a fucking gotcha game. This ain't a video game. What are we doing here?
Innocent of wrongdoing because the stabbing was self-defense. Now, I agree that everyone deserves their day in court, and Carmelo deserves due process. However, after reading the police report, the likelihood that this will qualify as self-defense in court is almost zero. I'll be adding some extra context to the report, but here it is. There was a light drizzle outside during the track meet, and the officer reported that Carmelo was under a tent that was designated for a different school. Because of that, Austin Metcalf, the victim, and his brother Hunter Metcalf asked Carmelo to leave. Carmelo refused to leave and responded by saying, "Touch me and see what happens." After continuing to refuse to leave, at some point Carmelo is pushed by the victim, Austin, and then he follows that by saying, "Punch me and see what happens." Last, Carmelo stabs Austin Metcalf, runs away, and ditches the murder weapon. Now, there are a couple of different versions of the story with slight alterations, so I'll let Austin's brother Hunter...
Yeah, I'll be real. I just feel like we just didn't need to like stab somebody like that. You know, I feel like that's a little bit of an overreaction. I think this level of overreaction kind of quantifies as Mr. Pokey's reaction to Saber being released in Honkai Star Rail. Little bit much. Little bit much, don't we think?
Hunter,
I really feel like we should not be rewarding this type of behavior with $500,000. I just feel like we should not be doing that.
Standing right next to him, say what happened.
Your mom told me that you were there.
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't mind, what happened?
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." And he's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack. This kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. And I look at my brother, and I'm not going to talk about the rest. So that's just what I saw.
So to argue for self-defense in Texas, your life has to be in immediate danger. Now, the BLM types will point out that the two Metcalf brothers were quite a bit larger than Carmelo, and that's why his life was in danger. However, this happened in broad daylight, and a ton of people were around.
Did they think that they were going to kill this fucking guy for being underneath their tent? What?
And the Metcalf brothers showed no intent of using heavy or lethal force.
There was never a punch even thrown. So I don't care. There was never a phone broken. We've never had contact with this individual ever.
Not only that, but let's bring up that statute again. In the law, it says that if you provoke the person who you used lethal force against, which Carmelo reportedly did, then you can't claim it's self-defense. So in my amateur internet lawyer opinion, Carmelo is screwed. You don't get to stab someone because they picked up your bag and pushed you after you asked them to put hands on you. I mean, if someone got stabbed every time a kid was pushed when I was in school, then at least half the student population wouldn't have lived to see graduation.
I would have killed so many people if you were allowed to do this. Like legit, bro. I was like being thrown into fucking lockers, like being pushed downstairs. I even had a guy put a knife against my throat. I was kneed in the jaw. I was held in armbar. Obviously, once I became a senior and I was bigger, then I bullied the bullies. And I'm not going to lie, I did some pretty bad shit too. I'm just not going to fucking lie. You know what I mean? But like, I would only beat up people who were bullying people. That's it, right? Like, I remember there was this kid, it was this fucking small little fucking Mexican kid. And he was harassing a fucking girl. He was being weird. He was trying to take photos of like their ass. And fucking school. So I fucking take this kid. I'm like a fucking senior. He's like a 10th grader, 11th grader, but he was real short. I just threw this kid into a fucking trash can, then I sat on it for like half an hour, and I just played Pokemon. Yeah, I just fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Like, who cares? I remember there was this other kid. This kid was in maybe 9th grade when I was in 12th grade, and he kept on coming up to me. I'm not gonna say the word this time. He kept on coming up to me, pushing me, and calling me, he called me a faggot, right? He kept on calling me that shit. He kept on calling me shit. He kept on calling me that shit. And he would be faster than me. So whenever he would call me that shit, he would run away, and I couldn't catch up to him. But then I caught up to him. Yep. Then I caught up to him. I grabbed this fucking dude, and I threw him so hard into, by the way, never call anybody that word, by the way. Don't use that type of rhetoric just for stories, just so you understand how severe it was. And I would be called gay a lot because I would hang out with like my homies, and me and my homies were really tight. We were. I hug my homies, I kiss my homies, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, people would call me gay and shit. It's fine, it's whatever. I grabbed this fucking dude, not on the face, like on the head. I saw them as my, the things I need to take care of. I was kind of like always like the dad. So you were always gay? Yeah, also true. Plus I was super gay. And it was like, grab this fucking dude, and I throw him so fucking hard against a wall, and then he clips a water fountain, and the water fountain breaks off. And then the fluid just starts shooting over him, and you see this kid's like fucking fat, fucking pathetic fucking body, just soaked and sad, and it was fucking so insane. Yeah, no, it was awesome. But yeah, I got no tolerance for bullies, man. I got no tolerance for bullies. But I've always had a very, very, very strong push. I don't know why, but in case you guys don't know, like, I'm able to push things like 2,000 pounds and 2,000 times my size. Case in point, I'm able to push Shinya on the swing with relative ease, and this guy's 8,000 fucking pounds, right? So I've always been very strong with my almighty push that Pain taught me from Naruto.
Doesn't make any sense. I mean, just because the kid was mad my son is not here anymore. And I don't understand it.
Right, that's what it sounds like. He was looking for a fight or looking to steal people's unprotected items like this commenter said. He ended up causing that fight and then used lethal force because he was mad. And now not only is this 17-year-old kid permanently scarred from having to watch his twin brother die while frantically trying to keep him alive, but Carmelo also emotionally scarred everyone close to Austin Metcalf.
My other son is just crushed. And I feel for him now, and he'll never be the same. None of us will. Grief, we all go through it, but the thing about grief is you don't get over it. You just learn to live with it.
Yeah, I don't think you ever really get over your son dying or your brother dying or your best friend dying. I've known plenty of people who've had those they were close to die, and they still aren't over it like a decade later or more. So understand why a lot of people are outraged that Carmelo's school still wants to allow him to graduate, despite the fact that even if he did get off with a self-defense charge, which he almost certainly won't, he still brought a weapon to school and started a fight, which is easy grounds for expulsion. Why should he get to graduate after breaking school rules when Austin Metcalf will never get to graduate? And so, because Carmelo is almost certainly guilty of murder, unless there's some info that we're unaware of, the racial grift must begin to try to beat the charges. And the grift is quite ridiculous. I mean, Carmelo and his legal team are some of the dumbest criminals on the planet. You can read the full police report where it says that an officer called Carmelo the alleged suspect, followed by Carmelo spontaneously saying, "I'm not alleged, I did it." Literally confessed to a murder right in front of the police. Even worse for Carmelo's defense, his family picked some black activist lawyer named Dominic Alexander, who I swear is just like that race-grifting character from that episode of The Boondocks, where they tried to bully the school for $500,000 because a teacher said the N-word.
I have a message for the Woodcrest School District.
Bravo, good love. What's that two-bit hustler doing here?
You have assaulted this fine family's dignity, you have assassinated their pride, and you have hurt their feelings. Now, somebody go pay.
Don't listen to him, Granddad. He just wants to use us to get press for a stupid sitcom on BET.
The scary thing is that this episode of The Boondocks is almost 20 years old, and it still applies like it was written yesterday. So Carmelo's lawyer and his activist group hold this press conference to, I guess, give everyone a more positive outlook on the defendant. Let's take a look.
Y'all, I'm Minister Dominic Alexander. I serve as the president of the Next Generation Action Network. Today, I come before you with a heavy heart, but determined in spirit. Not just as an advocate, but as a black man. Black people in America don't have to pull the race card. I ain't pulling no race card. I live it. I'm reminded all the time that I'm a black man in America.
I mean, if you don't want to be reminded of your race, then maybe you shouldn't open up your speech with, "as a black man," as you use this press conference to promote your race-based activist group.
This is not just about Carmelo. It's about the family who dared to stand and demand justice in a return and receive ugliness that racism in this country still breeds. As the president of the Next Generation Action Network, we will never ask the oppressor for permission to liberate our people. We are not scared. We are not moving.
Wait, did I just hear a smoke detector beep?
We are not moving.
Anyway, I love how the family of the killer's immediate legal strategy is to poison the culture into a race war in the hopes of getting special treatment from the legal system. Real generous of you to not only harm the Metcalfs with this event, but also the entirety of America. You guys are real assholes. This is despite the fact that Austin's father, Jeff Metcalf, who was actually a victim, who was actually wronged, and has been swatted multiple times over this event, went on the news earlier before this press conference saying that he didn't want to escalate this by making it about race.
This is not a race issue. This is not a black and white issue.
Absolutely.
I don't want someone stepping up on the soapbox trying to politicize this. I've already forgiven the person who stabbed him. God's going to take care of everything.
That's the problem, though, right? Is that whenever a black person is involved in a white person is involved in a black person, everybody immediately makes it a fucking race thing. Immediately. Whenever a guy insults a girl, they immediately make it a misogyny issue, right? And that's what's so fucking annoying. Like, this isn't a race issue. It's a bad people issue, but people force it to be about race. And that's what's really bad. And I'm sure everybody is already thinking in their mind that if you were to reverse the roles and it was a white guy that stabbed a black kid to death, it would be a much worse situation for that person's family. And I think it's really bad that we as society are already conditioned to even think of that, because that's what the internet has conditioned us to do. And that's what sucks.
And if we all don't come together, black, white, yellow, brown, I don't care. It's all about human beings.
Wow, I don't know how many visits to a church it takes to get that kind of peaceful mentality, but if it was my kid, I wouldn't have been so nice. Actually, Jeff Metcalf happened to show up to the Carmelo press conference to, I guess, break bread and pray with him in the hopes of making peace and showing unity. But of course, Carmelo's team's legal strategy is to increase division, so they didn't want Jeff Metcalf there, and Carmelo's lawyer handles his presence at the conference in the worst possible way.
What we've seen at the beginning of this press conference, of the father being at this press conference, is a disrespect to the dignity of his son. Next Generation Action Network,
Right. Don't forget to plug the name of your organization 20 more times while the cameras are rolling.
from the beginning, has respected the loss of life. And all I'm going to say,
Yeah, I'm gonna be real. I think this lawyer is such a fucking disingenuous liar.
so it don't be asked later, as that was disrespectful, who is not invited, he knows that it's inappropriate to be near this family.
Brother, their kid killed another kid for no fucking reason. And even if there was a reason, a way less extreme reason, like, hey man, this is our tent, you can't be here. Okay, I'm gonna fucking kill you now. Why are we acting like this guy who was attempting to make peace is in the wrong? Like, what the fuck?
But he did it.
We were asking him repeatedly to leave. And literally, he wouldn't even talk. He wouldn't even say anything. He felt like he could just stand there. It was very upsetting to me.
Now, what I find curious about this...
Oh my God, guys, he was standing there. Man, that's fucking terrible.
...here is how the victim's father was asked to leave the area, and he was able to do that without killing anyone. The irony here is just great. But anyway, this press conference is full of Carmelo's family playing the victim, trying to increase racial tension, and telling a number of lies. Here's a lie that I found to be the most ridiculous while they were talking about Carmelo's right to a trial.
He should be afforded the same rights that Kyle Rittenhouse had. Nobody in the public media has one video camera, but we got the video of Kyle Rittenhouse with an AK-47 shooting 3 people in the back. We got that. And he raised more than $2 million publicly, and nobody says anything.
I mean, I agree that Carmelo deserves his day in court and deserves to argue in his defense, but that statement about Kyle Rittenhouse was so factually inaccurate that they should have fired that lawyer right on the spot for saying it. Not only did he say the wrong gun, but Kyle shot 3 people in the back? Bro, there is literally evidence of the first guy threatening to kill Kyle with a weapon before he was shot. You also have video of Kyle being chased and violently assaulted by a mob, and you have Gage Grosskreutz testifying in court that he had a loaded firearm aimed at Kyle before he was shot.
Mr. Grosskreutz, I'm gonna...
Yeah, I think it's insane how lawyers do this shit where they just lie to gain public favor in any way, shape, or form, appeal to whatever mob they possibly can in order to scare people away from getting justice.
Show you what has been marked as Exhibit 67. That's a photo of you, yes?
Yes.
Okay. That's Mr. Rittenhouse?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you'd agree your firearm is pointed at Mr. Rittenhouse, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you were standing 3 to 5 feet from him with your arms up in the air, he never fired, right?
Correct.
It wasn't until you pointed your gun at him, advanced on him, with your gun, now your hands down, pointed at him, that he fired, right?
Correct.
After I heard Carmelo's lawyer say that stuff about Kyle, I just started laughing. You can't get something that factually wrong and call yourself a lawyer. You'll get destroyed in a courtroom.
It doesn't matter if you lie to public opinion, though, because nobody will fact check anything. And that's why so many people get away with destroying other people's careers, because all you have to do is cry, say, this is so sad, this person did this, and everybody will gobble it up if they were already looking for an excuse to shit on this person or support a cause. Yeah, the majority of public is too lazy to research anything.
But good news for everyone who wants justice for Austin Metcalf, though I guess all this makes sense when you consider that this lawyer has been arrested multiple times, one of them being for violently abusing and hospitalizing a 2-year-old, so Carmelo's family literally picked the worst possible man to argue in his defense.
My name is Kayla Hayes. I am the mother of Carmelo Anthony. He's been raised in a 2-parent home with structure, stability, love, and we put God first in everything that we do.
If he's really from a 2-parent home with stability, why do you have different last names? Something's being left out here. Also, why do you look like you're under 30 with a 17-year-old? How old were you when you had him? Lots of questions here. Anyway, again, more and more people are getting really tired of everything being called racist, especially when that's being used to cover up a crime. And because of that, a situation that happened on the week of April 28th, 2020...
Man, these people are really mad that this kid killed this other kid. It must be because they're racist. Oh, okay. I didn't consider that perspective. You know what? Maybe you do have a point.
25, involving a white woman named Shiloh Hendricks.
Oh, here we
became a
go.
huge event because she was recorded in a park saying some offensive words. Now understand that in order to make this next video YouTube friendly, I have to censor some stuff, so know that anytime that the audio is cut, it's because the N-word is being said.
Did you call him the child? Did you call the child the N-word? It is my own business. You call him an N-word? Okay, why don't you have the boss to say it right now again?
I love how the guy's big issue was that the N-word was said in front of children, as he immediately proceeds to not only say the N-word a number of times, but also encourages the woman to repeat the word.
All right, that's what you say.
Say the N-word, say the N-word, say the N-word, says the N-word. Like, what are we doing, too? That is actually so insane. Like, why don't you just stop provoking people? Like, what are we doing here? Hit me, hit me, hit me, hit me, hit me. Woo! He hit me. What is this?
Nobody digging into your shit. That little kid, you call him a the little child? Are you about to hit him? You chase him here?
I would like to say, I'm not justifying that word at all, but stop telling people to do things and then be surprised when they do those things.
He took my son's stuff.
So that gives you the right to call the child 5-year-old and the N-word.
If that's what he's gonna act
That's
like.
what you're gonna call him.
That's what he's gonna act like.
You know, that's a hate speech. And you can be recorded for that.
I don't give a shit.
Huh.
Yes, you can definitely be recorded if you say something in public. However, hate speech is not a thing in America, and contrary to what social media is trying to get everyone to believe, saying the N-word is not illegal. This guy better hope it's not, because he said it a bunch of times, unless he's saying that laws should apply differently based on race, and I could have sworn that America went through a whole civil rights movement to make such things illegal. Anyway, what happened was that a black child tried to take something from this lady Shiloh's bag, and in retaliation, she called him the N-word. Now, is it wrong to call a kid a racial slur?
Of course.
Of course it is.
Of course.
Is it illegal? Well,
No.
I'm not a lawyer, but probably not. Kids get called names all the time by adults, and I don't think that people are being arrested left and right for that. The cops are more concerned with did you hit them or engage in extreme verbal abuse like screaming or threatening them. Now, should Shiloh receive harsh criticism for doing this?
Is the guy recording a pedophile? That information came out, but I looked into it, and it seems like a falsity. I don't believe he was actually a pedophile. I think that was a lie that was made up by social media. That's why I always research everything whenever I can. But yeah.
Absolutely. If it was my kid she called a racial slur, I would be pretty mad. However,
unless someone can prove me that. But I thought that information was debunked.
I don't think it's a crime. But as I said, the video went viral, and the internet ended up doxing her address, her phone number, and much worse, leaked her social security number. I imagine that this was also compounded by lots of threats because that's what usually happens in these cases. And so Shiloh started a Give, Send, Go campaign on May 1st to help her pay for some of the expenses of having all her information leaked. My name is Shiloh, and I've been put in a very dire situation.
Holy fuck, she made $800,000? Jesus.
I recently had a kid steal from my 18-month-old son's diaper bag at a park. I called the kid out for what he was. Okay, so I don't think anyone's denying that this lady is at least a little bit racist, but trying to ruin a woman's entire life and threaten her safety because a word was said is inappropriate. Think of all the non-white people who constantly say racist shit and they receive no consequences at all. Think of stuff like this children's book here that teaches anti-white racism to kids, or this social experiment that British television did that taught kids based on a racist narrative. No one is having their lives ruined.
I'll be real. I think we should probably stop rewarding people for bad behavior, though. To be completely honest, you know what I mean? Like that's just me, though. You know, I feel like we should stop rewarding people for bad behavior, but that's just me.
Over those things, so maybe just have Shiloh apologize to the child and the family, and have her take a course on how to manage undesirable behavior from children without calling them racial slurs. You know, have the punishment fit the crime. But since Carmelo Anthony got hundreds of thousands of dollars on Give, Send, Go for killing a student, and he was being glorified for doing that, and because Shiloh opened up her Give, Send, Go account just a couple weeks later, in response, the internet started donating to Shiloh like crazy, and we got some competitive racism in the form of charity. We had people on Team White donating $2,000 to help spell out the N-word, and people on Team Black were donating to share how they were happy that Carmelo ended the life of a white kid, until Give, Send, Go removed the ability to comment on both campaigns, which...
Yeah, I'll be real. I feel like maybe we just shouldn't have awarded either of them. And it is insane how we're now in big 2025, and the new competitive game mode that just released in League of Legends is competitive racism.
Pissed a lot of people off because the comments were only removed after Shiloh began her campaign, and it was like a day after. Meanwhile, people have been saying racist shit and cheering on the stabbing of a white kid for weeks on Carmelo's page. Now, I will say that these comments are probably not good for the culture. However, the suggestion here is that black people can be as racist as they want towards white people, and no one cares. Meanwhile, when similar sentiments are thrown back, it's the end of the world, and now action has to be taken. This double standard is why people are mad. Both types...
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very, very obvious why people are mad. I mean, everybody says this, and people have been saying this for a long time. that you can't be racist towards white people. It's what people say all the time in Big 2025. You can say whatever the fuck you want. It doesn't matter. You can be as derogatory and diminishing to white people, whatever the fuck you want to do for their accolades, for their livelihood, whatever you want to say to them, whatever you want to do to them, doesn't fucking matter, because they're white and they live the privileged life, which means you can do whatever the fuck you want to them. But I mean, I'll be real, man. Like, me as a guy who grew up in the fucking ghetto, me as a guy who was fucking homeless, I don't really think I live that privilege of a life. I'm going to be real, guys. Out of curiosity, guys, how many of you are white and you live like a rich boy, fancy schmancy mansion life, eating caviar every fucking day, eating Lunchleys and Primes at every fucking meal? Probably not too many, to be honest. Yeah, I think it's fucking bullshit. And guys, I'll say this. I really feel like you absolutely can be racist towards white people. Or it's not racism, it's prejudice. I think that people should be a little bit more cognizant of how white people do get a lot of shit on social media and are pretty much told they're not allowed to defend themselves because their ancestors had it good. And I'm like, okay, well, that's not me. So anyways.
Types of racism are bad, but only one gets punished. So far, Carmelo's campaign has raised $530,000, and Shiloh has raised $780,000. To which, I think in both cases, the money couldn't have gone to less deserving people. Obviously, I'm more sympathetic to Shiloh because her sin was far less severe.
Oh, and I'm going to say this, guys. Big controversial take. This might alienate a lot of my audience. I think racism is bad. Yep, I'll just go ahead and say it.
However, despite that the reaction to what she did was way out of line, I'm not a fan of a person being essentially rewarded with close to $1 million for doing a bad thing. But again, the reason that she got so much money is because of over a decade of unmitigated racism towards white people from the mainstream media, activists, colleges, politicians, and human resources departments. For over 10 years, people have been making some of the most evil and prejudiced accusations towards whites. However, if you say something reasonable like, hey, maybe don't drive a car while you're under the influence of fentanyl, they will have a meltdown and try to ruin your entire life. I mean, you have people saying shit like this on social media, and nothing would happen, but if you said a man is a man on social media, then you could lose your livelihood. And the legacy media types are still trying to maintain this as a status quo.
I've been telling people this for 6.5 years, even longer than that, since before I was a content creator, how white people are the punching bag of the internet. And I get told that I'm an alt-right grifter. And I'm just like, brother, I want to remind you guys of 4 years ago now, that when I played Arc Knights, the community managers told people to stop watching me because I was white and to support our Asian creators instead. Yes. Yep. I want to remind you guys how I'm called a white pig and a white devil on the Chinese Bilibili forums every single fucking day. Yet I don't see anybody on YouTube shitting on anybody else for being Asian and or black. Yep. It's kind of bullshit. It really is.
In response to the 2 fundraisers on Give, Send, Go, Piers Morgan did a panel and interviewed a co-founder of the website in a video where I can only imagine it was Piers' goal to increase racial tension.
In the case of Shiloh Hendricks, it seems to be pretty open and shut. This is a woman on camera repeatedly using the N-word. First of all, with a 5-year-old autistic child, it seems. Then an adult who's filming her, doesn't care, is blatantly racist. Why should someone like that be allowed to raise any money on your site if, as you say, you are driven by a Christian purpose?
Well, that's a fascinating question. I would almost flip it around. It's like if we tried to create litmus tests for everybody to come onto a platform to use it, I pretty much could guarantee nobody would pass the litmus test because the reality of humanity is that we're broken.
So you would let anybody on?
That's a very fair take.
Onto your platform to raise money for anything. Is that your position?
No, the position is that there are laws that define what is legal and what isn't legal. And we adhere to the laws as the framework for what is and isn't allowed.
Yes, that basically should be the line for all these social media websites. In fact, in America, legally, they're supposed to behave like Give, Send, Go to retain certain protections.
The problem is people want to enslave people and jail people for their hurt feelings, which isn't how the world works in 2025.
But the government loves to not enforce the law.
Thank you for proving my point. Thank you. Thank you for proving my point. You just made this video so much easier. Yep. Goober McGav, 8008. We in here really talking about white racism from a white guy. Boo fucking who, my guy. Yep. Now imagine that guy said that about any other race. Imagine that. That's great, right? And there it is. Thank you for proving my point. That's going to be so good in the video.
So in retaliation to this very reasonable point, it looks like Piers...
Make sure to tell all black people that they can't talk about the racism they've experienced either. Make sure to go find them and say, hey, by the way, You're black, so you can't talk about black racism. Yeah, go for it, man. Go see how that fares. I talk about white racism, and I'm not a white guy. Yo, Zizix, you're the blackest guy I know. Do you think white people are the punching bag of the internet? I'll just ask. You can just be honest. I think that's Indians right now. No, yeah, actually, I think you're right. Yeah, I think Indians are definitely getting shit on relentlessly right now. Yeah, and they the ones punching. Yeah, you're right. I forgot. Indians definitely have it way worse on the internet right now. True. I think the problem is everybody's punching everybody right now. True, very fair.
This team has done some research and has found that Give Send Go is a Christian website, and because of that, there are certain behaviors that they actually don't allow.
Well, I'll say historically, we've stood on that principle of saying we're going to allow things that we disagree with.
Okay.
And we've allowed things that we completely disagree with.
Do you allow
on the
people to
platform.
do
But our
pro-abortion?
mission-
Do you allow pro-abortion fundraising?
Actually, there's two caveats to what Give Send Go has carved out, and one of them is it's broken into two pieces, but it's the protection of children. So we say we're going to protect children because they don't have a voice. So we're not going to allow fundraising for abortions on Give Send Go, and we're not going to allow fundraising for the transition of children.
Right, he's a hypocrite, which would have been a great gotcha moment for Piers if it wasn't for the fact that in many states, abortion and transitioning children is a crime. In fact, it seems like Piers is not very informed on U.S. law.
Piers has always been a fucking idiot for years. I've been seeing this guy since I was a fucking kid, and he's always been a fucking moron. Straight up, bro. Every now and then he'll get a hit, but 99 times out of 100, the guy is fucking retarded.
At all.
Inciting racial
as a
hatred is a
platform.
crime, right?
Inciting racial hatred is a crime?
Yeah.
Where?
You don't think it's a crime?
In the U.S.?
Yeah, it is.
I've never seen that as a law on the books, but
It is.
that was part of the
I'm
reason.
not even American, and I know it's a law on the books. You're not allowed to.
All right, so I Googled it, and it said, under current First Amendment jurisprudence, hate speech can only be criminalized when it directly incites imminent criminal activity or consists of specific threats of violence towards against a person or group. So no, that instance, no, it was not a crime. Just being factual here.
Incite racial hatred or violence against ethnic groups based on their ethnicity. What could be a more glaring example than someone on
I find it insane that someone fancies themselves a professional in this space can't even be bothered to do a simple Google search.
calling black people the N-word?
Yeah, Piers, that's not a crime. I mean, groups like Antifa and BLM and news reporters, as well as a number of U.S. senators and congressmen better hope that's not a crime, because they're going to jail if that's the case. And really, the most disgusting thing about modern social media is that you can...
I'd like to make it very clear. Saying that word, not good to do, guys. Not good to do. Not a good thing to do, right? But it's not a crime.
You can do or say one bad thing, and you're banned forever. There's no path to redemption, and if you keep it like that, eventually people are going to see no reason to be good. Everyone does something bad at some point, so why strive to make amends for any wrongdoing if people will never accept you anyway?
3 years ago.
This guy's still going, by the way. This guy's still going. You're so mad. You're so mad. It's crazy. It's insane how mad you are. It is wild how mad you are. Actually insane.
Ago in New York City, in the middle of the city, there was an altercation between a woman and a black man over bird watching and dogs, and her name was Amy Cooper. And to this day, 3 years later, she hasn't been...
What's insane is that the majority of this video is about how people should just not make it about race. It's about people being shitty as fuck and then making it about race. And this guy is so retarded, he can't even understand that.
Been able to find a job. She's been, because she made a bad mistake, saying the wrong thing.
He then self-inserts himself into this conversation and gets upset when everyone's not immediately on his side. It's insane.
In a particular moment
Well, she
where
racially
Hannah was
abused
pulled
him.
out,
She
and
racially
recorded.
abused him. If you racially abuse people, you...
And then I made the comment of, yeah, I'll be real. A lot of people are allowed to be racist towards white people by everyone saying you can't be racist towards white people. and pointing out how that's a complete double fucking standard. And that's the hill that he wants to die on, is that's boo-hoo mentality. That's literally me advocating for equal treatment of all fucking races, which is what we all want here. And that's what triggered this guy. But he's so fucking dumb. He's been brainwashed by his progressive woke, probably closeted lesbian girlfriend into her political values that she learned off of BuzzFeed and thelemon.com, that now he's become radicalized and has to fight her battles on Chatterino to a random 5,000 viewer Twitch streamer. That's what he's doing with his day. That's what dumb fucks we're dealing with. And that's enemy number one we see and victim number one we see on Twitter.
You are made accountable for your actions.
So for the rest of your life, the rest of your life, you're shut off from society.
If you call black people the N-word and racially abuse them, unfortunately, yes, it has consequences, probably for your professional life,
No, I'm not saying,
for the rest of your professional life.
We understand that there are consequences. Yeah. I understand there's consequences. What I'm saying is what you're advocating for.
Bro is trying to moral grandstand, trying to get this guy to admit that he thinks saying the N-word is fine when he doesn't. He's just merely stating that it's not a crime. And I feel like this is such manipulative tactics to force this guy into a corner that he really shouldn't be in right now. I just feel like it's fucking pathetic. Everybody knows saying any racial slur is fucking bad. Everybody knows it.
Or it seems is that for the rest of Shiloh's life, she should be pushed into the recesses of society, and that she should not have a voice, that she should be canceled and silenced. This is what drives people to suicide. And it's this cancel culture mantra that thinks that the best way forward as a society is to cancel them rather than try to bring some redemption into the situation.
Yes, the constant double standards and the lack of ability to be redeemed is driving people insane. Basically, what Piers is saying is that if you do one bad thing, then you should die. Because what's the difference between saying that and telling people they have to starve because no company should ever hire them? This kind of mentality is exactly why Shiloh got so much money and why she got rewarded for doing something wrong.
I would like to reiterate, I really don't think she should have gotten $1 million for saying the N-word. I feel like that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, but I understand. It's kind of like the Carmelo and the white bitches whole thing really wasn't what they did. It's how people felt about what they did. And kind of like the underlying bubbling that's been happening beneath the surface.
The idea is that Piers is spreading are only going to increase racism, and quite honestly, I don't think these people are stupid. I think they're doing it on purpose. Instead of spending time trying to understand his opponent's perspective, Piers spends the entire interview trying to get a gotcha moment on the Give Send Go co-founder,
of course,
while completely ignoring the much worse thing that Carmelo Anthony did. All Piers does is talk about bad things that white people have done.
And I will say, guys, killing people is worse than saying the N-word. I know. Hot take. But I think murder is pretty much probably the second worst thing that you can do. I really do. I think the way that it goes for in terms of worst thing that you can do is probably cannibalism, then murder, then rape. Yeah, I think those are probably the three worst things you can do. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that's worse than those three things. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah. Pedo, well, obviously that implies rape, right? Right? Because, like, here's the other thing, guys. Here's the other thing, right? Being a pedophile is not a crime. Sexually assaulting, sexually harassing, raping a child is, right? So what's really fucked up to think about, and I hate even having this conversation because it's so weird, but never mind. This is not a conversation that I want to have on stream right now. This is not a conversation, right? Because the world is not ready for the comparison that's going to be drawn. Yeah. What about cultural cannibalism? Because the thing is, yeah, there's no way to have this conversation without anybody thinking that I'm drawing sympathy for these people. I'm not. Right? I'm not. Don't say I had this conversation before, right? But like, yeah, that's a speech for 2028. True. Yeah, leave it be. Yeah, this isn't a conversation that 2025 is ready for. I'll say this for 2028. Kick art about to happen. Yeah. I get your point. Yeah. The words cannot handle that actual pedophiles. Yeah, you know what? I ain't going near that with a 10-foot pole. I am not going near that conversation with a 10-foot pole, right? But, you know, there's a lot of people that are put on this earth with something wrong in their brain. And they don't choose to have that thing put in their brain. But it's still up to them to not act on what was put in our brain. However, society allows some people to listen to that wrong thing that was put in their fucking head, right? So it's like, for example, I'm schizophrenic. I get really bad thoughts in my head. I don't act on the thoughts that I have in my head, right? That's up to me to not act on that. And I would be upset at society if people told me, no, you listen to those thoughts. And I think it's very not healthy when people tell some people with mental illnesses to listen to those voices in their heads, right? Because there's something wrong, right? And so that's essentially, and I'm just going to go ahead and leave it at that. Yep, I'm just going to go ahead and leave it at that. Let's keep going here.
And tries to frame the Give Send Go co-founder in the worst possible way.
I'm told that the Give Send Go site for Luigi Mangione, who we saw allegedly executing a healthcare boss in cold blood. I don't think there's much allegedly about it, but we'll let the process take its course. He's got nearly £1 million for his defence via your site. The bottom line, Mr. Wells, I appreciate you coming on, but the bottom line is the reality of the situation is that if you racially abuse a kid, you can become a millionaire on your site and you won't stop it happening. And if you kill somebody or allegedly kill somebody, you won't stop that happening either. But with your Christian hat on, if somebody wants to put anything up that's pro-abortion, whoa, not having that, Gov.
To be clear, when he said murderer, he meant Luigi, not Carmelo. I mean, it's really hard to pretend that you're trying to fix racism or racial abuse when you spend an hour saying that a woman's life should be over.
Yeah, I'll be real. I think both are bad. You know what I'm saying?
Over, and she should be criminally prosecuted for saying a word while completely ignoring the guy who provoked a fight and stabbed a high school.
Once again, I don't think the chick should necessarily have her life ruined over that, but I sure as fuck don't think that she should be rewarded for that.
Because he didn't want to move to a different tent. One of these is 100 times worse than the other, and giving the harshest possible criticism to the less bad thing while completely ignoring the other makes you seem like a terrible person. Oh, but I guess it's okay because it's not possible to be racist against white people, right?
You know, this idea of
Oh God. Oh God. Here we go. Here we go. Yo, Goober King, are you still in chat? Are you ready for this?
Waiting of one side to the other side often loses track of this issue of power. To use his example, when black people stand up and say, hey, let's build our own stuff. Hey, let's have a black power movement. When a black person says, hey, let's preserve our culture, I have no problem with Italians or Irish people or anyone else saying let's preserve our culture. But when we don't talk about ethnicity, but actual race, when white people say let's preserve whiteness, it's an exclusionary practice. It's about preserving laws and practices and tactics that do harm to other people. A black power movement was about opening stores and building businesses. A white power movement was about something very, 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 very different. A white power movement included lynchings and included Ku Klux Klan, etc. So let's not pretend that these are opposite sides of the same coin. When white people say let's save our country, and even using language of our country, when black people built this thing, when you say that, you're talking about forcing people out of the country. You're talking about laws that discriminate. You're talking about doing harm to people.
Right, because affirmative action doesn't exist, and the summer of 2020 never happened. Racist black people have never caused a riot before, only a mostly peaceful protest. Someone in the comments pointed out that they censored every use of the N-word on Pierce's show, but when white racial slurs were used, they weren't censored, which is true. They clearly think that one form of racism matters a lot less than the other, and when you have a two-tiered system like that, all you're going to do is increase racial hatred and increase racial prejudice. Also, the more you make every single negative interaction a race issue, the more the racial divide will increase. And like I said, I don't think that people like Piers or anyone else that has race scripted in this video is stupid. I think they're doing it on purpose. There's a lot of money to be made in race scripting, and from a political standpoint, the more we spend time fighting over dumb racial issues, the less we unite against corrupt politicians or corrupt business practices. And the crazy thing is that recently I saw a post that said this: Gen Z has no idea that back in the 90s, basically everyone just got along with race and stuff. It's really bad they don't know firsthand that was possible. Right. I grew up in the 90s and no one gave a shit about race. In fact, when I was 19, I worked at a job with a ton of black people. We all got along, and in the 2.5 years that I worked there, no one brought up race. Racism was on...
That's a really strange point that I've never considered before. Wow, that's really interesting to think about.
Life support, and we used to live in a country that was pretty free of racial prejudice until 2014 when colleges started performing CPR on racism by talking about microaggressions. But as I said, the good news is that everyone's getting tired of this. And I've also noticed a particular distaste coming from black people. In fact, despite how many racists there were donating to Carmelo Anthony and cheering on the death of a white kid, it was actually much easier for me to find black people criticizing all of this than any other race.
Makes my blood boil. Put that kid, Carmelo, put him under the jail. I don't want him to, I want his life to be over personally.
It's hard to put into words how upsetting this is, but I do not think Carmelo Anthony's bail should have been lowered from $1 million. In fact, I don't even think it should have been offered. I think he should be in jail right now.
Jeff McCabe had got swatted, 3 or 4 times? Threats sent to Hunter, his mom, but y'all make Carmelo out to be the victim and his family?
These aren't even all the black people that I found saying they were tired of all the race baiting and BLM excusing crime while trying to make criminals look like heroes.
This young man
is starting to become a complete scam.
It's been a scam since BLM, brother.
probably
BLM
was.
said,
It's probably was before
BLM
that.
said, our mission is to destroy the nuclear family.
Right. BLM is not your friend. They want to destroy black families. Do you know what happens to kids without a family structure? They get physically abused and sexually abused. They get put in gangs. They develop drug problems. This is terrible for black people like it would be.
You know, even as a white kid, I grew up in the ghetto, and I tried to get, someone attempted to draft me into MS-13. And what really sucks is after that happened, I never really left my house anymore. And I moved to a different city. But my homie, and I guess I'll say it, his name was Sean. He was black. My best friend. Loved this guy to bits. I left, and I was kind of like the only friend he had. And he joined MS-13. And I don't know what he did, but I found out 3 years later he was sent to jail. Yeah, and he's still in jail to today. I don't know what he did ever. But he was one of the kindest people I ever met. But I think once I moved away and he didn't have anybody else, I think he looked for some way to outreach and make new people. And he got involved with the wrong crew very quickly. And it's kind of scary to think that if I had taken that opportunity, my life would be very different right now. So it's kind of fucked, man. I got no idea. I got no idea. I swear to God, he was the kindest, most giving person I ever met too. He was so nice. His mother, I'm not going to say her name to dox her. Sweet as a button. Legit. They would invite me over every day. I would wake up immediately, and he was my next door neighbor. And I would go to his house every fucking day. They would give me food. They would give me water, even though they also had no fucking money. Right? So after hanging out with him for every day for maybe 2-3 years, I was really happy because then my dad wrote that family a check because he didn't realize they didn't have it like that. Yeah. So that was kind of lit. Asked him to do that for them because I told him about how hard they had it, and yeah, it's kind of fucked up, man. It's kind of fucked up. Was MS-13 or was some dumbass middle school quote? No, it was MS-13. Yeah, actual MS-13. Yeah, it
would be terrible for any race.
I thought MS-13 only took Latin Americans. Well, maybe there was a different section. You want me to Google that? Prerequisites for joining MS-13. I don't see. Hold up. Can a white man be a part of MS-13? Okay. 6 common misconceptions about the MS-13 street gang. What do we know about the Mara Salvatrucha? Is a homogenous group worldwide. Gang members always commit crimes. MS-13 works for or with cartels. Kill those who refuse to enter the gang. So these are misconceptions. There are millionaire gang members in virile structure. I got no idea, man. This shit was... I'm 31 right now. I think I was 8th grade. I was probably 13, 14 years old. This was 18 years ago. That's older. That's older than the oldest Ziox viewer. That's insane.
How can you say Black Lives Matter when you want to...
I'm going to be put on a watch list for Googling that shit, especially with how I'm dressing these days. Officer, white trash number 37, trying to join MS-13. Just saw his browser history. He's playing something else called a gachi game.
to destroy black families. And really, the best middle finger we can give to all these grifting assholes is to get along and be friends. I think actually one of the people that I clipped earlier who was a therapist made a good point.
Sadly, many young people today have no conflict resolution skills. They're taught to fight. They're taught if one person touches you, you better double it. They say if they push you, make sure they don't get up from the fight. And this is such a prevalent mentality that I've seen in all races.
Well, it's that.
That's really bad because I have that exact mentality. And to be honest, I think that's what's kept me safe until big 2025. I'll be real. If somebody fucks with me, I fuck with them back 10 million times harder, to be honest.
Or cancel culture.
I'm not even going to deny that.
Behavior where you get ousted from the group for making one misstep instead of talking it out with everyone. All of this is about conflict resolution. The worse we are at that, the more society will suck. The reality is that both the Shiloh and the Carmelo situations could have been easily solved with the most basic conflict resolution skills. Instead of calling the kid the N-word, Shiloh could have simply realized that kids of all races don't really have a strong sense of personal property until they hit a certain age, and with that idea in mind, she could have just said, hey, don't do that, and moved on with her life.
Absolutely.
As for Carmelo, all he had to do was say, oh, I'm under the wrong tent? My bad, I'll move. Easy. Everyone needs to calm down and handle conflict as politely as possible. Look to de-escalate and find peaceful solutions whenever they're available.
We gotta care about each other. We gotta be kind to each other. You need to show compassion, show empathy, not anger, not rage.
The world needs more kind people. If you can't find one, be one.
Stop being so hostile and start searching for common ground. That is how these big cultural issues will get resolved, and instead of looking for excuses to hate or dislike each other, we should be looking for excuses to get along. Last, for everyone crying it's over, the race war has begun and there's no going back, realize that because there's so much agreement from all races right now, and because there's so much dislike of all the bad actors, this whole event between Shiloh and Carmelo could actually be one of the biggest moments of unity. Now is not the time to divide people based on race. It's time to work together to get rid of all the people who profit from when we fight each other. Anyway, thanks for watching. Follow me on Twitter, and I'll see you in the next video.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be real. I feel like a lot of the political content creators are kind of guilty of this shit as well, who just desperately wanted Donald Trump to get in there so they could make some sweet fucking videos and farm outrage and farm hysteria and farm terror every single day on stream. By the way, I was one of those people excited to watch all the Donald Trump fear-mongering content. However, it definitely is wrong to do. But I do think more people should realize, look towards the actions that are committed, not who committed those actions, and stop being so quick to profile, because a lot of these issues aren't race issues. They're just bad people issues. And I think we need to stop looking to call people homophobic, transphobic, misogynistic, racist, all that shit, that, and the other, because humans are humans, and these things are majorly human issues. Yes, there are issues between races, absolutely, and those should be tackled and addressed. However, not everything is a race issue, and that's kind of the big message that I would like to be sent home to everybody watching this shit. Thanks for watching. Great video. Yeah, that was great, actually. Well said. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Man, oh, man, oh, man. Oh, no. I am not ending stream. We do one more react. How, again, did it get worse? It's been less than 24 hours, and iDubbbz has hit a new low. How is this happening?
iDubbbz situation.
And will we see Hassan's tiny ass head and petite feet?
Has gotten much worse. iDubbbz has just responded to the clip of Ethan getting sent human skulls in the mail, and he ends up laughing about it. Apparently his empathy meter was empty today.
I already saw that. Still crazy, though.
In response to this, Ethan actually exposes iDubbbz' dating history and the fact that Anissa was his first girlfriend. Now remember last video how we saw Hassan and friends reacting to the shooting of 2 Israeli diplomats,
that makes
saying
sense.
that they were genuine in their actions. Well, Ethan is rightfully
Jesus.
really mad about that, and he talks about it on their podcast. We also have the daily Hassan meltdown calling Asmongold a cockroach and losing his mind at the
I think he said little fucking pathetic cockroach.
Out of mainstream media calling him out. So we're gonna check all of that out. Subscribe. We're trying to reach 1 million subs. Check out the playlist and let's begin.
Same.
So it starts with this clip by iDubbbz.
By the way, guys, go subscribe to More Pegasus. The video's linked in my description. I've reacted like 8 of this fucking guy's videos. I love this guy's content so much. More Pegasus, I hope to God you're cool with me reacting this much to your channel. I fucking love it. But go support More Pegasus too. Great content creator, great dude.
iDubbbz shows off his empathy when talking about Skullgate. I thought the skulls thing was kind of humorous.
One last question. Did you send the skulls? What is your opinion on the skulls, and did you send them?
I didn't send the skulls. I don't know. I thought the skulls thing was kind of humorous to hear that, especially when I heard that they were like from skulls.com or some shit.
if the human skulls aren't real skulls, then it's not really scary. Brother, it's about what that shit represents. If there's content creators who get horrified from death threats, can you imagine how a loving family of 4 feel when they're sent 2 skulls to represent the death of their children? It's a little bit scary.
Bit like that. That made it funny.
Maybe his empathy at 33 wasn't developed fully. Hopefully at 50 he'll understand how much of a fucking monster take that is.
Yeah.
What a fucking
Just
psychopath.
A death threat to a father, a family.
Yeah. Was it a death threat?
I'm just kidding. Yeah, no. Skulls.com with the serial number still attached and the packaging still on it.
To be honest, I didn't know anything about it because I think it was linked to as like a was it a response to my content comp?
Yeah, very humorous. Just a prank, bro. Sending human skulls to someone's house. By the way, iDubbbz tries to make it out like these are toys and not real skulls. Like, oh, it's from a website. But these were actually real human skulls sent to their house. Yes, somebody purchased it, but doesn't mean that they weren't real. I mean, believe it or not, Diet Hassan here actually had a rare moment of honesty and acknowledged that it was a death threat to Ethan and Elo or maybe their kids. And then he got really serious about it. But then immediately decided to push back any semblance of humanity and settle that it was just a harmless joke. By the way, same guy who was making excuses for the murder of 2 people. Just absolute psychos. So anyways, Ethan responds.
These are the internets are calling the good guy, by the way. These are the people that people are defending in Austin, saying you shouldn't talk to Tectone. He's an alt-right grifter. And Hassan's the good guy. I can't believe all the stress Hassan's dealing with. Unfollowed Tectone on Twitter because he's becoming problematic. Yeah, man. I'm so sorry that I'm defending a guy who got sent death threats about his children. Yeah, that's fucked up, huh? We're fucking doomed, guys. We're fucking dumb. Like the dumbest people have got the largest platforms, man. We're cooked in big 2025.
Last question: did you send the skulls? What is your opinion on the skulls?
Why
and
would
did
you ask
send them?
that? Like,
because they think it's a joke.
Yeah.
They think it's funny. They like that it happened. And then also they
It's
say that I'm
activism.
lying. I'm lying. I sent it myself. It never happened. But also it's funny and we love it that it happened. That's basically everything.
I thought the skulls thing was kind of humorous to hear that.
so
That sounds pretty
empathy-
funny to me, bud.
That empathy unlocked
Fucking
thing that you
insane.
were talking about, I don't believe it anymore. I think there's 0. I don't think you're even at 20%.
Well, I don't know what's not funny about receiving human skulls in the fucking mail.
Especially when I heard that they were like from skulls.com or some shit like that.
Skulls Unlimited, which is the only place, by the way, in the entire America that sells skulls.
Is that They true? Are
I think so.
real.
They're like an exclusive retailer because guess what? It's not easy to obtain human skulls and sell them. That's generally a very dicey business.
Wait, so they were real. What the fuck?
yeah, I'm. You know what? I'm glad there's only one place.
Yeah.
They are real, though. He's talking about it like it's some kind of prop or something.
Jesus.
The real human skull. Yeah.
Okay, so basically some insane psychopath decided to purchase skulls from the only website in America that actually sells them and then mail it over to Ethan's house.
Yeah, but it's not scary unless the guy went to go decapitate someone in real life and send those to their fucking house. Yeah, nobody should be worried about this shit at all. Oh,
And
yeah,
iDubbbz
true,
and
dude.
friends find that hilarious. They actually don't think it's serious at all. And in Hassan's own words, I
What
think that's
the
a little
fuck?
brain broken. Honestly, I think iDubbbz needs a chug jug. Like, he must have ran out of empathy. He needs to drink something, gotta refill that fucking meter. But I think it's so disgusting that you can't even acknowledge that this was wrong, that this was seriously messed up. I mean, we literally just had 2 murders committed over all this
Jesus.
sort of rhetoric.
Get that
and
man
they
a
still
chug
think that
jug.
all of this is a joke. Like, you guys are fucking dangerous, man, the way you just dehumanize people. Now, anyways, in response to this, Ethan decides
Well, dehumanize the opposition.
to expose some information about iDubbbz. Ethan confirms
Then they'll call Frogan the biggest victim on the internet. Remember, that's a real quote, by the way.
Ethan's dating history: was a virgin, never kissed a girl, met Anissa who took his virginity and everything else.
In honor of
Oh, and by the way, just got this sent from my chat. Could be wrong. You can look into it. Apparently, it's $2,000 to buy those, and I'm pretty sure $4,000 total dollars. An attempt to intimidate someone would be pretty fucking intimidating.
On iDubbbz finding this funny. There's a certain piece of information that I've known about him that I've been holding my tongue because I was talking to him, we were hanging out, we just did a video, and I started asking him about his like his love life. I was curious because I've just never seen him, and I was like, do you get out? How do you meet people? You know, because he's kind of just like living in like he was living by himself with like his parents or some shit. And I was like, and he was a successful YouTuber. I was like, what's going on, man? I was trying to help my boy out.
That was like his golden era.
In his golden era, yeah. And he told me that he had never had a girlfriend. He had never been with a girl. He'd almost practically never even talked to a girl romantically. And this was right before he started dating Anissa. He was a virgin. He had never even kissed a girl. And then he met Anissa, who took his virginity and everything else.
Everything makes so much sense now, doesn't it? Everything makes so much sense. He got brain broken by that crack whore of a girlfriend he has. And now he's so beyond any type of rationale because she's just using him to push her agendas online. Man, bro got insta-cucked immediately, mind broken, NTR'd. That is insane.
Also, that's just the context there. A little funny gag. It's a humorous little gag. I like the detail. It's funny.
Okay, this was kind of random by Ethan, but I guess everyone is just being really shitty to him, so he's sort of fighting back with the same sort of energy here.
Oh, by the way, no sympathy, because any man who gets that broken by a woman is already weak to begin with. No sympathy for Ian.
I'm gonna give like a sort of controversial opinion here. It's not really, but I think people are really quite brain dead nowadays, so people might get mad at me. But I don't really think it's a bad thing to just be with one person. I think it should probably be encouraged a little bit more because it's better than being with
I agree. I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree.
like 50 people and just hating your life, right? And I think ideally you just find your one partner and you stick with them and you build a life together. I think that's actually to be celebrated, and that's
That would be ideal, but the other thing is realizing that those two aren't going to work out. That's just homie's first girl, and everybody knows that your first girl usually fucks you up quite a bit, and whoever you lose your virginity to, it's a pretty hard thing to ever move forward and forget about because it's your first time, right? And you can get attracted to some really bad people who you've lost your virginity to. Yeah, I mean, even the time that I lost my virginity, it was not that great of a time. I'm gonna be completely real, but it really fucked up my brain towards that chick. Where I was like, I was, to be honest, I was really into that chick. I was really, really, really into that chick. And even though it was like it was pretty traumatic, not gonna lie. I still could just never stop thinking about it because it was my first, and I've not really had that much sex in my life, I think, until I was maybe 31. I believe I had sex twice. I'd obviously had, I've been blown hundreds of times, probably thousands of times. Yeah. But now I'm having a lot. But for a while, it was very hard to move forward from that memory.
pretty wholesome. And, some people want to save themselves or whatever for the one. And I think that's totally fine too. Now, not saying that's what iDubbbz was doing, just saying in general, I feel like this sort of shaming is really weird. But I do get the point he's making. I think the real point he's trying to make is that iDubbbz was starved for attention. And then when he got Anissa, he would basically do anything to make her happy. And I'm guessing...
Yeah, because Ian's probably in the position to where he thinks he can't get anybody else. And he's become a deranged, mindless, mind-broken simp.
He changed his entire personality for her, and he would bend to her every whim, and essentially became a hollow version of his former self.
Yeah, he literally just got bitched by an OnlyFans girl. I mean, how weak do you have to be to let this shit happen to you over that? Jesus. And to not have any, self-reflection at all.
And that you got to watch out for, right? Never let your girlfriend or boyfriend or husband or wife or whatever change the real you, right?
Oh, yeah,
of course,
absolutely.
You can grow together. You can change together.
Yeah, use them to grow, not be fucking warped and molded and completely changed from.
But don't let them change the core values that you know are right.
Because listen, all things aside, I knew Ian before all this shit. We played WoW together multiple times. I've watched a lot of his content. And I'm just saying, I don't think Ian's a good person right now. I don't at all. However, I'd like to acknowledge he has charisma, he was funny, and he's honestly a pretty good-looking dude, and he's in shape. So to let this woman completely ruin his image and his personality, it's just fucked up.
Right? And doing all of this for an OnlyFans girl, that is diabolical.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
That is absolutely tragic. I would maybe possibly understand if this was some sort of unicorn girl, maybe like the best, nicest, most amazing person in the world, and you're just so much in
Can we save him? No, absolutely not. He's gone, man.
love that maybe you change for her, right? But Anissa, really? This trashy, horrible OF girl? You can't be serious, dog.
I like how everybody agrees that this chick is mid as fuck. It's so funny.
Reminder to never date an OnlyFans girl, and we just
Yep.
got dude, this picture of him is so
True.
sad. So Anissa responds. by saying,
Everyone
"Why
will
are you
learn
so
eventually. It is a fucking mistake. It never works.
actually invested in us? Do I phone 911, a priest? Who do I call to get him help?" I think it's just a matter of self-respect, to be honest. I think if you're really sort of like secure in yourself and you know your worth and your value, you wouldn't deal with someone like Anissa, right? Who is just tramping all over you, doing whatever the hell she wants, humiliating you on the internet. You'd kind of just leave and not tolerate any of that disrespect, right? Please gather to pray for this man who lost his V card and last name. OnlyFans e-girl.
He took her last name? What the fuck? In big 2025? Jesus, it's over, dude. It's over.
Issa asked the question, why does Ethan
Bro's on the leash
Klein hate hot people? Is this where do I get this kind of body dysmorphia? Bro, people are insane. Anyways, after this, Ethan explains why he decided to expose iDubbbz. I never planned on sharing that story, but after seeing him call the skulls humorous, I realized that there is nothing they won't say or do, so I'm returning the favor. To be fair, I don't think this is equivalent at all. What Ethan did is very, like, minuscule in this sense. My boy has not been so much as touched with the opposite sex before Anissa. In itself, it's not a big deal, but in the
One is, LOL, I don't care that this kid's life was in danger, potentially, due to real human skulls and what that implies about their safetyhood and their life. And the other one is, LOL, bro was a virgin.
context of the relationship, I find it very humorous. Yeah, that's basically what I was saying as well. I feel like the story is starting to make much more sense now as to why Ian is giving everything for this girl. So he's a man in his 30s with a single body. If it wasn't Anissa, this could be commendable. iDubbbz chimes in after Ethan exposed his dating history. He wants that incel audience bad. Oh my god, bro. Can somebody give this guy a dictionary? Do you know the meaning of that word, bro? Oh my lord. It's a tragically simple explanation for this man's downfall. Literally got groomed by the first woman that gave him the time of day. Did he learn empathy before
Wait, he got a vasectomy for her too? Is that true? Is there proof of that?
after losing his virginity? My god. Ian wants to cuck all the audience back. Anyways, after this, Ethan talks about the shooting and how sort of like scared he is.
It's one thing to read and be like, they were murdered, and that's horrible. But then you read, like, he went up, he shot them in the back. And then the girl was trying to crawl away, and he went up and shot her in the head twice. And then the guy stood up and tried to help her, and he shot him in the head again. Like, he assassinated them both in cold blood.
Yeah. This is what we all knew from that first episode after October 7, where you and Hassan were talking about what happened, and Hassan would refuse to show any tiny bit of empathy to the Israeli side.
This is what you've been doing. You've been building intentionally. There's no other outcome that makes sense than this. When you dehumanize an entire group of people, when you describe, Hassan described, anyone who's ever had any type of Zionist feelings in their life is not fit to be a dog catcher, who's a Nazi. These people who were murdered, who people are celebrating now online and making excuses for and this and that, there's essentially no difference between them and us. They're just two Israelis that happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
I think it's really scary how polarized people actually are, and I think it's really scary how dumb people are, how easily manipulated people are.
Yep.
I've said something similar before, but I think NPCs do actually exist, like legitimate non-playable characters who have no train of thought by themselves, and they just
I also absolutely agree with this is my perspective on life. I do think there are people who are, and I'm being very unironic about this. I do think there are people who just simply are not real. I do. And I think they're there to be put on this earth in order to test you in what you will do when handling these non-playable characters. Because there are some people who are so beyond logic, so innately fucking terrible. I think they are sometimes, and obviously, guys, I'm a religious guy, so I don't make this about religion. I do think they are tests from God to decide what will you do in this situation in order to determine the content of your character. Yeah, sorry for making that about religion. But yeah, that is what I do feel.
sort of blindly follow some leader.
I feel like these people are fucking
talks about
demons.
Diet Hassan, or Nice Guy Hassan, as think before you
You
sleep.
just can't convince me that a human can actually be this fucking stupid or this fucking evil and have that little self-reflection capabilities.
Would call him.
This is what happened when Noah Samson makes a video saying, protesting is not working. We know where they are. We know where the propagandists are, and we know, and we need to step it up. We know where they are, and we need to step it up. He refers to all Zionists as
He also
Nazis.
Yes.
Well, now people think there's nothing you could do to a Nazi that would be out of pocket, right? Murder all Nazis, right? That's how evil they are. So when they say, oh, they're Nazis, this is giving
It's like,
permission.
okay, so everything is on the table.
Everything's on the table.
Yeah, no one needs to be on the list. This guy is fucking cooked in the head. That is like the closest thing to inciting violence. Bro's like, we got access to the people, the government, the guns. I mean, what does that even mean? That is like one step before telling people to just go out there, you know?
Yeah, he said, and I quote, "We have access to these people's full names. We have access to their addresses. And I'll be real, it's very easy to get a gun in the United States." This guy was not banned for that, by the way. This guy was not banned for saying that on stream. What do you think he's attempting to incite his audience to do?
24/7 surveillance on Noah. Make sure he doesn't have any access to guns. Also, does anybody find it so ironic that the people who keep talking about Jews negatively are like the other side are Nazis? Like, what is going on, man?
I don't feel safe because the way that people talk about me and Hila being fucking terrorists, baby killers, propagandists, genociders, right? Everything bad that you could say. They say I'm as far as if you tell from the people who talk about me, I'm as bad as it gets.
I don't know what happened to the left. Like, what happened to inclusion, to understanding different backgrounds and different cultures?
It's the consent, it's the ease, it's the comfortability that people have with violence against us.
Dehumanizing
language, being platformed mainstream,
and seeing
being
it
platformed by New York Times,
yeah, exactly.
by the CEO of Twitch saying this is his favorite creator.
Yeah, seeing it on all levels.
The people are comfortable with the idea, and as people get more comfortable, guess what's going to happen?
It really has gone way too far, man. I'm just hoping nobody else gets shot or murdered because, you know, it's honestly getting a little too deep for me. You know, I'm just here to cover YouTube drama, talk about some lighthearted stuff, and mostly my channel is about making fun of idiots on the internet, right? And these particular...
It sucks because it's such a horrible thing, because I am so sure that we're still only at the tip of the iceberg, and I know things are going to get worse. And even me humoring the idea of what I think is going to happen scares me so much that I don't even want to say it out loud on the off chance that it incites anyone to do anything radical. Yet you have these political streamers who will go live and radicalize their audience and say things like, oh, you know, these addresses and these names are publicly available and it's very easy to get a gun. And I'm so worried for whoever may or may not get hurt or worse in the near future. And it's scary as shit, guys. It really is. I'll be real. I don't think I'm doom posting. I think right now the Twitch space is the most unhealthy it's ever been. And I think it is very, very, very scary that it continues to get worse at every waking moment.
Particular idiots just happen to be treading into that territory of getting super dangerous as well. And I'm a bit concerned for people's safety, but, you know, let's just pray that everybody comes to their senses here.
2 pro-peace Jews dead. Read what they were saying.
What were they saying?
What
Show
were
us.
they saying?
Yeah.
Pro-peace is
This guy doesn't know anything. It's always like, oh no, you need to go figure this out, and just until then, trust everything I'm saying.
crazy.
I highly doubt no one knew anything about the victims there. He just wanted to side with the killers, the terrorists, the evil freaks.
Of
I
course.
will never understand why it is so hard to just disavow murder. Then Ethan reacts to Mike from PA saying that the murders were a setup.
Women recoil when he enters the room. Literally sand. I'm telling you, sand falls
have
from
it on
women's vaginas like an hourglass.
The
Like an
evidence.
hourglass counting down your fertility. You lose fertility when he walks in the room with you. Your viable egg count drops.
For Israel. And they attacked low-level staffers. Perfect timing for Israel, and attacks people that are expendable. They're Christian.
Am I crazy? Am I ADD, or does everybody on this earth just talk slow as fuck? Like, I feel like 1.5, 1.25 should be base increase speed for every YouTube video ever.
The Christian Zionists get killed.
Bro, they're Israeli.
What?
Completely expendable.
Expendable to who?
He's saying it's a psyop that we sent in our most disposable grunts so that we could have this guy kill them.
Bro, Ethan is ruthless with that egg count shit, bro. But honestly, how is the global rank #1 simp, Mike from PA, saying that Israel sent their own people and killed them? Like, just so it would radicalize people. I mean, it's not surprising from the side that routinely defends Hamas. I mean, they do also kind of use civilians as human shields and stuff. So that logic kind of tracks if you're that brain broken. Anyways, moving on to Hassan molding at mainstream media.
All over the place. If you go into a
I like that she didn't even push back, by the way, which is, again, journalistic malpractice. Shouts out to the CNN anchor who was just letting my man go off and defame the...
Yeah, Hassan, I bet everything everybody said about you forever was defamation and super illegal, and I can't believe America, this shitty country, would ever let this happen to you, and I'm sure you're such a victim by all these things that happened by the product of your own actions. Of course.
Like, what are you doing? There are other journalists on your platform that have literally asked me to go on their shows. There are other journalists on your platform that have done extensive coverage.
Yeah, sue him then, Hassan. Sue him. Go ahead, sue him.
On what I do, including me targeting disinformation and anti-Semitic narratives. It's not just Donny O'Sullivan either. There's plenty of others. It's like crazy that you just like let him fucking spit like this.
Wait a minute, Hassan mad at CNN? Doesn't this guy love the mainstream media? Oh, wait, it's
Why is this guy acting like he gives a fuck what happens to Jewish people when all he does is go live and talk about how much he hates a Jewish guy? Yeah, I don't know, Hassan. Maybe we need to like get a grip on reality and do some self-reflection.
only when they suck him off. Right, Hassan actually getting a taste of his own medicine now. Why don't you just get your billionaire dad or your multi-millionaire uncle? Maybe they'll go ahead and pull some strings for you.
Like the bodies haven't even gotten cold yet, and Jonathan Greenblatt goes on CNN to be like, you know who killed these people? Hassan played a big role in this. It's like there is unprecedented amount of overt anti-Semitism out there, and this fucking freak is looking to blame someone like myself for it. You are just such an unserious charlatan, dude. Quit.
Hassan, why don't you name one other person that radicalizes more people with the very violent rhetoric that you do to an audience of your size on a daily basis? Name someone of your caliber that has done more damage to the safety and the radicalization of viewers than yourself. I have a feeling that the only name that you can think of is Kanye fucking West. And when that's the only person that you can name who's done worse, I think that's kind of fucking scary.
Okay, resign in disgrace, disband the organization, stop doing this.
Of this gamer, Hassan Piker, who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state. Like, extremists.
Like, that's so psychotic to say. No, I don't, okay? No, the fuck I don't. Against Jewish people, genocidal rhetoric that I regularly apply. Also, gamer? Gamer? I haven't played a video game in months.
Okay, first off, thank you, Hassan, for distancing yourself from the term gamer. That is one thing we can all agree on. This is the first...
We're safe, guys.
...honest thing Hassan has ever said. He should not be called a gamer. But anyways, the reason he's mad is that they didn't call him like a journalist or something, or maybe an on-the-ground reporter, which is just funny, honestly. Like, they don't take...
Well, because he's not, because nobody should take this guy fucking seriously. He's just a retard with a microphone. And unfortunately, that microphone is really loud.
Take that seriously. Anyways, let's move on to Hassan calling Asman a cockroach.
Let's all sit together.
And I like how Hassan said he's never called for the genocide of Jewish people, but he didn't counteract the fact that he's called genocide on other people. Like, let the streets bathe in their capitalist blood. Yes, we all remember that.
And say a collective thank you to the government for keeping us safe.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking cockroach. Oh my God. What a disgusting little creature this is. What a disgusting little creature. Thank you for defending our nation state.
Yes.
To the Trump administration for detaining.
So he says thank you. Listen.
Guys, I think he's mad.
Do it again.
Thank you for defending our nation state.
Finally. That's all we were asking for.
Detaining a Twitch streamer. Asmongold is such a fucking liar on this issue.
What am I lying about?
He knows that I am not a
he won't specify
fucking dangerous entity.
But do you think the government knows that?
This isn't a music video, Hassan. You think the Houthis, inside Allah, is doing what Luffy would do? I believe what the Houthis are doing is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down.
No, they have to check. You didn't get arrested because you weren't. But to say that it does not act as a radicalizing force is crazy when you're talking about supporting or not having a problem with active terrorist organizations.
That's what this is. Gonna get clipped so hard, man. Suck my dick. Shut the fuck up about clipping, please. Oh my God. Yes, I am talking about white supremacy, okay? Yes.
Can we get an F in the chat for the doggo? What a good boy. Anyways, have you guys noticed that whenever you watch Hassan versus Asmongold, I notice that Hassan is always screaming and losing his mind and hurling insults, calling him names. Asman is just chilling. He's just effortlessly destroying him in viewership, in the argument, in every metric there is. This is humiliating, man. Just take the L and move on. Now we got some clips of Tectone talking about how he's probably not going to go to TwitchCon because he feels unsafe.
And I'm so... I want to make this very clear. It's not that I feel unsafe. I'll be fine. I'm worried about other people at TwitchCon, right? I'm saying the general sentiment for anybody who should be going to TwitchCon should not be a pretty comfortable one when there's so many people being radicalized right now, right? I'll be all right. Worried that if this behavior isn't addressed, if this shit isn't punished fully, there's no way I would be going to TwitchCon this year. Absolutely. Like, this is scary shit, guys. This is scary shit. I would feel so uncomfortable existing, knowing how many people of that convention are consuming this content. I absolutely would not go. That. And this is me speaking as a normal human being, not for myself. I sometimes use the royal we. I also use the royal I, as in like I as in all of us. As a consumer of this content on Twitch, why would I want to go somewhere or on this platform people are being radicalized into extremist behavior on a day-to-day basis? Why the fuck would I want to do that? I mean, guys, you understand. We're now somehow worse with what's being platformed on this platform than last year when there was kick streamers pushing random people into trains. So explain to me why anybody's going to feel safe going to this shit. Going to HouthieCon. Why the fuck would anybody want to go to that shit?
OG Pegasus fans in the audience.
You're going to call it a HouthieCon. That's insane.
Wait a minute, he's watching a legendary YouTuber. That's me, baby. King of the Salop, legendary yapper. Subscribe. But yeah, honestly, my
Yes,
advice,
sir.
do not go to TwitchCon. There will possibly, maybe, probably be a mentally ill Hassan fan waiting there for you. Mike from PA is gonna try and throw a punch. My God. He's probably gonna get beaten up by himself. It's like, you know that one episode from SpongeBob where Patrick just beats himself up to make SpongeBob look good? No, but honestly, it's so simple for Twitch to fix this. Ban Hassan and ban every Hassan clone. And tell the CEO to stop gooning, bro. It is wrecking his brain. Now click this video or you gotta get...
I think it's very easy. We don't even have to do that. Just suspend them for a week and then say, we've updated our TOS. This type of rhetoric isn't allowable. You may come back as long as you understand and you follow the guidelines. It's really that easy. It's really that easy. It should not be this hard. Great. Well, boys, it's been fun. 4 hours and 18 minutes when I was supposed to leave 15 minutes ago because I'm just quite the great fucking streamer. I hope you all enjoyed the stream as much as I enjoyed streaming to all of you. You guys are the fucking best. I will see you guys tomorrow again when I go live. Last stream is tomorrow. I'm taking 2 days off after that to help Genazard move in. And I'm also going to San Antonio to record a podcast. But I will see you all when I see you all. Am I going to be missing any events? Is there a Woo-Wah live stream happening at any point? Is there any big things happening in the next couple days? Do any of you guys know? Is there anything that I'm going to be missing? Or am I all good? There's not really anything happening. Is there anything else? Is there anything? No. Great. Well, then I will see you guys when I see you guys. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. CST. Hope you all enjoyed the stream as much as I did, and I will see all y'all motherfuckers later. Peace, boys.